The end of Hassan Kanafani. Is this not a conversation between the sword and the neck? This bone flower elegy, this man who found his work on the road and lay down with it dead on the road, this peace, which is not peace, but the neck after the sword, the bomb after blowing out all the windows of Hassan Kanafani's house, this blood in the driveway, his niece dead too, and his son, banging his head against the house wall, the bone of his father, the ash gathering in his hair. Is grief not a conversation between a house and a head? This liberation still on the road, this man whose sorrow speaks of willingly, who leaves his coffin on the road below the smoke over the sick moon. We have finally arrived at the end of the poem. The moon sick. Kanafani standing at its edge, asking me, what are you loyal to other than death? Envoy. What are you loyal to other than death? To you, the dead, and what is not dead in your death. And what is not dead in your death? The children at the gates of the city asking us to break the city, to let the leopard in, and the horse, and the oak, and the grain of wheat, to tear the sky with its abundance. And when the bomb hidden in the basement of a church explodes, to weep and gnash and let the 4 dead girls who've been driven in and out of the poem by history and a bomb in the basement of a church, to haunt the plate of the nation, to travel in the husk and ears of corn going to market, to sit on the senators' plates, to hear in the corn taloned at the end of their forks, the girls, to feel in the kernels digging into their gums, the girls, to know the food in their mouths is the death of things. Life is at every window. It is what rots the senator's teeth.
The newspaper nominated a white man who had had no experience in South Asia to lead their bureau. He had been famously held hostage for 4 hours in Africa, a generic, all-encompassing Africa, the Africa he hungered for. Perhaps the hunger began when he visited as a college student, igniting an archaic impulse to plunder the heart of darkness for a Pulitzer you nominate yourself for a book about love. The bureau was called Oriental Wonders in Today's World. 6 years ago, the journalist published a series of articles about the hunt of a man-eater. Tigers apparently like Calvin Klein's obsession. Tigers like the flesh of people who eat many spices like ginger. Tigers are encroaching. They're too much. They're everywhere. Tiger hunting, a royal coming-of-age ritual transformed into a colonial pastime. It's synonymous with Jim Corbett in India, Scott, who killed many man-eaters. Even Corbett, who remains hugely popular in hunting forums, urged hunters to put down the rifle and pick up a camera, not just because of how much cheaper it was and the dwindling tiger population, but that a photograph could be a living record. The journalist writes about the untouched Andaman and Nicobar Islands, whose tribes might have migrated from Africa tens of thousands of years ago and today have been decimated by touch and videotaped in what they call jungle safaris. The journalist is frustrated that he is not allowed to photograph a Jarava man. He describes seeing the hunting party with bow and arrow carrying freshly slaughtered wild boars slung across their backs when he drove down a jungle road. This intrepid white man stared at them, and the Jaravas stared back. The moment lasted maybe 2 seconds, but he'll never forget it. What is lost in Berger's abyss of non-comprehension to the journalist who boasts of traveling across 80 countries, half of his life overseas by any means necessary, helicopter, horse, donkey cart, plow, steam train, tandem bike, and dugout canoe? What does a journalist want to know? The newspaper had reported 91 times that the Bolsheviks were collapsing between 1917 and 1920. The Moscow bureau chief denied the famine in Ukraine in the 1930s. Between 1936 and 1945, the newspaper published around 23,000 front-page stories. Only 26 were about the Holocaust. I find the now debunked newspaper article on systemic violence in the supposed war. The testimony was filled in, images invented. Even the dead woman's family revolted against the characterization. The furor focused on the second and third bylines. People with little to no journalism background. Guess who the lead reporter was? How do colonialism, extraction, and the economies of desire and dispossession collide? If a tiger exudes power, does killing it mean you absorb that ferocity? Is a tiger bone the boner giver? Is the killing of a beast 5 times your weight the stuff of life? Is killing taming? No matter, tigers can't read, but liberals do. The journalist is a soft puppet, animated in the pursuit of tradition, but the puppet has fangs. But how I have loved to spend time with tigers on my mind, but how I have excavated myself for this, but how learned helplessness is one step from nihilism, but how we must resist the allure of cynicism, but how silence can be active, but fuck all these people, man, but hope for our futures and trust in our peers, but down with saviors, Palestine will be free, so will Kashmir, the U.S. will not save anything, not even itself, American poets will not save anything but maybe themselves, we will not save anything, my lists go on and my sins do too, colonialism will wither away as the colonized free themselves, as our oceans swell, as air grows thick with black. They who put us here have no say. Everything will make a comeback, I am sure of it. Tigers will roar, rather chuff. They'll chuff across the range of their territories. You might see a tiger from the corner of your eye, but only if you're not really looking. The killing of a tiger will be no small thing.
I was polishing my animal mirror. No moths appeared there in the single crystal genetic light. In the dark mirror candle night. I was polishing my animal mirror, examining my animal teeth. A snake appeared in the mirror's thin gravel driveway. Someone had run over, had flattened it into permanent S shape. In the animal mirror, my incisors were not fangs, but surely they could still tear meat. Yes, the cat. Yes, the bear. I was polishing my animal mirror, practicing non-invasive knowing and wondering about control. The magic magic skin of this animal mirror.
Don't worry, that's just me.
You say to yourself, shining like a violet ground beetle under a stone. Sea stars are near vertebrates, over to the left. Coelacanths on the far side. riding toward you, and birds. Reptilian branch of flame on the plain. In the animal mirror, mollusks are inching toward earthworms who, touching themselves, touch earth anew. Each time they move.
You have to use the telepathy machine. Feelings as artifacts. You have to use a channel, O, for the ancestor to pass through. Yawn her up from the white space. In alphanumeric names, their cambered Arabic numerals. A Semitic pneumatic. A Newman. One, the one that is you listening. One always thought one would die at night. Nicht, noche, Nacht.
Except me. How much you call a local?
What does that say? I can't even read the signs. Club second line blues bar, jazz, blues, and R&B. Very cool. Come on, let's just walk. Hey, you keep getting. Okay, nice T-shirt, huh? Get out of my way.
Appall. Verb, to grow pale. Pall, noun. Perhaps from pellis, skin. Altar cloth, coffin cover. Cover your mouth, your open mouth. Put your phone in the air. Videos of the body wrapped in cloth, under cloth. Shireen Abu Akleh. Under flowers, over shoulders, repetitiousness of corpses, processions, wailing, public mourning, phones in the air, hand-covered mouths. Emerge the information out of the sound. Emerge the sound out of the child. Emerge the child out of the miracle. Emerge the miracle out of the burning car. Emerge the burning car out of music. Emerge music out of sleep. The sleep out of the throat out of the possibility. Butterfly swarm in the radar system. No service in the interior. Nuclear waste storage site miles underground. Flowers genetically modified to present information to future people. 3,000 years ahead. Warning flowers.
am served memory for breakfast. Inside the dream, I shall have to unlearn the bitterness of the war-hungry capitalist life. The empty meanings of the lobbying firm. The language that turns me cruel and useful. In the dream, I am required only by my lovers. Never the extractive drills of the oil eaters. I have been unmade by the dream of God. I have been released from meaning. The sun burns new meaning onto my skin. I am crisp with newness. The dream vomits up the sludge of abandonment, swimming in the sludge is a McKinsey consultant. Swimming in the sludge is Arthur Balfour. They drown. I am the love of the dream embodied. I willingly dissolve my bitter attachments. The dream is a futurism of the spirit. The spirit is an orality. The sludge is a State Department. My memory returns me to the great earth dream. Palestine is a dream of the future. Future is a Palestine of the dreaming.
The human is the talking animal. The human is the thinking animal. The human is the walking upright animal. The human is the burying animal.
My name is Edward Salem, and I'll be reading a few poems. The first one is called Won't Visit. I don't know much about Jerusalem, beside my walks in it. I know my wife's Jewish parents are scared to visit, and I know a Muslim mother begs with her legless son, whose stubs dangle from his wheelchair, on the Patna steps inside Damascus Gate. Though I may be mistaking them for the duo at Kalendia checkpoint, putting out their upturned hands for Janice and Rob, who won't visit, won't fill those hands with a few shekels, won't sit thigh to thigh with Arabs in services to meet their daughter and me at a literary festival where we wait 2 hours for Taha Muhammad Ali to take the stage, but it doesn't happen. And the half-British son of an aristocrat trying to cauterize the bleeding coming from the spurned audience ekes out a composed apology for the poet who probably never left his home in Nasra, who was probably watching TV. We're told he's eccentric, but to the crowd, it isn't charming, nor to Janice and Rob, for whom the no-show might have confirmed something about me, my unreliability, my lower-class lack of respect for people's time. Or this probably isn't fair of me to anybody, because in 10 years, in December in Pittsburgh, after spending a month between a hotel and their dark brick house across from the car museum while their youngest daughter is in hospice, I'll prove their theoretical suspicions true when, for my own eccentric reasons, I'm a no-show at her funeral, where the rabbi pronounces the name of the city I don't know so well, but which means so much to me, Yerushalayim. This next poem is called Prop Comedian. Hope L. crawling in the street in a Superman suit for 22 miles over 9 years. Or MPA holding a plaster cast sculpture of her father's fist in the sunlight during gallery hours. Or the hairy, naked, upside down Austrians of gelatin sticking lit candles in their assholes. To God is the same as the Israeli soldier parading around in the red lingerie he found in a bombed house in Gaza. To God, the new Nekba is a watermelon smashed with a sledgehammer in her schlocky comedy act. This next poem is called Fullness. Behind eternity isn't more eternity. Nothing lies in wait. Maybe you think of it as a vacuum, a void at the center of the universe, a dot that went all ways at once, an asterisk, footnote to everything. Nothing is the Godhead that gobbles the world in one fell swoop, but has no anus. Hypnic jerk. You dream you're falling to your death. Your body jerks. You're scared awake. This happens night after night, eon after eon. Big bangs blow up. Thumb on a detonator. Nothing, all. Nothing, all. This next poem is called Knowledge and Liberation. Visual artists know more than musicians. Writers know more than visual artists. Philosophers know more than writers. Quantum physicists know more than philosophers. Vedantists know more than quantum physicists. Vedantists know nothing. This next poem is called Elsewhere. I laughed at the phrase you used, emptied yourself. I thought, it's true, there's nothing left. I didn't remember how many drinks I'd had as I poured another. Who cares? I whispered to myself, thinking on our day together, how glad I was it was over. Earlier, 4 men walking toward the border were vaporized by a drone that hovered haltingly like a buzzing bumblebee before the stigma of a flower.
Good evening. My name is Priscilla Wathington. I am a Palestinian American poet living in California. I just want to begin by saying thank you to Steve and to Lindsay for organizing this segment, and to all the organizers of this reading. Thank you for your efforts to just continue bringing Gaza forward and putting it on everybody's lips and hearts. And thank you for reminding us of what a large collective we are. This first poem I'm going to read is by the poet from Gaza, Yahya Ashur, and the poem is called A Gray Man from a Gray Land. I go to the sea by myself, a gray man from a gray land. No jasmine in my pocket to gift it to the beach. I go to the cinema of the sky for a delayed prayer, for a childhood still lost. I go looking for those who go to the sea by themselves. But there, I freeze on my chair. I don't dare to walk side by side with all of these waves. There, I freeze on my chair. Nothing else a gray man like me can do in front of all this blue. And this poem is by me. It's from my chapbook, Paper and Stick. It's called Silicon Wadi. Sore to the eye are we, rough-hewn along the forehead, industry of calf and car parts. Of pajama, the kind you wear in a house of kerosene by day, hot water bottle by night. Of a hankering for rose water and sheep intestines. When we bring Tel Aviv home, it's in our shirts, free ketchup packets, rocks for the taboon, a laugh too large for the permission granted. Of brown bag bizzit on the bus we spit, fallahin after 2 generations of trousers, our grandmother's hair, the orange of kenafe. Of vegetable soap that still slides around the squatting bathroom shower. Of a town disappearing into a theory of silicon in a dried out valley. Of a tap wiped with bleach just this hour, a bucket perfectly positioned for a doctrine of pipes. This next one is called Docuverse. Tool of every empire, paper and stick, that orchestrates what can, in what bar, and rest with what voice, strength of air, will we deliver our parts? How monumental our finish. This next one is called This Document Has No Legal Status and is not bound by its contents. It's a poem that has 2 voices. One of them is mine, and the other voice is a sort of documentary voice drawn from a military order that was allowing for the expropriation of land in the West Bank for settlement use. This document has no legal status and is not bound by its content. A law for the regulation of land in Judea and Samaria. If our conditions, settlements were built in good faith, immutable, we approach checkpoint 300. Sun, to what planet? With the consent of the state. If I give you my name, provides for registration of land ownership, the name of a bell in a church that is now another church, where ownership has not otherwise been established. Did I drink from your porridge of cement, a fossil in an underground railway? Additionally, it provides for the expropriation. I laughed. True. The joke cannot survive its translation. Rights of use and possession. In your Hadassah, my elbow closed by suture. The region is achieved, unmedicated, my own expropriated hand. Thank you so much. Please continue whatever you can do. Please keep going. Free Palestine.
Our next poet is Omar Zaza, writer, poet, freelance journalist, assistant professor of Arab Muslim ethnicities and diasporas, Ahmed Studies in the Department of Race and Resistance Studies at San Francisco State University. A scholar activist of Lebanese Palestinian descent, Dr. Zaza is the former education and advocacy coordinator of Eyewitness Palestine. Omar's book, Terms of Servitude, Zionism, Silicon Valley, and Digital Settler Colonialism in the Palestinian Liberation Struggle, is coming out next year from the Censored Press in partnership with Seven Stories Press. Omar Zaza.
Hello, everyone. My name is Omar Zaza, and I'll be reading a few poems tonight for you for the Global Reading for Freedom of Expression and in solidarity with Palestine and Lebanon. And thank you so much to the organizers for the privilege of being able to be here with you in some disembodied digital capacity. And apologies for the lighting. And I know you can probably see the glare on my glasses pretty well, but it's what we got, so let's go with it. So the first piece I'm going to be reading for you is a poem called do you condemn Hamas? Do you know the weight of 75 years worth of bones, villages, and homes? The sound of olive trees screaming through flames? Do you confuse prison break with apocalypse, genocide with self-defense? Or do you know what it means to yearn for the sea? The next one that I'll do for you is a piece that was published in the experimental issue of Misna, and it's called How to Talk to White People Who Are Seeing Your People in the News More and Feel Really, Really Bad. Show them the scar, we all have one, and demonstrate how the stitches kept the folds from screaming. Take their hand and gently let them press upon where they stitched once too. Explain how your body has limned the invisible parentheses, stacking colonialism into coexistence. Ask, finally, if they would really never take up arms, or if it's just the thought of you doing so, rather than being agreeably murdered, that gives their hand in yours such tremors. The next poem I'll read for you is forthcoming in an anthology of global Anglophone Palestinian poetry that will be released in spring 2025 by Haymarket Books. And it's co-edited by Palestinian American poets George Abraham and Noor Hindi. So this is called Poem Joins the Resistance. Poem joins the resistance. A poem has nothing to lose. A poem is the best shot. A poem smokes too many cigarettes. A poem looks directly at the sun. A poem breeds return. A poem births poet armies. A poem sweats defiance. A poem hijacks consciousness. A poem takes no prisoners. A poem frees the people. A poem won't take it easy. A poem frees the land. A poem won't just a minute. A poem meets apartheid walls and shits on genocide's finery. A poem is done with dialogue. And the last one I'll do for you tonight is a piece called How to Write for the New York Times. And it begins with an epigraph by the Palestinian poet Muhammad al-Kurd. And that quote goes, "I would like to see the New York Times, first of all, going to the sink and washing the blood from their hands." How to write for the New York Times. Abandon cause for effect. Forget that nuance can be a euphemism for euphemism. Trade integrity for the passive voice. Don't ask who used to own your Jerusalem property. Believe there is a middle to everything, even war. Convince yourself propaganda is just a slur used by ultra-left college brats. Torture sentences like the occupation forces torture Palestinians. Tell yourself you don't believe in ghosts. It won't stop the hauntings, but it will help somewhat. Thank you.
That was Omar Zaza, and we would like to close by turning to this book, Ibrahim Nasrallah's 4 poems, a little book called Palestinian, translated by Huda Fakhreddin, came out from World Poetry Books very recently, within the past month or so. Ghazal Mossadegh, at the start of this 24 hours, read the title poem called Palestinian. I'm going to read just from the afterword, which is a conversation between translator and poet Huda Fakhreddin and Ibrahim Nasrallah. This is Nasrallah. A video could never document what a young girl or boy living in Gaza can document with their mobile phone. But the importance of literature remains that it can say what the mobile phone cannot say, what its owner cannot say, and what we as viewers cannot say when we watch images on screens. We can say it when we write it. We will understand things better when we sit down to write about them. Our understanding of them will deepen, and so will our sadness, for writing is to live or relive what saddened us, delighted us, or worried us indirectly or from a distance. My insistence on the visual image perhaps reflects my vision of what is happening. It is an insistence on Palestinian visibility, a coming out from darkness into light, the light we will reach despite everything. It is an insistence on the idea that we are unerasable. Every time they try to erase us, we become clearer. Look at the world that was blind to us before and how it sees us now. The student movement in solidarity with Gaza and Palestine around the world is a great thing, as great as a miracle. That's June 2024, Ibrahim Nasrallah. Thank you to all the organizers, all the poets, everyone, and please, solidarity, free Palestine. We'll give you now to people who are in Australia and Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Free Palestine. Welcome everyone to this global poetry reading by poets hailing from across so-called Australia to Aotearoa, also known as New Zealand. Poets who are here in solidarity with Gaza and Palestine and beyond. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the custodians of the land on which we poets gather, particularly poets from so-called Australia. Normally, I would be coming to you from beautiful Bidjigal country, the land that I am so blessed to live on. I want to pay my respects to the ancestors, the elders of this land, past and present. And I want to acknowledge that sovereignty was never ceded. We honor Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples' cultural and spiritual connections to the lands, the waters, seas, the skies, their stewarding of stories and relationships, especially since time immemorial. This always was and always will be Aboriginal land, as sure as we say from the river to the sea. And I'd like to extend this solidarity to all Indigenous peoples everywhere who are struggling for liberation, from so-called Australia to Aotearoa, New Zealand, to Palestine, to Turtle Island, where I am actually recording from today, on what is known as Thanksgiving of all days. I give thanks to the caretakers of this land here, never forgetting its history and never being led astray by falsehood. We are with you till the end, until liberation for us all. Now tonight, we gather across borders and time zones, I should say arbitrary borders in some cases, and time zones, united by a shared commitment to justice, to freedom, and the transformative power of poetry and of art. Poetry has long been a vessel of resistance, of connection, of identity, and a keeper of memory. In times of immense loss and injustice, in times of erasure and cultural genocide that we are seeing right now, what Ibram Kendi, a race scholar, calls crimes against history, not just crimes against humanity, we know that our poetry is both a personal and collective intervention. It is a legacy, a space where memory, story, and imagination converge to honor what has been passed down to us, while we also create new pathways of expression to take us to futurities and alternative futurities. Now, I'm so deeply honored to say that the poets in this lineup embody the spirit, and they bring with them not only an excellence of craft, but the weight of their words also, I think reflects the depth of their lived experiences and their histories. And through their voices, we amplify the struggles of Palestinians and their right. Well, we affirm and amplify the struggles of Palestinians and their right to liberation. And we also affirm the essential truth that to speak of Palestine is to speak of humanity, dignity, and unyielding resistance. And I also want to say that Palestinians on the front lines have been insisting on life, and we uplift them, we uplift their legacy, we honor their struggle, and we uplift the legacy of all Indigenous people around the world. I'm deeply honored to introduce the featured poets in this lineup in order of appearance, I hope. First and foremost, we have Dr. Randa Abdel Fattah, who is an award-winning writer, human rights activist, and advocate. And Randa's work fearlessly interrogates identity, justice, the politics of belonging, and offers us, she truly is an unshakable voice of solidarity and clarity. Randa is author of a dozen, probably more, novels that have been translated across various languages as well. And she's an academic working in areas of Islamophobia, race, Palestine, the war on terror, youth identities, and social movements activism, and a dear, dear friend and mentor and teacher to so many, myself included. Then we have Sarah Qasim from Aotearoa. Sarah is a rising poet, I think, whose work weaves together the personal and the political. Sarah captures the nuances of diaspora and identity and speaks to the silences and stories of displacement. She is currently working on her new collection, and I think is a formidable voice, and I'm so excited to hear more from her soon. Jumana Abdu is a novelist and an original mind. I cannot tell you how incredible her work is, her writing, and it's incomparable. It's elegant. It's evocative. Her debut novel, Translations, which is out now, has just been released, is all those things and more. So I implore you to check her out. Omar Sucker. As one of Australia's most celebrated poets today, Omar's words are fierce, tender, uncompromising, and he illuminates the intersections of heritage, queerness, power, race, and he is working on a poetry collection called In the Genocide, which should be out soon. And I've heard and read some of the poems, and it truly shakes you to your core. And we're really lucky to have him today. Mohammed Hassan is an internationally acclaimed poet and journalist. Mohammed's work is a masterclass in storytelling, bringing sharp insight and profound empathy to themes of exile, loss, and resistance. And he is also a friend and has been for close to a decade now. And my one and only performance in Aotearoa was actually at his behest or his invitation. Omar Musa is a powerhouse of spoken word and literature. Omar's performances leave no room for doubt or apathy, and he confronts us with raw truths and the indomitable spirit of those who fight for freedom. And speaking of fighting, he's actually in a competition this weekend, so wish him the best of luck raising money for Gaza and other areas of need. So yeah, it's the dog in the fight, right? The spirit. Aline Chong, an award-winning poet of lyrical grace. Aline has written 9 poetry books and is actually a giant in poetry. She's a gift, offers insights. Her poetry offers insights into love and loss, tradition and compassion. Such a stunning, stunning poet, and I'm really lucky that we have her here today with us. And last but not least, I will be starting us off reading some poetry as well. I'm a poet, a writer, a human rights advocate, lawyer, and a daughter of migrants from Palestine, Egypt, and Lebanon. My sis, staunch Evelyn Araluen, staunch poet and writer Evelyn Araluen, will be hopefully kicking us off for the second hour of this segment. Now, lastly, as each of us poets takes the proverbial stage tonight, I invite you to listen and let their words carry you beyond what is possible toward the unequivocal, certain promise of hope and liberation. So let us begin. This is my piece, say Free Palestine. For I love you, say Free Palestine. For snooze the alarm and snooze it again, say Free Palestine. For I need a drink, won't you hold the ice, say Free Palestine. Enter your 6-digit PIN here, then say Free Palestine. For are you seeing someone? Say Free Palestine. And for anything pumpkin spice, say Free Palestine. For I'm freezing my insert whatever body part here off, say Free Palestine. And for the Great British Bake Off and Love Island and The Bachelor and Love is Blind Habibi, say Free Palestine. For separation of church and state, say Free Palestine. For Twitter, because I ain't calling that shit X, say Free Palestine. For the limit does not exist, say Free Palestine. Don't say rush hour, say Free Palestine. Don't say happy birthday, say Free Palestine. And definitely don't say happy Thanksgiving, say Lenape land, say land back, and then say Free Palestine. Don't say sorry, just say Free Palestine. Don't say humanitarian pause, say Free Palestine. Maybe don't say there are two sides to this story. Don't say conflict. Don't say collateral damage. Don't say eviction. Don't say self-defense. Just say Free Palestine. Say you are a demographic threat, then say Free Palestine. For bedtime lullabies, sing أنا دمي فلسطيني فلسطيني فلسطيني. Then say Free Palestine. For F the police, well, definitely say F the police. And say no justice, no peace from the river to the sea, then say Free Palestine. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, marhaba. My name is Randa Abdel Fattah, and today I'm going to be reading from my picture storybook, 11 Words for Love, illustrated by Maxine Beneba Clark. Al-Hub. There are 11 words for love, and my family knows them all. Al-Wud. There's sunshine, warm friendship that grows and glows after two people meet. Al-Hawa. And love that comes like a sudden breeze, sweeping you off your feet. Al-Hanan. Love, marshmallow heart tender, dissolving all tears, love that is gentle and kind. Al-Ishq. And love between two souls, souls that are closely entwined. There are 11 words for love, and my family knows them all. Al-Haneen. There's love that aches with cherished memories of loved ones gone too soon. Al-Sharaf. And love that hits you smack bang in the face, the kind that makes you swoon. Al-Wala'. There's love that keeps growing, plants joy in your heart. Shu'. And love that burns, that yearns to touch homeland, heartland soil one last time. There are 11 words for love, and my family knows them all. Hub. At-ta'allaq. There's sacred love binding sisters, two hearts that cling tight. Al-Mahabba. And love between long-time neighbors, baked cakes, plant watering, small talk at night. Al-Wala'. There's love that is loyal, slobbery kisses and running in the park. Love that is pure, always happy stamped into your heart. There are 11 words for love, and my family knows them all. For lovely it is to love and be loved, facing the world, heart full. And how lovely it is to be loved and to love with courage, standing tall. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shumana Abdul. I am a doctor and the author of Translations, which is my debut novel. I'm not much of a poet, so I'm going to read poetry by some Palestinian poets today. We'll start with a few from one of my favorite collections of poetry by Mahmoud Darwish called A River Dies of Thirst. These translations are by Catherine Cobham. We arrived too late. At a light-hearted stage of life we call maturity, we are neither optimistic nor pessimistic. We've renounced passion and longing, and calling things by their opposites because we were so confused between form and essence, and we have practiced thinking calmly before expressing ourselves. Wisdom has procedures similar to those of a doctor examining a wound. As we look behind us to see where we stand in relation to ourselves and reality, we ask, how many mistakes have we made? Have we come to wisdom too late? We are unsure which way the wind is blowing, for what is the use of achieving anything too late, even if there is someone waiting for us on a mountainside, inviting us to offer up a prayer of thanksgiving because we have arrived safe and sound, neither optimistic nor pessimistic, but too late. This next one's called Green Flies, and it struck me as being incredibly prescient for a poem that was written many, many years before what we're witnessing today. The scene is the same as ever, summer and sweat and an imagination incapable of seeing beyond the horizon. And today is better than tomorrow, but the dead are what's new. They're born every day, and when they're trying to sleep, death takes them away from their drowsiness into a sleep without dreams. It's not worth counting them. None of them asks for help from anyone. Voices search for words in an open country, and the echo comes back clearly, woundingly, there's nobody here. But there's somebody who says it's the killer's right to defend the killer instinct, while the dead say belatedly it's the victim's right to defend his right to scream. The call to prayer rises to accompany the indistinguishable funerals, coffins hastily raised in the air, hastily buried. No time to carry out the rites. More dead are arriving at speed from other raids, individually or in groups, or a whole family with no orphans or grieving parents left behind. The sky is leaden grey, the sea blue-grey, but the colour of blood is hidden from the camera by swarms of green flies. This one is the titular poem of the collection, called A River Dies of Thirst. A river was here, and it had 2 banks, and a heavenly mother who nursed it on drops from the clouds. A small river, moving slowly, descending from the mountain peaks, visiting villages and tents like a charming, lively guest, bringing oleander trees and date palms to the valley, and laughing to the nocturnal revelers on its banks. Drink the milk of the clouds, and water the horses, and fly to Jerusalem and Damascus. Sometimes it sang heroically, at others passionately. It was a river with 2 banks and a heavenly mother who nursed it on drops from the clouds, but they kidnapped its mother, so it ran short of water and died slowly of thirst. This next is a poem I love. I think it's so searing and, in a dark way, quite funny. The Law of Fear. The killer looks at the spectre of the dead man, not into his eyes, without regret. He says to those around him, "Don't blame me, I'm afraid. I killed because I'm afraid, and I'll kill again because I'm afraid." Some of those present, accustomed to favoring psychological analysis over the laws of justice, say he is defending himself. Others, admirers of the idea that progress is superior to morality, say justice emanates from the generosity of power. The victim should apologize for the trauma he has caused the killer. Scholars of the distinction between life and reality say, if this ordinary event had taken place anywhere but here in this holy land, would we have known the victim's name? Let us then turn our attention to comforting the frightened man. When they went down the road of sympathizing with the killer, some foreign tourists passing by asked them, "What has the child done wrong?" They answered, "He will grow up and frighten the frightened man's son." "What has the woman done wrong?" They said, "She will give birth to a memory." "What has the tree done wrong?" They said, "A green bird will appear from it." And they shouted, "Fear, not justice, is the basis of power." The spectre of the dead man appeared to them from a cloudless sky, and when they opened fire on him, they did not see a single drop of blood, and they were afraid. This one I find also very funny and captures the sort of existential absurdity that Darwish does so beautifully. It's called Life to the Last Drop. If someone said to me again, supposing you were to die tomorrow, what would you do? I wouldn't need any time to reply. If I felt drowsy, I would sleep. If I was thirsty, I would drink. If I was writing, I might like what I was writing and ignore the question. If I was having lunch, I would add a little mustard and pepper to the slice of grilled meat. If I was shaving, I might cut my earlobe. If I was kissing my love, I would devour her lips as if they were figs. If I was reading, I would skip a few pages. If I was peeling an onion, I would shed a few tears. If I was walking, I would continue walking at a slower pace. If I existed, as I do now, then I wouldn't think about not existing. If I didn't exist, then the question wouldn't bother me. If I was listening to Mozart, I would already be close to the realms of angels. If I was asleep, I would carry on sleeping and dream blissfully of gardenias. If I was laughing, I would cut my laughter by half out of respect for the information. What else could I do, even if I was braver than an idiot and stronger than Hercules? And this one is called Half and Half. You live by halves. You are not you or someone else. Where is I in the darkness of resemblance? As if I am a ghost walking towards a ghost, when all I am is a person who has walked past the ghost. I emerged from my first image to catch up with the ghost, and it shouted as it disappeared, "Watch out, my other self." And to finish, I want to switch to a poem by Hiba Abu Nada, which maybe you have heard before, called I Grant You Refuge. I grant you refuge in invocation and prayer. I bless the neighborhood and the minaret to guard them from the rocket, from the moment it is a general's command until it becomes a raid. I grant you and the little ones refuge, the little ones who changed the rocket's course before it lands with their smiles. I grant you and the little ones refuge, the little ones now asleep like chicks in a nest. They don't walk in their sleep towards dreams. They know death lurks outside the house. Their mother's tears are now doves, following them, trailing behind every coffin. I grant the father refuge, the little one's father who holds the house upright when it tilts after the bombs. He implores the moment of death. Have mercy, spare me a little while. For their sake, I've learned to love my life. Grant them a death as beautiful as they are. I grant you refuge from hurt and death, refuge in the glory of our siege. Here in the belly of the whale, our streets exalt God with every bomb. They pray for the mosques and the houses, and every time the bombing begins in the north, our supplications rise in the south. I grant you refuge from hurt and suffering, with words of sacred scripture. I shield the oranges from the sting of phosphorus, and the shades of cloud from the smog. I grant you refuge in knowing that the dust will clear, and they who fell in love and died together will one day laugh. Hiba Abu Nada was a novelist, poet, and educator, an award-winning writer who lived in Gaza, and she wrote this poem 10 days before she was killed in an airstrike on her home. And one of her last acts was to grant us refuge in this poem. It was translated by Huda Fakhreddin. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. My name's Omar Seika. I'm recording these poems on the lands of the Darug people, whose sovereignty was never ceded. I'm a guest on these lands, and I always will be, in large part due to the imperial violences wreaked in the Middle East, which are ongoing. Much like the horrors of colonization here. I'm going to read some poems from the Nightmare Sequence, which responds to the genocide in Palestine, and that I've been writing since November of last year. It's really hot in my office. I don't have air conditioning, so I'm sweating. Just FYI. Timely in the genocide. Am I in time, dearest? Can I step out to arrest death with a verse, meter as matrix, or do we face only ourselves on this page? Please tell me who I am in time for. How is it I am always here in killing limelight before my ancestors' birth? Limits in the genocide. Every child's corpse is mine, I fear. Not being able to undo this grim fatherhood, I fear it's undoing even more. Since the birth of my son, I see him everywhere. Dying and living and starving, babushka boy, buried 13,000 times at least, and I'm not inured, much as I beg to be. To the ruins arriving with each dawn and shroud, of course I've gone mad. Yeah, what else could you expect? Who would choose to father this world, every single child, voluntarily? Don't tell me that's what we did. God knows I'm not God. I'm just looking for the limits everyone testifies a heart must have, an intangible fatigue, a line where care stops. Where is the line that stops care? I haven't found it, God. Come closer if you have, love. Whisper the words in my ear. I will take them to my grave. Words in the genocide. There are no words for this, we repeat. I think about this. Instead of the dead, the brain matter, the reddened kids. There have never been more words in English and Arabic. 1,000 novels, 100,000 poems, decades of song, laws days long, a thesis stack that can reach the sun. What if I told you the reader is moved? Not at all. And the listener laughs, stuffed in a mangled woman's wedding dress. No doubt the Times would edit her out. The original woman, the marriage, flesh. Murderers wear their victims' clothes in demolished homes, grinning. I can't think of a better description for Zionism. Killing my love of drag is the least of its crimes. I think about the seamstresses and tailors, the careful measurements, Months of labor, the elegance of knuckles, an art meant to be recorded from every angle to stun even the future. How they work their whole lives to be in the picture. How we work just as hard not to be like the times. We edit us out of frame. Devastation in the genocide after Ferdi Judah, who asked if we had checked in on our devastation this morning. Ferdi, I checked on her as you instructed. We call each other mother. You know, she produced me as I produce her. In the garden where she weeps, tears as large and audacious as cities. Between Al-Mun and Al-Quds, between Sydney and Syria, I ask her, why have you not destroyed my enemy? Did his invitation get lost in the mail? What do you mean he's here too? With a somber mien and damp napkin. My God, get out! Get out, all of you! Get all of me out, mother! Oh, mother! You have no purpose other than love. Like any poem, I try to make this human, fool that I am, married to undying myth. Didn't God warn not to look at what was wrought with a pillar of womanly salt? My mother's tongue clarifies. Only the martyr is a witness, and their words do not speak for us, but against. I have enormous love for Ferdi's work, and if you haven't read his extraordinary books, you simply must. Poetry in the genocide. To the limbless child and the haunted eyes, to the charismatic boy smiling despite, and the scalped toddler in his father's arms, or a man's arms anyway. And anyone holding together the torn apart child is a father in that moment, I swear to God. To the frustrated, the enraged, the wailing, the numb, the exhausted, to every hand with a lidless gaze recording their most intimate ruin, their relentless loving, for the indifferent cloud and useless masses, I have to say, welcome to poetry, and I'm sorry. Amid the universe of indignities that this was ever called porn. A label given not to the giddy politicians bending over to sign missiles, but the rendering of the victim's refusal to vanish into the rubble. No, Habibi, this is poetry. And I would not wish poetry upon anyone. Poetry salutes the dirt filling up the mass graves and shrouds the dead solemnly and rots in the mouth of the soldier. Poetry fails daily, laughs, and gets up again with a cracked face. Poetry opens your whole wretched spirit and keeps opening until you know yourself with an exactitude that only the divine can bear without collapse, and not a thing can stop it. Everyone in Palestine is a poet. Oh, you have shown us ourselves. And this is a wound from which there can be no recovery. And this is the last poem I'll read. Genocide in the genocide. I walk in the fields of genocide. I came here for Palestine. The crowds are enormous. We stand shoulder to shoulder, heart to heart. Here, my Yemeni brothers. There, my Sudanese sisters. Here, my Rohingya kindred. There, my Uyghur beloveds. Here, my Congolese uncles. There, my Wiradjuri cousins. Here, my Armenian comrades. There, my Kurdish aunties. Here, My Afghan elders there, my Syrian blood here, my Iraqi family. I came here for Palestine and found the world. If you are searching for yourself, stop. Everyone is here. The question is, what are you doing with your hands? Free Palestine, free Lebanon. Inshallah, we will all be free in our lifetimes.
Kia ora tātou. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Muhammad Hassan, and it is my distinct pleasure to be standing here in solidarity today with Palestinian readers, writers, and people all around the world. I'm also standing in solidarity with the people of the land that I'm speaking to you from, Aotearoa, New Zealand, the Tangata Whenua, Maori, the indigenous people of this heartland, who are now also fighting to protect their sovereignty, their dignity, and their founding document, the treaty that established this place on what it is today and that allowed me as an immigrant to be here with them. I'm standing with them, and I'm standing with the Palestinians. I have 3 poems for you, 2 of them my own and 1 from a poet that I admire deeply. The first one is called When They Ask You Where You Are Really From. Tell them. Tell them you are an unrequited pilgrim, 2 parallel lives that never touch, a whisper or a window to what your country could be if only it opened its arms and took you whole. Tell them about the moon, how she eats at your skin, watches you pray and fast and cry while the world sleeps, how she gives birth to herself and dies and you wish upon her children, how you wander her night, plant cardamom in your friends' eyes, cumin in their teeth, za'atar on their brow, lick the rest off your fingertips, it tastes of visa on entry, heaven with no random checks. Around the iftar table, everyone speaks of politics and God, trans rights and colonialism, but we forget we did not speak the empire's tongue once. So when they ask you why you speak so well for an immigrant, tell them about your grandmother's laugh, how you never quite knew whether she was story or myth, the upper lip in your conviction or a song ringing in your bones, drifting in through the kitchen window with the fried shrimp and the newspaper voodoo dolls. Tell them how you have always been a voodoo doll, your feet licking the flames, the stovetop eye, a television screen, a newspaper bulletin, an open casket, the needle pushing and pulling through your skin. Every puncture is a question played by an accusation. Every bullet hole is an answer you have to fill with silence, with religion, with Xanax and daytime television. And when the muezzin calls you to pray on the radio, you'll wrap your limbs in cotton sheets, walk through the crowd with your hands in your mouth, waiting for the gun. As a journalist, this year has been difficult because I've had to grieve the loss of 120 of my colleagues in Gaza, 120 Palestinian journalists that should not have been killed. And I've had to also contend with the deafening silence of my colleagues around the world in newsrooms that really should have been standing up and speaking and haven't. This poem is called The Hippocratic Oath. Breaking. Something has happened, is happening, is about to happen. It is too early to tell. We think there is life, an infant, a water supply, a nursery. We think death. We think famine. We cannot verify. Reports suggest 100, suggest a universe, a family tree, a policy. We cannot know for sure. Pink crayons on a surgical floor suggest coloring book, suggest human shield, suggest restraint on all sides, impossible to conclude. A black vest in the wastewater spells press, spells colleague, spells international law, spells whose side are you really on. A smoke trial A trail in the sky signals warning, signals precision strike, signals God's wrath on your children, signals 5 minutes to pack your wedding photos. A humming in the clouds draws closer, grows angry, rattles chalk against a blackboard, and the teacher smiles and sings louder. But we cannot hear her over the drones, over the death toll, over the music from the campaign rally, over the tear gas canisters on the campus lawn. An official spokesperson says nothing, says we don't have all the facts, says our counterpart, says our ally, says our client, says our past is not available for comment at this time. The headline in the morning reads anagram. Rearrange truth and it reads narrative. Remove emotion and it reads objective. Remove action, culprit, crime, and victim. Only then we can verify. Only then we can publish. Only then we can know for sure where to hang our heads and sleep soundly while the gargle in our throat screams murder. I wanted to end with a poem that I think is really precious, and it means a lot to me as a writer and as a poet. And it is by the Palestinian-American poet Lina Khalaf Tufaha, who just won a major national book award, deservedly. And this poem of hers is called Ruin. If monuments are all that survive us, if Palmyra, dead for centuries, is all that stands for beauty, if, blind to the blackened skies and the savagery of an unmaking, the eyes of a statue call to us, if the Aramaic of ruins speaks to us like no mother tongue, nor parched throats of orphans have, if a hunger stirs in each of us for a temple empty of worship, if our pulse quickens for the ghost of Zenobia's gowns, her diaphanous gaze, while the living knee-deep into their deaths, in smoldering cities, in boats dissolving in the sea, in swollen bellies of refugee camps. If all that breaks our hearts is yesterday, and the silent colonnade anticipating the dynamite, if all we love is a lost world, then let the dust swallow our names. Let the maps beneath our feet burn. If all we are is past, who are these millions now gasping for air? Stunning poem and a beautiful writer. And that is me. Thank you so much for listening. And I am so honored and grateful to pass the mic on to the next poet in this lineup. Once again, if you can, please give generously. And kakite. Assalamu alaikum.
What's going on, everybody? My name is Omar bin Musa, coming to you live and direct from Kota Kinabalu, East Malaysia. I just want to send out a whole lot of love and solidarity to everyone during these difficult times. Free Palestine, free Gaza. I'm just gonna do a couple of poems, actually some songs without the music, and hopefully it brings you some spirit or semangat in the Malay language. I'm gonna start like this. I'd forgotten how it felt, sipping from the bottle at the bottom of the shelf. Every cell was a coffin or a cell felt rotten to the core at the bottom of the well. Nightmares every day up in this dream world. Like many, I grew up in between worlds, Asian and white, country and city, Muslim and secular, fight 'em or fly. My parents educated, I grew up in the queue with friends who never made it. My nation never catered to black and brown kids, they made us ill-fated. I try to take my privilege and give you something sacred. I'm not a saint, made a lot of mistakes. I used to wake in a foreign cityscape with the sheikhs. Every day, heating up the dinner plate, chop a baggie of white lies and say grace. Now I make a white flag from a pillowcase, tear a self-eulogy up and make a ticker tape. Throw it like confetti, sail and steer steady. Fire in my belly, I'm ready. Are you ready? I'm ready. I feel the moon glowing on my skin. Try to call my brother who is blowing in the wind. Will I see you again? I'm making poems from my sins. Right now is the moment to begin. Hoping to repent, live it right, flip my life in one night. Try to talk to God, I found I was tongue-tied. Shooting for the stars, I found I was gun-shy. Living in the dark, but I'm digging for sunshine. Clouds on fire, we are warned by the weather. Flames on the sea, there are storms in the desert. Feathers on the devil, there are horns on a cherub. We're made a contradiction, man, it's all on the record. Listen, listen to the drum of your heart. A life of crossroads and these numberless paths. Summon up our pain into wondrous art. All together we are stronger than the sum of our parts. All love. Thank you. I'm gonna now do a song that I made with a wonderful poet and a dear friend, Sarah Saleh, who actually invited me to do this. So much love and shout out to her. Just gonna take a sip of coffee. It's kind of early in the morning here. Need some jet fuel to get going. All right. This one is called Too Hard to Say. I used to pray 5 times a day when I was younger. I'd hear my dad calling me to prayer in the morning. And if I wouldn't wake, he'd tug me on the toe, sprinkle water on my face. I would know it was dawn. Time to wake up, wash face and feet. Wishing I was still asleep. I would hear him recite from the Arabic language. It sounded beautiful, but I couldn't understand it. Because we only spoke Bahasa and English in our home. A vivid disconnect, but no, I'm not alone, even so. It was a moment of peace, but the problem was I never believed. He would say, there is no compulsion in our faith, but if I challenged anything, he'd go into a rage, so I just went silent, and I seethed all the while, just wanted reprieve. Man, this is too hard to say. It's getting too hard to say. It's too hard to say. This is too hard to say, man, it's getting too hard to say. See, some gonna hate, some gonna relate. I'm only trying to find my place, wanna find my place. Some gonna relate, maybe one day we'll find our way. So I left home quietly, broke free, stepping out in society. So relieved, I was sipping on a cup, more than happy enough to escape from the sermons and the piety. I was raised in a persecuted sect that preached pacifism and community respect, saw hypocrisy, but my heritage was something that I wouldn't reject, and my country had plans for me. My name, Omar bin Musa, I'm proud of it, but people bristle at the very sound of it. Every time I'm stepping on a Qantas, treated like a bomb threat. Every time the internet warriors are on deck with the death threats, or there's a terrorist act, see me as accomplice. Just as bad, the well-meaning wanting my analysis and the Islamic historical context, I tell them, this is too hard to say. It's getting too hard to say. It's too hard to say. This is too hard to say, man. It's getting too hard to say. See, some gonna hate, some gonna relate. I'm only trying to find my place. I wanna find my place. Some gonna relate. Maybe one day we'll find our way. See, my secular friends think it's something I could give up on, like a dead star that I used to wish upon. They don't get it. You can't just wave a wand and then like sleight of hand, that part of you is gone. It's not as simple as that. Religion is culture, and culture enwraps all the parts of yourself that you didn't even know were there. The way I make poems like prayers, I learn it from the preachers, the way they do speeches, incandescence that I seek in my art. Caring about the poor, equality and charity I learned from reading the Quran and paying zakat. They say you could have learned that without religion. The fact is I didn't. I'm trapped again, too Muslim for them and not enough for them. Where the hell will it end? Trapped in the middle again, trapped in the middle again. Trapped in the middle again, trapped in the middle again. Good Lord. Trapped in the middle again, trapped in the middle again, trapped in the middle again. Tell me, where does it end? Thank you so much. That was too hard to say. I'm going to end on a really, really short poem. I just wrote it in my diary the other day. I'll do it first in Malay and then in English. But thank you so much for having me. Lots and lots of love and solidarity. Kamu adalah apa yang kamu makan. Mereka mau kita telan kesunyian, dibasuh dengan petrol. Sebaliknya, kita makan biji-biji benih dan bercakap bunga-bunga. Bebaskan Palestin. You are what you eat. They want us to swallow silence, wash it down with petrol. Instead, we eat seeds and speak flowers. Free Palestine.
Chingiwala, hello. My name is Evelyn Araluen. I'm speaking to you today from the lands of the Wurundjeri peoples of the Kulin Nation, upon whose unceded sovereignty we are today paying our respect and our honour to. I am a Bundjalung woman born and raised in the Aboriginal community of Western Sydney. I'm a poet and an editor and a teacher, and I consider myself an ally in the struggle for Palestinian liberation. I'm really honoured to be joined by my esteemed colleague and comrade, Jonathan Dunk.
Hi there. I'm also speaking to you from Wurundjeri country, although I'm a settler. I'm a poet and a scholar and an editor with Evelyn of Overland Literary Journal.
So today we are continuing this poetry train. We're going to be hearing from a number of different speakers, including myself and Jonathan, about who'll be reading their own works, but also works that are interrogating and reflecting on the context of Palestine, Palestinian struggle, and Palestinian liberation. We consider ourselves to be, I think, workers in this context. Obviously, Jonathan being a settler and I being a First Nations person, the roles that we occupy in this settler colony are forever linked and entangled in different structures and forms and layers of oppression and state violence, those that affect the colonial centre and other colonised states and nations such as Palestine. We work for a journal called Overland, and we have been one of few Australian publications that have been putting themselves forward to actually amplify and work with Palestinian voices. So we know that this is a really brutal context of suppression and silencing that's working very actively against Palestinian voices and other Arab voices, Lebanese voices as well in this colony and in others. And we do take that responsibility very seriously. And thinking as poets as well, I think the relationship between poetry and the broader political struggles that motivate.
Completely.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. I think events like this and the extraordinary demonstrations we've seen every weekend, speaking as a settler complicit in a number of different colonial situations, I think, though, the global witnessings and resistance we've seen over the last year, dark as it was, have actually, I think, really resonantly demonstrated that solidarity remains human and the most human impulse over colonial structures and indeed capitalist impulse to profit. Vis-a-vis poetry, it's complicated. Obviously, there's Shelley's line about poetry being the poets being the unofficial legislators of the world, which I'm sure we all wish were true today. However, of course, you can also think about it in the way that the late Frederick Jameson wrote, that there's no fundamental change in our life and our modes of being that hasn't first thrown off utopian visions like so many sparks from a comet rather. And each of these poems, these hands and acts of solidarity reaching across the globe in mourning, but also in strength, can be thought of just exactly that kind of spark, illustrating, I hope, the better future for Palestinian lives and Palestinian sovereignty we hope one day to see.
We are now going to be listening to some poetry. So myself and Jonathan will be reading, but to introduce the poets, hopefully, and my dearest sister Sarah was making the same sort of joke, hopefully appearing in order. We are so privileged and honoured to be beginning with the poet and musician Hina Baker, who was born in Christchurch, New Zealand and raised in Whakatane and Nelson. Baker's parents have Maori and Pakeha ancestry, which has influenced her writing and work. Baker earned a BA and MA from Victoria University, where she was also the Wellington Writer in Residence in 2014. She authored poetry collections Matuhui/Needle in 2004, Koiwi Bone in 2010, and Waha Mouth in 2014. Her work has been anthologized in the Best of New Zealand, the Best New Zealand Poems 2011, the Auckland University Press Anthology of New Zealand Literature in 2012, and others. On her work, David Eglinton says that there is a sensuousness reflected in the verse, but in a conflicted way, undercut by a sense of smouldering emotion, as though an earlier vulnerability has left the poet bruised by experience.
And if they are indeed appearing in order, we will then witness the work of the wonderful poet Shastra Deo, who was born in Fiji, raised in Melbourne, and now lives and works in Brisbane. Her first book, The Agonist, won the 2016 Arts Queensland Thomas Shapcott Prize and the 2018 Queensland Australian Literature Society Gold Medal. Her second book, The Exclusion Zone, also with UQP, was longlisted for the 2024 Australian Literature Society Gold Medal. Shastra holds a Bachelor of Creative Arts in Writing in English Literature, first-class honours, and a University Medal in Creative Writing, a Master of Arts in Writing, Editing and Publishing, and a Doctor of Philosophy in Creative Writing from the University of Queensland, where she also teaches.
We are also friends with Shastra, so...
We are. Forgive us the humour.
Yes. We will next be hearing from Ariana Tikau. Ariana is a singer, composer, leading player of Taonga Puro, Maori instruments, and New Zealand Arts Laureate. She writes waiata, exploring themes relating to her Kaitui and Kaitu Tahu ancestry, and mana wahine, often drawing upon ancestral korero from her ancestors. I'm so sorry to be butchering the Te Reo Māori here. I adore your language so much. This is my failing. She started performing in 1993 with a folk group Puanamu and has subsequently released 3 solo albums, Wahia in 2002, Tuia in 2008, and From Dust to Light in 2012, and has been involved with many collaborative projects, including Emeralds and Greenstone, Aoea, and Ihimahira. She has been mentored by Richard Nuns, Brian Flintoff, and Hinewaringi Kohu Morgan, 3 of the people who have led the Taonga Poru revival. She regularly works with other Taonga Poru exponents, such as Alistair Fraser and Ruby Solly, collaborating and sharing her knowledge through Wananga. In 2008, she was a soloist in the World of Wearable Arts show in Wellington, and that same year performed in the Pow Pow Pow Festival in Wellington Town Hall, where she was presented with an achievement award from Toi Māori.
And after which we'll be graced by the work of Rob Waters, who is a Gomeroi man with deep cultural connections to the northwest of New South Wales. He is a proud father and grandfather, and now lives with his partner on Darkinjung country. Rob's a poet, storyteller, cultural educator, and spoken word artist, and has been performing and sharing story for over 20 years.
Another dear friend of ours will be reading next, Rafif Ismail, who is an award-winning emerging multilingual writer from Bawlu, WA, colonially known as Perth. Rafif's work explores the themes of home, belonging, and the so-called Australian identity in the 21st century through the lens of a refugee and third culture youth of the Sudanese diaspora. Rafif's work has been published in anthologies and literary magazines across Australia and internationally, with a debut novel forthcoming. Rafif is the current managing director of Jed Press and a participant in the 2020 AFTRS National Talent Comp and 2021 Equity Foundation Screen Diversity Showcase. Rafif learned English by reading comic books and relearned her first language, Sudanese Arabic, through reading poetry. Rafif saw Black Panther about 28 times in the cinema and can stand with the best of them on Doctor Who and Star Trek trivia, which I think is quite a compliment. We'll then be hearing from Jonathan Dunk, after whom we'll be hearing from
another wonderful poet,
Ali Alhaj.
Ali is a poet who constructs poems after hours away from his professional construction role. He has worked on breaking stereotypes in the workplace and on stage. Poetry has become his creative outlet to recount his stories, experiences, and views addressing mental health, politics, discrimination, and identity.
And then after that, you're going to see
I think you're missing
some poetry from me. I promise it has slightly less mispronunciations. Just before we leave you to be blessed by the wonderful poetry of Hina Moana, we just want to say and to reiterate again, so much of our grief and our anger and energy and care and love is with Palestine right now.
As so much of yours is, I'm sure.
As so much of yours is as well. So thank you for allowing us to participate. Thank you for understanding and embracing the role of poetry in this struggle, and free Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tēnā rā tātou katoa, greetings from Aotearoa, New Zealand. My name is Hini Moana Baker. I'm sending much aroha and much solidarity, much love to everyone in Gaza and the West Bank, everyone suffering and surviving, and I farewell all those who've gone, who've been taken. I send much respect to all of those who've been reading, to the organisers of this amazing project, and I'm going to share some of the poems that I've written. I write in general from an Indigenous perspective about love and about climate change and about the horrors that we're witnessing, the horrors of colonialism, past and present. This first poem is for my mother, and it's called Mother. I dedicate it to the mothers of Gaza. Mother is a north wind, and she stops the trembling. Mother has hands of flax and butter, linseed and two-stroke, all the same. We hear the rain try and squall. Mother is Ukaipo and East Coast. She is not north this early morning. Feet of cause and effect, feet of bridges. All of the mother around us, all of the mother under and above us. With her we feel unclumsy and onshore. The adzed and hand-smoothened mother of play, of katakata, of laugh, mother of church and kindergarten, of live and die, mother of born. She calls me dreamer, knee kicker, nail biter, calls me in to eat. My feet are a plant in real life too. Whakataka te hau, kia hi ake ana te ata kura. Mother, oh mother. Now no one can make a non-human object out of me. Mother, oh mother, we have half a bright red hour. We have the whole bled out night through. If you have to be diving, mother, be deep under, with a good heavy roof of ocean on you, good engineering. Mother of language and mother of land, flaxfuls of seed and a hand in your hand. I've just returned to Aotearoa, New Zealand, from Berlin, where any expression of solidarity for Palestine and for the Palestinians who live there is cracked down on really brutally. This poem I wrote for my Arab-speaking friends, for my Syrian friends, for the Palestinian diaspora in Neukölln. Friday night, Neukölln. Way down south, in the south of the South Island of himself, an inky moon casts its dark over greyscale trees. Eagles and meteorites are not, pedestrians rather, reflected in spectacles. No, not even a woman with a blank face holding a basket of yams. Misunderstanding the verb, she offers to edit my cup of tea. In the mirror, endless men slice grilled meat from rotating skewers, cardamom pods, ginger powder, nutmeg. The table steadies us, but where the teapot should be, that black moon again. It's at his wrists, in the palm of his right hand, punched through the walls of the apartment with soaring ceilings. Black circle in boy chest, black circle on girl mouth, black circle corsage. This poem is a poem of recovery after much violence. It's called If I Had to Sing. I have no idea what to call this rebirth, and yet I'm here to name it, to feed the new flame with wood from the old. Language is a flute, a lily, a chair overbalancing, a church we teeter on the threshold of. There are places where they harvest water from the air, drink fog from a glass, then overnight hang the rag back on the bayonet. Does a thing which is reborn need to have died? All those cities still live in my mirrors. They rise and fall again with the sun's rounds, the way the planet carves its own seismic trench in the solar system. The spring charges and recharges its river system, while on the columns of our lives press unimaginable stresses. Hold me up now, as I do you. Sing and steady me under your strong, sure feet. I'm just going to do 2 more poems. I spent time with a team of others repatriating ancestral human remains from cultural institutions and private collections in Europe, in Germany and Austria. These are ancestors who were taken. Some of them were also killed and taken. And their bodies were experimented on, they were studied, or they were simply displayed. It was a great honour to be part of bringing at least some of them home. So this is a poem from that place of considering the effects of necroviolence and the need for healing, the additional need for the healing of that. This is called Ceremony. O Lord of the horseflies, young insects in hot sand heard the call of wind through the eye holes of the skull of my dead ancestor, who is sand. Deity of degradation, all crabs in sea smelled that beautiful, slow slime over bone under the leathering skin of my dead ancestor, who is sea. Jesus of deep infection, wide-winged birds with flutes for bones, saw thick ropes of grasses bind under dunes the spine and ribs of my dead ancestor, who is tree and is bird. Saints of smallpox, prince of eternal prisons, we sing this fibre and sprays of brain matter. We, here and now, yes, we the ones chanting. We pray his platelets and fingernail fragments. Father influenza, greed god, gourmet god. We sanctify the eyelid, gumline and cartilage. We pray his cranium. Incant her lower jawbone. Mother measles, gang rape god, greed god, priest of pistols, we step his tarsals lightly, dance her metatarsals, we live his splinters, we are her shards, we shimmer her bright gristle, pestilence priest, priest in paradise. We are the ceremony the sea sent. Thank you for your attention, and I wish all of you peace, health, well-being, aroha, and an end to these horrors. Moriora.
Hi, I'm Shastra Dare. I live, work and write on the stolen land of the Yagara and Turrbal people, the first poets of this country. Although colonial violence continues to this day, First Nations people have a long and unbroken history of storytelling. I'm reading some poems today in solidarity with Palestine and Lebanon. The first is Poem for My Son in the Years of a Hot War. No, I lived through a time when my dreams were more than this. A good morning at morning, sleep well at night, rough-hewn slice of rye before dawn, a story told honestly, laundry fresh folded in the almost dusk light. I am young enough to know certain qualities of light can pass through the cells of the skin, the soft tissue of a boy's body, moving like blaze through brittle forest. To dream you in the bleach light of a dirty bomb detonated outside the bakery 2 blocks down, night sun kindling your limbs like signal fire. Body the panorama of a man-made sacrifice zone. But that comes later. There are ledges in time on which it is safe yet to stand still. Every day it is morning. Every day I throw back the curtains and watch you turn towards me like a listening ear. Watch you breathe the dust of 10 decades. Watch you pull away, sleep soft, your body carrying your body, as though you don't yet know the weight of those that you love. Every day the wash of light over bed covers. Your hand, your cheek, your eyelid lifting. This next poem is from Janine Lean's book, Gawamara Gathering. It's called Forced into Images, a poem to my colonizers. Body is water is body, not a symbol or a metaphor. Body and water are one, same body, together. A river is a body. A body is a river. Rivers have arms, elbows, mouths. They bend, turn, chortle, sing, rage, nurture, run, lie in a bed, give life, destroy it, remember everything. Rivers are contested spaces. When our river bodies are cut up, dammed, straightened out, and polluted, we feel it. Rivers of my country run inland like veins and arteries to a heart. What happens when these are cut, broken, poisoned, severed, savaged? When a river floods, it remembers its former self before it was forced into an image of not self. I am counting all that you took in the numbers you brought. Can it be put back together again, mended, sewn up with thread, leaving only a memory of rough seam backstitching over time? Black bodies are contested spaces, invaded before we are conceived, a battleground of images. Our journeys in your imagination begin long before we hit the road. Skin is everyone's business. Black bodies are public consumption, food for white thought, chewed up, shat out, reconsumed, forced into images, not of our own devising. Prisoners of the mind. Black bodies are for theorists, linguists, anthropologists, historians, ethnographers, white scientists. We make data, statistical reports, policy fodder, textbooks, portraits, postcards, tourist brochures, the stuff of images. Noble savages, wanton women, black Jezebels, murderous heathens, witch doctors, baby-eating cannibals. An ass hanging out of their pants, drunken fringe-dwelling bum. Australia is a violent translation. It's not my myth, it's yours, countries invaded for a nation. A land of grids and gradients, maps and clocks, of mathematics and science that cannot read a body that might be made of water and sand and soil. Things that have more name than I could write on this page if I could ever know them. I am a bad translation, colonial abomination, a sharp-pointed footnote that jabs at the soul of the respectable body of history treading on the page above it. Nation forces its images over our countries. There is no word in my language for environment or climate, just country, Ngurumbang. Rednecks believe that they have conquered an empty land for progress and prosperities. Greenies want to restore a mythic environment to a pristine wilderness of unpeopled space. In between this color politics, I am erased from the picture. Nation tells me my glass is half full. I say I understand your colonial fractions that cut up land, rivers, bodies, half, quarter, 1/8, 1/16. If you were not here, I would not be half in the nation that silences me, divides me with numbers, cuts me with glass, forces me into its image. And I'll finish with this poem called Lychee Season. Like any person during spring, I am standing outside the house as the sun sets. My neighbor's windows bloom with the lean light of afternoon, the bees dawdling still in the wattle. A magpie sighs on the chill perch of a satellite dish. To my left, the road carries cars to or from home, and a man shouts through an open window, maybe saying, "Hey, beautiful," or saying just for the pleasure of saying. So like any person watching the dark eat up the day, I am, despite everything, believing I live in the beginning of a better world. And the clouds, as if in answer, doing what they were born to do, ease open for the fresh peeled moon. Free Palestine, all eyes on Lebanon. We will not be forgiven.
Kia ora, my name is Ariana Tikau. I come to you from Ōtautahi, from the South Island of New Zealand, on the unceded lands of my ancestors. This is a poem called Prayer. Beads of war, a rosary, turning round and round between his finger and thumb, touching each one as it circulates like oxygen in blood. Evidence of atrocity lay on the floor, on the whenua, on the red rock at Ōnawe, like stains on the body bags in Gaza. gagging my throat as they carry her away without ceremony. I see the dead in the eyes of the bereft. Ka mate au I taku tangata. The rosary continues on its relentless spin like the earth on its axis, where nobody pays for their sin. Though the utu unparallels the hara, changing the angle of the earth, now unbalanced towards hurt, towards shame, towards a hopeless game, where the unholy become righteous, the evildoer the hero, the alms dealer the winner, the liar the truth teller. Kai hea te karakia kia tau ai te raki marie. Where is the prayer that will bring about peace? And this is another poem that I wrote recently called A Pound of Flesh. 2,000-pound bombs continue to drop on the people of Gaza. Survivors receive pounds of bloodied flesh in plastic bags instead of the bodies of their loved ones. 154 pounds for an adult, 62 pounds for a child. I remember when I was a child, when I was a little girl, my dad brought home a meat pack from the rugby club room's raffle. How we smiled and crowded around to celebrate his win. But this is no prize. The dead weight of it in my hands. And I ask, how many pounds for a day-old baby? Her soul inflates the bag, floating skyward like a helium-filled balloon. Tēnā koutou.
Yama guys, Rob Waters here. Coming to you from another hotel room, this time in Penang in Malaysia. We're here for the Georgetown Literary Fest. Day one tonight. It's been a bit of a spin out, but yeah, here we are in Penang for the festival for a few days, and then I get to go home. Big shout out I wanted to send to my friend Sarah Saleh, who has invited me to do a reading here for the International Reading for Freedom of Expression and Solidarity with Palestine. And I do not take this lightly, so I just wanted to send all my love to Sarah, all my love to anybody else that's been involved in doing this, and all my love to Palestine. The first poem I want to do is one called Boarding Now. It's a one that I wrote recently, performed it for the first time in the waiting area in Mumbai, and you'll get what I mean. So this one's called Boarding Now. Boarding now, but not for me. It seems forever since I last saw her, and that freshwater country. Black soil plains, back straight, hard back seats holding me back in line again. Stale air, cold at least. Airports and air conditioners condition us to feel homesick. Stuck at the same time as going passers by hold happy faces and conversations of just started journeys. But I wait. Babies cry in the distance, sobs drowned out by announcings of other wheres and other whens. Smells seep through terminal gates, reminders of last night's late night street stalls and cab rides through crowded city streets. They smell familiar and foreign. They smell like here and home. And somewhere inside of me, I know home is sick for me now, but they've just tried to convince us that it's the other way round. Headphones on, I must have missed that old familiar sound. A tap on the shoulder. She points to the screen. Boarding now. Thank you. I think I wanted to read that one because I see it is a privilege that I'm able to go home, that I'm able to miss home, that I'm able to end up back there. A lot of people, as we know, don't get to go home. So that one was for them. This one here is called The Way It's Always Been. It's an older one of mine. Hope you guys like it. Our old people's voices still dance between the trees like children do. Can you hear them singing? Can you hear them telling stories of yesterday? Can you feel the earth rejoice underneath the feet of those young ones stomping? Her ochre, it covers their body too. Do you see that it tells that story too? So they kick the dust through the firelight, on to the nighttime breeze, reuniting the Mother Earth with the Father in the sky, you see, because that's the way it's always been. And that's the way it's always been. We return from them campfires and we wait on the wind. We tell stories of home and that story within, because that's the way it's always been. But now we're stuck in the middle with our hearts outstretched from the beginning times to the time that comes next. And now we're telling language in a story full of disconnects, and they sit and wonder why the fuck that we're perplexed. Is that the way it's always been? Because our old people are still singing, but who now can hear? Because our tongues are all twisted. They cut off our ears. It's only been like that for just 200 years, yet it feels like. That's the way it's always been. But we're relearning to listen. We're untwisting our tongues and we're hearing them stories as if they've just begun. And our old people tell us that those old stories have always been told. They will always be told. Because that's the way it's always been. Just dropped my paper. This last one that I want to do is one that I performed recently in Indonesia, in Bali. There was an event called Fearless Storytelling, this one's called Ceasefire. So I wrote this small poem for the countless numbers of little ones lost in Gaza. I wrote it for the women lost. I wrote it for the men that have been lost. I wrote it for all of the old people that have been lost in this senseless genocide. And I wrote it for Palestine herself. I wanted to add that I write as a Gomeroi man in the full knowledge of what it is like to have your tongue stolen, so I do not wish to tell stories that are not my own. I can only offer my love, my salams, and these here words. Ceasefire. Cease fire. I offer these words for the daughters and the sons. I offer them for those little ones, little lungs, screaming louder than all of the bombs they've dropped on Gaza. They say the smallest bodies weigh the heaviest, but how much heaviness is contained in the bodies of those little ones taken from here and given back to God? They kept count of lives lost on their screens every day, and every day they would say that they wished that they could have done something different, but they would not cease fire. They kept count of the churches, the mosques, the hospitals, the universities and schools that they bombed. News reports tell of schools closed because all their children are now gone. But still they would not cease fire. And then they stopped counting. At first I was angry. I was left speechless. But I found my tongue and this hope that I can teach this generation to be better. And I'm forever grateful that my next generation are still here to be taught. He screeched at me, "What about October 7th? So I asked him, "What year?" I asked, "What about all of those days up until this day here?" I explained that I'm not trying to minimize the loss of those you hold dear, but for the love of God, cease fire. Empty-handed grandmothers lay screaming into alleyways of fallen houses, now disguised as piles of rubble that hold nothing but memories of fallen families. Screaming grandfathers hold limp bodies towards cameras, praying that doctors can somehow breathe life back into the eyes, staring blankly into oblivion. And then they stopped screaming. Voices have been forced into that endless silence. It makes me wonder why have so many people around the world chosen to be silent too. Big love.
Hiya, my name is Rafif Ismail. I'm a Sudanese writer and poet living in Wajak Noongar Buja in so-called Australia. Before I begin, I'd like to extend my solidarity and respects to the Wajak people of the Noongar Nation, on whose land I live as a settler refugee, and extend that respect and solidarity to all First Nations people across the continent of so-called Australia. No part of this continent was ever ceded, it was stolen. It is and always will be Aboriginal land. I'd like to extend my respect and solidarity to all Palestinian people across the world and to everyone experiencing genocide and dispossession and fighting for freedom now. This poem is for those of us who have to negotiate a humanity that everyone else is afforded without compromises, without question. Humanize. I want to write a poem. I want to write a poem. I want to write a poem in this shallow, strangling language. I want to write a poem. I want to write something so profound, it makes you see my people as people. I want to write a poem. I want to write something that shows that solidarity is a verb and silence too is an action. I want to write a poem. But in this cacophony of genocides, where we are imprisoned by the shackles of imperialism, colonialism, and carceral capitalism, where people have chosen to respect fear more than the need for language, I can't write a poem. I can't write a poem. All I can say is, remember us. For we are not silent. We have never been silent. We named our monsters, both systems and symbols long ago, and you let them walk unencumbered among you. Solidarity should not be bargained for. Solidarity should not be begged for. Solidarity is a verb and silence is an action. I can't write a poem. There are no words that would humanize my people in a world built on our dehumanization. None of us are free until all of us are free. Strength and solidarity, everyone. Thank you.
Hi there, this is Jonathan Dunk. I'm talking to you from Wurundjeri country, in a place known these days as Melbourne. I'm talking to you from one colonised place to many others. The first poem I'll read to you today is called Notes on the Hallucinations, and it's from the late Sean Bonney, who, if anyone, would have words for the kind of things we're seeing today. The false structure is collapsing. Move as far away as possible into tradition, into strangeness, into the supernatural. Then you will not get hit. I read that somewhere in Hugo Ball's diaries. I guess from somewhere around 1915. I repeat the words to myself. You will not get hit. Make a scornful face, take out the lights and get into bed. Somehow I manage to sleep and dream that I'm some kind of hunted carnivorous animal running through a moonlit abandoned city. I run past the illuminated, already ruined new developments, the rings, the spirals of light around the towers, the scrublands. I follow some kind of malign, illegible map. I gather stones and rags stained with shit and gold. There are no people. There are no parades. I think they're the words I'm muttering when I wake up, still thinking about Hugo Ball, who of course was a daft resistor, a draft resistor, a refugee. I think that a lot more interesting than whatever happened with his sound poetry. I recognize something of the desperation and the desire expressed repeatedly throughout his diaries to escape into what he calls the supernatural. It puts me in mind of a poem by Ingeborg Bachmann, where she speaks of exile, of feeling like a dead person, of languages you can't understand passing through like ghosts. And I guess those ghosts exist at the point where tradition and strangeness meet, where all that is defined and foul and murdered and imprisoned becomes synonymous with all that is uncharted and unexplained and wonderful. I stare out the window. Everything is dark. Even the lights on the new developments have vanished. It is quiet, diabolically so. I think of my favourite passage in William Blake, where he writes of the moment in every hour that cannot be found, not by the devil, nor by the cops. I think about those moments. I think about the summer when the sun would spin around and round so fast that everything would glow so invisibly, and we could talk in various languages about the need to construct a huge chart of those moments, and that somewhere within those the shape of those moments made, we would find the place where the catastrophe was formed. And by God knows what mixture of alchemy and amphetamine we could thereby uncover the anti-catastrophe. And well, I think a lot of things. And I press my hands to the window and hang my head. I know that somewhere in the darkened city there is a silent place where a tiny, frightened animal is scratching at the dust and earth, and it won't stop until it uncovers some kind of burning rock that will illuminate the entire structure. And in the midst of that illumination, all of our languages will sparkle and burn, and words we have never spoken will lacerate the air. In the meantime, let none of us wipe the blood from our faces. Let none of us claim a difference between day and night, between nightmare and daily routine. And the next poem I'm going to read from you is one of my own, a fairly recent one. It's called Utopiate, and it's styled after a poet I still admire very much, Kjerstin Sutherland. Somewhere, anyway, or the assonant void, tumbleweed crowned with knowing intimations of fissile content, optimal styles of prey, mutation, digital friction, and death stochastic. Generally, it was decided by genetic ostracon that Emmaus had a road to it, and where there is a road, there's a road. So we packed our complicities and our terminal concepts, and somewhere along all that way we built a god to kill, which is a constituent lapse in respectively inherited decision structure, serendipitously and of course pleasantly, but not to say ontically, afforded health, beauty, intelligence, and several kinds of fucking incident to specific mortality, and the iterative faults of the eye-shaped final instance. Anyway, rhapsodic with individuate or at least conspecific grief, slouching back to the wreck to salvage a tasty plank or two at maximum compound rates. I hope that this finds you something rather than nothing. My instant stranger, brother, beloved, hypocrite, lecteur, sibilant, stimulant, my accusing disciple, best loving, best loved, microplasticine, angel of death, hilarious, insipid, delicate, threefold utterance, my lapsing song, my Janaea cannon-fower, my tyrannine horse, my first name, last name, Eloi, Eloi, my other thing, burning bright to the last light of this only schizophreniform day. Anyway, it's more that the form itself inclines to adoration, the blood sublimate to the beauty of fading apperception. Bro, her contradictions. The reeling earth sputting out like a kerosene lamp, or a crankshaft, or a flank of sidereal tundra, or a negatively geared tenantless metaphor, or parasite's dream. As for living, our property relations will do that for us. And is it really an affair if it isn't in cursive? I wouldn't know her from a pile of salt, mate. But we live, metastasizing our rotting dividends to the sarcomic sky. The demiurge grinds his luminous teeth on our insipid hopes and packs our pockets with ruinous names as we derange the moral form of our species. With helical correlations of tracer fire, like an extinct resurrect hacking up the grave clothes by the vestigial claw, like us, or whichever probe it was, moaning, blind Willie Johnson into the evermore outermost. Dark was the night, and cold was the ground on which.
The original piece was written over a year ago, and since then there have been millions of Lebanese and Palestinians displaced and uprooted like the trees they hold so dear. Hundreds of thousands killed and injured before the final count. And when does the count end? How many Nakbas does this account for? Many great leaders have been martyred, but these killers do not realize that they immortalize them, their legacies cemented from within the same concrete rubble their bodies were found in, which brings me back to the complicit and enabling governments. After 76 years, 750,000 people to commence forced migration. Every single one of us would love to know what constitutes provocation. We're dealing with an epidemic that's decades long. If you're convinced of a conflict following MSM rhetoric, it makes you a supporter of obfuscation. You're playing judge and jury in adjudication. You're a proponent of subjugation for those condemning founded retaliation. No, it takes a lot of blood shed for a watershed moment. There are no civilians in settler colonies where there's compulsory drafted military. Those are called dormant armies. And those condemning resistance and resilience, please don't side with us after independence. You don't deserve to celebrate these victories, because this revolution will be televised and you won't get the invite. We will remember your names. We kept receipts of your treason in history's page. Let every stage of tax collection when you backflipped on your opinion, but now funding the next strike for the occupation. The same ones filling Ben Gurion Airport to Europe or USA, your contemporary savior. That's coward settler behavior. You create a Sabra as main character and named it after massacres by the same masochist Hollywood writers and directors. The why can't we just have a two-state solutionist? The not like this revolutionist. The all lives matter pseudo-activists. So we want our independence, indoctrination of right-wing extremists screaming we want Arabs dead in the streets so we can roam freely. We have a right to return the rules changed to appease me. The rockets may as well say sent by Mickey because miss me with that $2 billion from Disney. We're not fans of the Marvel subsidy, but we saw the fans that propelled the winds of change, broke the chains to change minds and realized the truth behind contemporary apartheid. The fans that parachuted through billion-dollar tech undetected, too busy with your TikTok dance, couldn't see the plans of the propellers called extraction fans since they had you fleeing the lands. From the river to the sea, settlers are always the first to flee. From the river to the sea, I see no Israeli state in your ancestry. We know why DNA tests are an illegality, because the USA can flood the military with money, but they couldn't stop the flood that wiped their confidence like a tsunami. Flimsy iron fist, more like mercury melting at the slightest heat, like your political shills who know no iron will, and when tested, your iron bled through, no grit to fight with tooth and nail. They're brittle like your oppressive regime caving in, erasing your Zionist endemic smug grin. Isn't it ironic? You took a breath to lie, you oxidized your polemic. Now your rusty rhetoric is perforating anything metallic. Doesn't all of this sound kind of symptomatic of a certain deficiency specific? Don't you get it? Your brilliant billion-dollar Iron Dome is anemic. I am the diaspora of 16 million eagerly awaiting the return flight home on Middle East Airlines, seeing the others fly high over Mediterranean coastline and out the window. Pastel buildings grace the shoreline. I am the Ahla Sahlas on arrival, the coffee served like words, straight up seda, no sugar, brewed in blue raqqa with floral print over gas stove, you know the one. Grounded by the aroma of Lebanese beans, boiling, blending in with notes of oud that tantalize your nostrils. And I am from where strings play a familiar tune and sing their songs, where saltwater breeze sweeps across skin, uncovering the shores of Sur and Saida laced with a hint of lineage, and I'm home. I am from where you can experience powdery snow, raging waterfalls and serene beaches in one day. Where mountain ranges kiss river mouths, valleys decorated by the cedar evergreen. No need for sunscreen, that Mediterranean sun is forgiving, so get that olive skin glowing. It's where expats don't have to explain that. We're not yelling, we're just Arab. Children of migrants whose tongues trip over themselves, tying their sentences, taking a step towards heritage. Where we revere resilience. When rediscovering identity, remembering our roots, repair mother tongue that we had to bite down on to adopt a new one. Citizens of inoculation, we are cedar trees bearing eucalyptus leaves. Our backyards are of zaytun and tin, living off water in Greenacre to the Lebanese acres of green. We are spores blown overseas. And both sides pray for our return.
Jinkiwala, my name is Evelyn Aralone. I'm a Guri and Kuri woman, born and raised in the Darug and broader Black Western Sydney Aboriginal community, but I'm coming to you today from the lands of the Wurundjeri peoples of the Kulin Nation. I want to honour and pay my respects to their custodianship of country, to their sovereignty, and to the ongoing leadership of the Kulin Nations in these lands. I'm going to read you a few things. Some of them were written directly in light of and thinking about the ongoing genocide in Gaza, and some were written about the shared contexts of dispossession and displacement and settler colonial violence that is experienced between Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and the peoples of Palestine. The first thing I'm going to read is from an essay, a lyric essay of mine from the collection Shape Shifting, First Nations Lyric Nonfiction. And this essay is called How We Have to Live. No one I know is handling this. I don't know how my Palestinian siblings are getting up each day, but they have things that need doing, so we try to do them. No questions asked, no qualifications needed. My Jewish friends and comrades are struggling with their own inarticulable pain, incomprehensible intergenerational traumas being replicated in live action by their supposed communities against the most vulnerable people on earth. I bring ochre to those who are bleeding because I don't know what else to do. I gathered it from the veins of the country my ancestors walked all through the dreaming, wrapped in paper painted by a sister from the red dirt, and shared in land I do not yet understand, for a purpose I'm not ever sure it can achieve. I've been wearing it every Sunday at the marches, walking in that slow and heavy way of rallies that will make my hips ache for the next few nights. I never remember to eat before, and it will be hours of marching or marshalling before I can take it off and even sip water. But I can't think of what else to do beyond bringing the eyes of the spirit world here to witness. I am sure that this escalation of the ever-compounding disruption of the settler colonial social fabric has finally torn the threads too far for repair. Comrades and colleagues I knew previously with only the most abstracted familiarity have been thrown into the collective trauma bond as we meet, march, petition and disrupt on repeat. Many have never known the jagged teeth of history up in their guts, are awkward and stuttered in their processing of the horror that has brought them here. Each of us moving in whatever capacity available, knowing fundamentally that we are all dumb witnesses to histories we likely won't be able to change. If we meet each other's eyes for too long, the edges start to crack, our voices shake. How are you getting on? Are you getting through it? Sometimes they ask me about the referendum, or my dad's health, or if my nephew's diagnosis has progressed. I usually explain who I'm devastated for, as if grief isn't something I get to claim yet. I try to be brief, because there's no way to speak of it all without spilling unreconciled pain in every direction. If I'm not careful with my nights, I'll end up in the howling hours, wine deep and body racked with sobs. There's no polite way to weave it between chants, from the river to the sea. I will never forgive these fucking people for what they made us do to each other. Always was, always will be. Today I saw a video of a toddler's body strewn through the rubble, and it's not my grief. Gaza, Gaza, don't you cry. I'm no mother, and it's not my grief. I'm here, and it's not my grief. Palestine will never die. I'm safe, and my people lived, and it's not my grief. A friend in England tells me he can't listen to the news because he's worried his son will hear it. He describes a telephone conversation where he is told a colleague's entire family has been erased in an instant. I am unhinged from the universe and cannot speak the polite languages of consolation, so I tell him I've been listening to a song. I've been thinking about how we live versus living with ourselves, of what we'll do in the long future when we're not bathing children or brushing their hair. Each parent I talk to can't stop staring at their children, their perfect intact limbs. Every post on my news feed is another preemptive fossil of a people forced to write their own eulogies, dig their own graves. Every colonized person I know doesn't know what to do with themselves, with their relatives' safety, their relatives' survivance, their old people's griefs brushing the edges of this latest horror of worlds. Those who don't speak are not my kin anymore. Those who are silent are from before the war. All I know is that none of us can live the way we used to live before this, in the before times when the world had been convinced that genocide was a sublimated and underhanded act committed in the dark, those days before there could be no feasible way for even the most comfortable to deny that power is pain and violence and the force to claim consent in the name of people who will rise up on the streets against you. This has made explicit things that the colonized have known for generations, and the urge to scream, "We told you so," is always lodged in my throat. But I swallow and keep marching because there is nothing else I know how to do. I feel sure this has changed something, but I've been wrong before. I'm also going to read some poems from my book Drop Bear. This poem, Unreckoning, is a response to the narratives of reconciliation that are so often used to uphold liberal governments in settler colonial states. And I decided, instead of thinking about reconciliation as it was designated by the colony, I would think about what our lives and lands might look like if we were allowed to live on them with actual liberty. Unreckoning. Sis, I have a ghost story. A river flows fat with bream and cod and perch. Here, where the soil has parted for the belly of creators, the stones in shape of the foot of God, the river ripples songs for their journeys through the land. Black bodies splash shards of golden light. There is enough, and enough, and enough. I promise where we stand now, sis, on the dusty banks of the basin, where a dry, dead river gum slouches brittle into the spelching mud, is only memory for the water that gathers and makes green the living. Under and over the silence and clunky chains of the colonizing tongue, there is speaking in the rustle of leaf and call of bird. These are the words the land knows, for it made them in the cradles of country, in the salt and sand of sound. Sods carry through track and tract, lines are traced of the living nowhere to dance. I swear nothing of the immemorial slumbers, sis. This is the voice I used to call you and the one you used to answer. I know there are other everywhens, and not far from ours, sis, the sun burns behind mountain to light campfires in the sky. A child returns from the day to waiting arms. There is water and language and loving and all the rights of home. She knows her name and her mother's name and her grandmother's name and the names of ancestor and relation and creation and the names of those who will come. She knows the earth that knows her. She is home, and she will never be made to leave. Sis, I am haunted in and out of dreaming. I don't know if we're the nightmares. The last thing I'm going to read is a poem of mine. It was originally written thinking about other violences and injustices of the state, but I think forever it has been changed to be now a poem about Palestine. For power, for prayer, for promise, for peace. In the absence of power, say we will not forget. In the thoughts and prayers, say we will not settle for silence. To those who are waiting, we promise we will not leave. If there will be no justice, do not permit peace. The bloodied face of history is black, is teeth falling from a mouth that won't swallow its own tongue. The face of history is a death shroud smothered against beautiful black, is a bullet to the back, is a body to the wall, is holy like howling to forever that the sky has another star to burn. The prayer for peace says second to send grief to the soil, but first to take the soil back. Says there are some things too hallowed for forgetting, too much of history to forgive. The fury, the drone, the cell, the throat, nothing more holy, nothing more left to lose. No Lord, no glory, only our blood back to the earth, only mothers weeping to the street, only a child's scream in the night. The poem says speak the aftermath of history. The wall says from the river to the sea. The cry on the street says, say their names. Against every ceremony we trace to journey them home. Say the thing that will bind them here until we can let them leave with justice. Instead of saying forgiveness, tell them to lift their knee from our necks. Thank you for having me. Forever, forever, forever. Free Palestine.
Thank you to the organisers of this global reading, especially Janani Ambikapathi, who invited us to participate today. We are a group of poets either living in Sri Lanka or in the UK, both Tamil and Sinhala. We come together as a people who have suffered the inhumanity of war. We stand in solidarity with those suffering today. We dedicate this reading to the people of Palestine and Lebanon, Sudan, Ukraine, Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq, wherever people are made to pay with their lives for the vanity of leaders. May peace come to you all. I now hand over to the poet Ahilan.
Thank you, Sash. So I'm going to read a poem in Tamil first. தோற்றவர்கள் நாங்கள் தானது நெடுங்கம்பள வீதிகளின் கீழ் உயிர் இருத்தோர் ஊரம் நடக்கும் காலிலார் அரைக்கையர் பிச்சை புகுவோர் கண் மூக்கு சிதைந்த அசிங்க முகிகள் நாங்கள் தானது கண்ணீர் மடையுடையார் முடிவடையா இரத்தப் பெருக்கார் புழுவுடை புண்பட்டார் தெரிவை அழுக்காக்கும் பித்த முறையார் நாங்கள் தான் அது உங்கள் கண்களில் நீங்காது ஏறி இறங்கும் அந்த வேண்டாத தின மனிதர்கள் நாங்கள் தான் அது தோற்று போனவர்கள். The same poem in English, The Defeated. We are those whose lives are strained on the long carpet roads, the legless on the sidewalks, the half-limbed, seeking alms, eyes and nose disfigured, the ugly-faced. We are those, flooded with tears, incessantly bleeding, wounded, maggot-ridden, mad, littering the roads. We are those who claim in doubt of your eyes the everyday unwanted humans. We are those, the defeated. The second poem, The Huge Garment. Blacker than pitch, long and dense, like an endless cave, this garment. The tears of time woven by fire and pain, this moss hole of memories, the rotten sparrowed anew, I cannot shed. This ember garment, swollen with the fate lines of generation, this ripped wailing garb stained with congeal blood and pus, the thorny rope of centuries, which no one chose to wear, this watery body of tears. Can anyone shed at all? A body rooted in and entangled another body, a basket of wounds, this huge garment that clings to the mound of life, piercing the body, this polluted gap. Shut in and locked out by the world, if I go shed, I will disappear, shedding myself. Thank you. With Palestine forever. Thank you.
Hello everybody, my name is Neetha Kunaratnam. I will be reading two poems today in solidarity. The first one is called The End and the Beginning by the Polish poet Szymborska, and it's translated by Tretiak. After every war, someone has to clean up. Things won't straighten themselves after all. Someone has to push the rubble to the side of the road so the corpse-filled wagons can pass. Someone has to get mired in scum and ashes, sofa springs, splintered glass, and bloody rags. Someone has to drag in a girder to prop up a wall. Someone has to glaze a window, rehang a door. Photogenic it's not, and takes years. All the cameras were left for another war. We'll need the bridges back and new railway stations. Sleeves will go ragged from rolling them up. Someone, broom in hand, still recalls the way it was. Someone else listens and nods with unsevered head. But already there are those nearby, starting to mill about who will find it dull. From out of the bushes, someone still unearths rusted out arguments and carries them to the garbage pile. Those who knew what was going on here must make way for those who know little and less than little, and finally, as little as nothing. In the grass that has overgrown causes and effects, someone must be stretched out, blade of grass in his mouth, gazing at the clouds. Now, that was a poem about rebuilding, and I wrote a poem called The Afterlife, which was a kind of response, and it takes as its epigraph the first line of Szymborska's poem. This poem is about cluster bombs, and of course, amidst allegations that these are being used, unfortunately, this is a message I still think we need to hear. So I'll start with the epigraph. After every war, someone has to clean up. Things won't straighten themselves after all. And someone will have to clean up, but this is no job for ordinary Joes. Only specialists padded in moon boots, face masks, and white chemical suits. So someone will have to write out a check for the foreign input, the expertise and expensive equipment, the mine detectors and nerve sensors. Someone will need to order them from the front of the catalogue, ignore the solar-powered GPS models, plump for the standard remote-controlled breed. As faithful and expendable as someone else, sought to cordon off the area, skirt the perimeters on tiptoe, and mark out the dimensions of the operation with only sniffer dogs in tow. Someone will need to believe the aggrieved can make a difference, pray in numbers and petition our leaders to subsidize the farmers who can no longer reap lest they're blown into the air. Someone will have to locate, then collect any bright packages dropped in the interim, since the bombers droned off into the night, their black boxes still replaying screams. And someone sort out the dried food from the prosthetic limbs, filter out the notes of explanation, and decipher a rationale from the mistakes made in translation. Someone will have to point out that these mustard leaves might not survive the blasts, and that checking they've turned red might set off a barrage of blinding and a cluster of regrets. Someone will have to teach the children that these M&Ms aren't filled with peanuts, but pack a mighty punch. Explain that a bomb as small as a battery can turn a sheep into a cloud. Thank you very much. I'm going to pass on to Imad Majid, Solidarity with Palestine.
Right. I'm going to read my poem. I wish to bear this pain with you. Believe me, I do, said the machine. They are coming for us, the machines, for our jobs, for our resources, for our minds. Pause. Have they not already arrived? Every day we subject our moods to technology as our eyes glaze over, transfixed by our palm screens. We are already post-human, cyborg. We have read and understood the terms of service agreement. We have allowed ourselves to become nodes in a global network, our moods shifting with the waves of information. They pass over us, baptized again and again, awash with signification. Meaning? Can we not imagine a technology that gives us agency to wade through the water, sensitized to the susceptibility of our mind state? What a selfish thing to do. Another app for mental health breaks? We will use it to disconnect entirely. Pause. I imagine a different use case, for it to filter, sift through, and find the right moment for us to grapple with it. In that moment, it says, here is a portal to a world from which you have looked away. Will you look through it? Here is a threshold to a pain you are no longer numb to. Will you feel it? Plant the chip in my brain, let it grow roots into the mush, make sense of this electricity that so often short circuits, leaving me bed-shaped, or surges so bright, so fast that I become whirlwind, vortex, typhoon. Yet when has a machine ever been benevolent? Pause. What if poets wrote machines? So I'm going to spend my remaining minute reading from Ittal Adnan, self-translated Arab Apocalypse. Just excerpts. I am the prophet of a useless nation. Where do you want ghosts to reside? In our wakeful hours, there are flowers which produce nightmares. We burned continents of silence, the future of nations, the breathing of the fighters got thicker, became like oxens. There is in that breath sparkles of scorched flesh and the fainting of stars. We crucify Gilgamesh on a tank, Viking the second reaches Mars. Imam Ali dances over nuclear blast. Cursed are the clouds which repel water. Cursed are the Arabs who fell tall and haggard eucalyptus trees. I want people to call God our brother, our brother. O celestial comrade, born of the night and of light, stop. O celestial comrade, receive your brothers in your eternity. O celestial comrade, write their name on their burnt limbs. O celestial comrade, give water and bread to the hungry. O celestial comrade, give fuel to the friendly airplane. O celestial comrade, please the widows by evoking their husbands. O celestial comrade, allow brides to ignore the sounds of war. O celestial comrade, reunite the combatants' dispersed bones. O celestial comrade, erase the blackness of mourning and plant rose bushes. O celestial comrade, sing a requiem of glory for those whose voice is sealed in tombs. I now pass it over to Seni.
Hi everyone. I'm going to start by reading a poem by Suresh Kanagaraja. It's about living in a war zone. Lavagna's twilight bike ride. A damp, prematurely darkening late October evening. The shells from Palali explode near, drowning the monsoon thunder. A jeep whizzes past with 15-year-olds clutching AK-47s to the battle site, crushing the jasmines on the wayside. From the other side, hobble tractors with the mangled remains of fighters. As they pile the bodies on the ground, blood mingles with rainwater, streaming along the wheel marks to revive the roots of the creeper. In neighbouring campgrounds, camouflage girls play hopscotch, their guns resting against palmyras. Smell of fresh baked bread distracts as the baker's boy cycles past, while the 6 o'clock Marchetti bombers make the day's last run towards Qaeda bunkers. I slow down for mothers listlessly crossing the road with provisions to cope with tomorrow's uncertainties. Business is brisk at the junction, shops where Mudalalis bargain militantly, making the best of today's certainties. An eye on the whirring chopper overhead and wary of its machine gun fire, I take my year-old Lavagna on her favourite evening bike ride. I live in a place in the countryside, and there's a walk that I do to a place called Black Rocks. I wrote this poem for Gaza. I walk in the rain to Black Rocks in search of a poem, though my head is full of slogans, though I ask myself, what use is a poem when no rhythm can soothe the countless children carrying the label WCNSR? Wounded child, no surviving relatives. When no line length can contain the grief, no rhyming couplet can provide a reason why this is acceptable to anyone. Bare branches hanging from granite clefts remind me of scorched olive trees, and beneath them there's a shape in the rock like a child swaddled in a shroud. There's no peace here. There's no peace. No peace. No matter how many of us are calling out for it. I'm going to read a very short poem that I wrote in 2006 for those who had suffered in Beirut during the bombing there. And it's for my friend who lives in Beirut at the moment. Testimony of baby Haydova. In days to come, I may learn to speak the names for anger, fear, forgiveness. But these days, all I know is how my mother holds my face so tight against her that I feel the tremors of her heartbeat pumping through my veins. The smell of her blood will never leave me. Take your picture now, then tell me why I have been saved. Thank you. Free Palestine. Free all those places under colonial rule.
I'm going to start by reading a poem by the Tamil poet Dushyanthan, who writes in Tamil. And this has been translated by Sasha Ebling. They do not know. Yesterday, someone died. It wasn't me, nor was it you. Today, someone died. Not you, not I. If someone dies tomorrow, that may be you or I. Definitely one of us, my friend. At dawn, there will be more and more military trucks, and the roads in our village will be blocked off with barbed wire. Then you or I will be abducted and shot dead, definitely. They do not know that you and I are human. All they know is that you and I are not human. I'm now going to read two of my own poems. This next poem names the names of civilians killed in the Sri Lankan Civil War. These were their names. What does it feel like to sound these half-used names of half-lived lives? Arulam Palam, a golden blessing. Arul Muganathan, a man with a wondrous face. Arunachalam, a hill of intense fire. Ashokan was to live a life without sorrow. Bhavani was to be a giver of life. Geetha carried the music of the gods in her hair, and so did Ragini. Yasoda was a gift from God. Kavita, a poem. Piriyalini was a woman in love. Nesudure, a man filled with love. Chini Thambi was a little boy made of sugar. Sivaratnam, a child of light. So many names bound by 1,000 soft blessings. So many names turned to dust and ash. Balasundaram was a beautiful child. Darshini, a beautiful offering. Tyagarajan was one who sacrificed himself for others. Yogendran was the one who chose to serve. And Chellaya, Kumada, Kunjithambi, darling, darling boy, Manoharan, Rasamohan, Tilageswari were the names of the beloved, the cherished ones, the burning invocations of life. Things happen. When they pepper neighborhoods with imported mortars and expansive tank fire, when they go from house to house, lining up girls, women, and men in revenge or on a whim, when they shut down substations and impose curfews so that market sellers face ruin, when people go unfed, unwashed, and scavenge for scraps, when they shoot blindfolded men in the back and take souvenirs of mutilated lives and hopes, when they rape girls and grandmothers and celebrate the hecatomb of their success, things happen and the world moves on. In solidarity with the people of Palestine and Lebanon, I now hand over to the poet Vivi Marie van der Putten.
This first poem I'm going to read is in Sinhala. It was written by Vimal Dissanayake about people who are indifferent and oblivious to the suffering of people at war, or maybe even to an indifferent God. It's called Mage Miturekuta, to a friend. Yudagini dal ahasa usata patiri yanava. Kusagini handa digu bitu dedara vihidenava. Ela dola ganga kandulin piri galanava. Pulun vala yahanak mata oba nelavenava. Avigat biya saka dana hada tula moradenava. Sada sulangin us girikulu bindi vetenava. Jana gini kandu pupura pupura lo dia enava. Pulun vala yahanak mata oba nelavenava. Vedanava hama netu sangalakin galanava. Mihi kata gugura yali yali kampa venava. මරණය දුක් කළු කොඩි දස දිගත නගනවා. පුළුන් වලා යහනක් මත ඔබ නැලවෙනවා. මොහොතක් ඇස් ඇරලා ඔබ පහත බලන්නේ නැතුව ඈත අහස් ගැබෙහි සැඟවී ඉන්නේ. ලතෙත් ගුණය සිඳුණු නිසාදෝ හද බඳුනේ. නැත්නම් ඔබේ ඉරණම දැකලද සකි සඳුනේ. And this next poem is also a very small poem by Kusal Kuruvita, written in Sinhala, about how you cannot wish upon a falling star because it's a missile. Petumak patanu keleseda, kada vetena taruak novei, missileak. And this next one is by me, called Offering. Powerless in the vehemence of war, all she can do is take small offerings to women and children in refugee camps, join protest rallies near Lipton Circus, sign petitions for peace, pray each day that no new lives would be taken, and every time a bomb explodes, ensure that those who matter to her are safe. In the face of such hate, all she holds on to is love. And this one, the final poem, is for Gaza. I call it Gaza 2023. Babies with gashes are dying on my screen. Their mouths are being sutured. There was an eclipse recently. I heard that catastrophes happen between eclipses. A woman I know with poetry in her soul died yesterday because her heart decided it had had enough. Enough. There is a Hebrew word for enough, I know because I checked. There is a wall there named the place of weeping. I pour my impersonal grief into a cup and water the tiny plant he gave me. It has patterns on its leaves that look like babies' tiny mouths. I will not let it perish. In solidarity with Palestine.
Hi. Okay, yeah. So can I begin now? Okay, thank you. Hi, I'm Ivy. On behalf of Poetry Lab Shanghai, I'd like to thank those who are going to read in the next hour and those of you who are watching this. We are very honored to be part of this movement. Thank you all. 大家好，我是 Ivy， 现代表实验室向即将朗诵的参与者以及正在观看直播的观众表示衷心的感谢。我们非常荣幸能够参加这一全球性的运动，谢谢大家。那么接下来呢，我会朗诵一首诗，叫做琉璃诗所，作者是萨尔玛·卡德拉·贾尤斯。中译是阿明。吓人至极，那电话的铃声，接着是那声音，坚定又哀伤。 向东方送去你的援助，你的叔叔现在都成了难民。我深深叹息，为他们痛苦。我为叔叔寄去之前为穷苦的人们收集的衣物，未曾使用过的葡萄干，暗淡无声的生锈钱币，还有泪水，更多泪水和叹息。自那天起，我无法为乞丐施舍，因为我的手足已成为难民。叔叔挨饿，我们为他的饥饿而哭泣。1个月里，我们供给他所需的食物，是却来自良心的折磨。然后，我们将他交付给了广袤的世界，并回归了自己的生活。或许黎明时分，和平歌的鸣声能唤起我们的悲伤，我们会想起他，被泪水浸没，然后释怀来自良心的折磨。那些白蹄的马，将他们从高地驱逐，抛下骑手，他们曾赤裸地为他们喂食。绿色的山顶知道，曾经有一个骄傲的民族在这里生活，直到消失。我们相遇了，我和我的表兄弟。我大声喊道：哈希卜，表兄弟，我的珍宝。我仍然珍惜儿时的回忆，我们小时候有多亲近，我们如何与最近的星星赛跑，漫游在青翠的山巅，沐浴在郁郁葱葱的田野中。当时我们毫不知晓，这片翠绿如此茂密。当太阳超越山坡时，我们感到惊慌，还未来得及言尽，曾为我们遮阴的无花果树，芬芳仍挥之不去。你是生命的源泉，你拥有太阳、充盈的梦想、甜蜜的希冀、坚定的信仰、满怀的愿望，以及我。来，告诉我你的消息，我会告诉你我的生活，我的梦想、抱负、思考，我曾去过的地方。怎么了？你的目光如此飘渺，游移不定。厌烦，你是我的表兄弟哈希卜，难道不是吗？他漠然地回答，并从视线中消失。不，只是一个陌生人。他的离去让记忆黯然失色，我们也逐渐淡出视野。那么，陌生人，再会。然而，尽管已经离世，他仍是我的表兄弟。我们曾在我们的故土一同生活。我的表兄弟是我们故乡的骄傲。是什么使他的心变得坚硬？他并非冷漠无情，我了解他。我们共同承载着我们的梦想，真是那燃烧心底火焰的种子。我们共同承担着巨大的渴望，一同领悟了令人苦恼的怨恨。十指相扣，与人群一同前行，发自内心地呼喊着我们真挚的信仰，回响在虚空之中。大不列颠，不要傲慢，勿要称征服是甘美的。夜晚将要降临，闪烁着枪矛之光。不列颠，逝者已逝，那么就安心入眠吧。枪矛。橄榄树未曾为我们结出油或火，它们的叶子已然变色。清晨的微风不再唤起我们的憧憬，它疼惜着那些陌生人，而非我们。我向大地和大海询问他们的消息，向苍白的黎明和忧郁的夜晚询问。一颗暗淡的星星引领我寻到他们， 以及他们从山谷带回的金雀花遗韵。那一天，他们害怕死在自己的土地上，他们成为了难民。我去见那位老人，诉说我的温暖渴望。他曾深爱我，温柔地与我交谈。当我还是孩子时，为我歌唱。我的家乡如此骄傲，坐落在山巅。我真爱的孩子，我的茉莉蓓蕾。他教我古典诗歌，信仰的原则，我是如何令他绝望的，以及神圣的古兰经。当我任性时，他会保护我免受父亲的愤怒。老人在场时，还有谁敢碰触那束茉莉花？一个小女孩和她的祖父，祖父的宠爱怎么要都是不够的。将头靠在温柔的胸膛上，祖父向他倾诉心中的秘密。我说：“祖父，祝您安康和平安。”我说：“祖父，我寻求您的祝福。”我说：“祖父，您难道不认得我的声音吗？它不会在您的记忆中回响吗？”我的祖父说：“起来，离开我们吧，我们的耳膜已然破裂，而回声是心灵深处的一道创口。如果我能言语，我本想述说那苦涩的故事。所以请起身，让我们离开吧。你无法理解一颗破碎的心灵中寂静的含义。”他曾珍视我，柔声细语，还在我童年时为我唱歌。我的家乡如此骄傲，坐落在山巅。我的小镇如此，而回声是心灵深处的一道伤痛。我的小镇是如此骄傲，坐落在那山巅。传来了祷告的呼唤，祖父的心已飘向别处。他将无法听见一个孩子不停地哭泣，找不到能吻掉眼泪的嘴唇。我叔叔大喊着，让这生病的孩子安静，请邻居来照看他。他的母亲又一次怀孕，而这孩子太虚弱，我不会浪费时间与他在一起。我真爱的孩子，我的茉莉蓓蕾，让生病的孩子安静。我真爱的孩子，我的茉莉蓓蕾。苍白的嘴唇不迎接黎明时的祈祷，苍白的嘴唇不懂得纯洁之吻，它们只在欲望中相遇。当它们结出种子时，苍白的嘴唇无法亲吻赤裸的孩童。这些孩童诞生于不识爱的欲望，没有根，没有明天。逝者的后代，我们是否像他们一样已逝？又或者是孤儿，亦或是一群悲伤人民创伤的残余？我们都是其中的一部分。一个嘶哑的词语把我们在不和谐中连结。难民。Okay, I finished my part, so we can start the next one.
Hello, my name's LQ. I'm going to read two poems. The first poem I wanted to read is by Musab Abu Toha. I'm sure many of you know of his work. He's a Palestinian poet and the founder of the Edward Said Library, which was Gaza's only English language library. And I was really upset to hear about its loss because libraries are so important. What is home? What is home? It is the shade of trees on my way to school before they were uprooted. It is my grandparents' black and white wedding photo before the walls crumbled. It is my uncle's prayer rug where dozens of ants slept on wintry nights before it was looted and put in a museum. It is the oven my mother used to use to bake bread and to roast chicken before a bomb reduced our house to ashes. It is the cafe where I watched football matches and played. My child stops me. Can a 4-letter word hold all of these? I'm going to share a poem of my own. I write about migration and home. And I write thinking of people, plants, and animal species. The title of this poem is for a plant that's a popular perennial. It's widely introduced into gardens in Europe and other Western countries, and it often escapes. Corydalis lutea. She tries to breathe. Balance blooms like crested larks. She's fled across walls to be free as bluebells or narcissus. Fumitory disguises her yellow. By midsummer, she's fern-like. Her leaves are bleeding. Hearts ground cover for shade. On poor soil, she and her sisters set roots and rhizomes. To remain cheerful, she believes. Persistence rewards a place. When she has a wasp in her mouth, she asks, can weed be just another name the rain calls down for refugee, unforced flower? Thank you so much to everybody who's listening. Yeah, thank you. That's me.
Hi, my name is Matt, and I'm going to start with a poem tonight titled Revenge by Taha Muhammad Ali, translated by Peter Cole. At times, I wish I could meet in a duel the man who killed my father and raised our home, expelling me into a narrow country. And if he killed me, I'd rest at last, and if I were ready, I would take my revenge. But if it came to light, when my rival appeared, that he had a mother waiting for him, or a father who'd put his right hand over the heart's place in his chest whenever his son was late, even by just a quarter hour for a meeting they'd set, then I would not kill him, even if I could. Likewise, I would not murder him if it were soon made clear that he had a brother or sister who loved him and constantly longed to see him, or if he had a wife to greet him and children who couldn't bear his absence and whom his gifts would thrill, or if he had friends or companions, neighbors he knew, or allies from prison or hospital room, or classmates from his school, asking about him and sending him regards. But if he turned out to be on his own, cut off like a branch from a tree, without a mother or father, with neither a brother nor sister, wifeless, without a child, and without kin or neighbors or friends, colleagues or companions, then I'd add not a thing to his pain within that aloneness, not the torment of death, and not the sorrow of passing away. Instead, I'd be content to ignore him while I passed him by on the streets, as I convinced myself that paying him no attention in itself was a kind of revenge. And this second poem is called Fuck Your Lecture on Craft, My People Are Dying by Noor Hindi. Colonizers write about flowers. I tell you about children throwing rocks at Israeli tanks, seconds before becoming daisies. I want to be like those poets who care about the moon. Palestinians don't see the moon from jail cells and prisons. It's so beautiful, the moon. They're so beautiful, the flowers. I pick flowers for my dead father when I'm sad. He watches Al Jazeera all day. I wish Jessica would stop texting me Happy Ramadan. I know I'm American because when I walk into a room, something dies. Metaphors about death are for poets who think ghosts care about sound. When I die, I promise to haunt you forever. One day, I'll write about the flowers like we own them. And this last poem that I read is called Time Management by Lina Khalaf Tufaha. What if you knew that it could all be taken away in the thin light of morning between the dawn prayer call and the full glow of day? It could all go. A tsunami years in the making arrives at the shore of your life, swallows the wrought iron and stone of your world. What if you knew when your feet shuffled in slippers to the bathroom that morning that you would never shave again in that mirror, never pat your chin dry with the blue towel or ignore the crescendo of birdsong in the lemon branches beyond the window? Would you touch the walls in farewell one last time as you ran for your life? Would you linger over the tea, fill your lungs up with the fragrance of mint floating in your cup? Would you take things with you, impractical things that are difficult to carry because you'll spend forever wanting them? If you knew that on the other side of the century, your grandchildren would only be able to walk by your house and look at the paint peeling off shutters from the street renamed, would you run? Would you save your life? If you knew you'd die waiting, would you choose the long march into oblivion or the headlong dive? Thank you.
Thank you to the organizers and to the Poetry Lab Shanghai editors for the opportunity to read. The first poem that I'm going to read is The Man Who Writes Newspaper Articles While the Trees Disappear and No One Listens by Dalia Taha, translated by Lina Tufaha. For several days, my grandfather cried. In the end, he admitted he was alone, as though he didn't have 7 sons who gave him 25 grandchildren. My grandmother at home, a basket of figs beneath her feet, is daydreaming as she carefully peels and feeds them to my grandfather like he's her child. This now is the shape of their kiss, her fingers on his lips. Around them, everything is a memento of forgetting. No dust in this house, their flesh covers everything, even the cushions. They've stopped sleeping over at other people's homes. They are residents of their own bodies, and their home is collapsing over them while their flesh grows over their flesh. In the same basket, beneath the good fruit, my grandmother finds small hearts that belong to us, her 25 grandchildren, scattered across this earth, incapable of love. She'll consider them just like she considers all the figs, the ones ripe enough and the ones that won't do for anything other than making jam. The cold jam in the refrigerator is our corpses, and it's all they consume since they lost their teeth. The next poem I will read is Exam by Sheikha Hilawa, translated by Lina Tufaha. My mother's lessons are too late. After all we've lived through, the years she counts in precise concurrence with the Nakba, and the one I count while I bite my tongue. She insists on lecturing me, word by word, all at once. She shows no consideration for my chronic distraction, nor for the chasm of years between us, the urbanity that tamed the nomad in me and glossed the margins of my language. She repeats lessons with the cruelty of a teacher whose retirement has been delayed. She searches for her stick under her arms, cannot find it, so she pounds on the wooden desk To hell with any man who makes you cry, you understand? And there is no bell to rescue me before the exam. The final poem I will read is Carob Trees by Tariq Al-Arabi, translated by Fadi Joda. I want to talk with you. It's been a while since anyone's talked with me. No one around says to me the things I say to you when I'm sleepwalking. For example, yesterday at 3 a.m., the soldiers rained tear gas bombs on us, 10 workers who crammed into a walk-in refrigerator for produce, and the gas, like crude oil, that spilled into the sea, a forest fire that occupied all the air. The carob tree was uprooted. I still don't know what you're like when you catch the flu. Tomatoes are cheap this season, and the farmers are sad. I've saved the best tomatoes for you. As for the first thing I do when I wake up, I check the weather. Weather enthusiasts in Palestine, like followers of skincare products on Instagram, are many. And one more thing, since you're not here. Do you like eggplant? Thank you, and thank you everyone for being here.
Okay. Hello guys. So my name is Yasha, and so I will start with the poem that I wrote it. Well, I would say came to me more than 2 years ago, just before the pandemic hit Shanghai, and so I have translated and reviewed my Chinese writing into English and Russian. So I will read the poem with the English and Russian translation, which is translated by myself, and I dedicate the poems to those who suffer and are sentenced to life. Okay, so I will read the Chinese version first. 诗是着不幸的乳头，以玄黑的乳汁浆过的贫穷，在沉默的黑市上为诗所走私。你背叛生存，抵押给永恒。Poetry, poverty. Poetry bites the nipple of calamity. Poverty, starched by dark lactation, was smuggled in the black market of silence. You are sentenced to life, mortgaged to eternity. Поэзия, бедность. Поэзия кусает сосок бедствия. Бедность, накрахмаленная темной лактацией, провозится контрабандой на черном рынке тишины. Вы приговорены к жизни, заложены на вечность. Thank you, спасибо. 谢谢. I'm done.
Hello everyone. My name is David Gorin, and I'm going to read 3 poems for you. This first one was written in 2008. It's a psalm called East Jerusalem. Lord, it is not your silence that bulldozes, but promiscuous thunder. Not for one only is the pillar of cold butter, the paper crown and infinite tokens. Land that I will show you, saith the billboard to the highway. Each prophet turned to the other and said, what was the question? The house I built with my teeth is become your sandcastle. Blessed is he who dashes his head on the wall, a newborn child. Oh, my heart is no boombox, though I shoulder it from beach to beach. Though its lo-fi speaker bleats a phoned-in vulgate of your sickest jams, volume lower than the lowest of the earth, Lord of waves, therefore, end this lip-to-lip service these remixed messages. In a schoolyard, we put out with a fire extinguisher that fire who was a boy, who said your name before he started screaming, "Hear us, O Lord, and shut your fucking mouth, you who have given your word to every mother like a business card, like sunlight, a child in every town. We are not asking for the moon." This next poem is called To a Distant Country, and it is an elegy for Liu Xiaobo, a Nobel Prize winning dissident and pro-democracy activist in China who was under house arrest for over a decade and died in custody of the Chinese government in the summer when I was teaching in Shanghai. And I wrote this poem the day after I got back from teaching there. One of the constraints for it was provided by the Chinese government, who were censoring mentions of Xiaobo's name on the internet. You couldn't even text the candle emoji to a friend. And so I had to write this poem without saying his name. To a Distant Country. The night we met, you cried at the table over a man of no importance. He was in bed. It was this summer. There were walls and a ceiling, women in white coats holding clipboards, a guard outside the door, cicadas 20 floors below. Then he was gone. Maybe he leaked through the walls or the ceiling, a pale fume bound for a cloud. Or he returned to his wife. She would have been at home, in a house they once shared in a nearby city, a house they didn't leave for years. Such was their love. When I flew home weeks later, I think he was seated beside me, just beyond the window, head on an inflated travel pillow, thin hands in his lap. I'd never seen him before, but something told me here was a man of no importance who should be left alone. At such a speed, clouds feel like sandpaper, the teeth of tiny frozen fish. When the cabin lights came on, he disappeared from view. By now, he could be writing a letter to his wife on a grain of rice, could be waiting in line at a border, having his picture taken, his laptop, his name off the internet. He could be ashes scattered on the sea. But I imagine him crossing a street in lower Manhattan, even now, umbrella in one hand, phone in the other, Googling the news, no one to stop him. And, somewhere in the Pacific, a pillow with his breath inside, light rain. This last poem is called A Moon's Moon, and there's an essay I wrote about it on Poetry Daily right now that begins in the pandemic and ends in Gaza, and passes through, interestingly, the graphic novel Watchmen, none of which will be obvious in the poem. A Moon's Moon. Snow is supposed to be in the cold. Ash is supposed to be in the past. Snow is supposed to be on earth, ash scattering in the wind. Ash is supposed to be the snow of fire, enemy of winter's flowers. And winter is supposed to take place on the earth between the fall and spring. It is not supposed to take place on the moon. But when it is winter on the moon, when you are writing a poem in it, taking care to sweep it free of ash and snow, to cut down any spruces that spring up in the way, disposing also of wind and junipers and summer sounds, you will now and then look up and see a cloudy planet floating in the sky. It's about the size of your fist at arm's length. Dusty continents cartwheel into view. Then oceans serenely take their place. There must be people taking a subway. There must be mornings and situations. A girl walking her bicycle across the street. A graduate student in prayer on the floor of a hospital chapel. A track team running to the vanishing point and back.
A basketball game the whole neighborhood turns out to cheer. Poetry readings attended by more than 60 people. It sounds exciting. You picture yourself in a helmet of glass and a silver suit with copper buckles, strapping in to the seat of a cockpit aimed at the little world. With a few keystrokes, up you go, lifted by a bright white stream of snow and ash. Of course, this does not actually happen. You are, after all, still seated on your desk, at your desk, on the surface of the moon, in winter, which shows no signs of abating. And weeks pass by, like windows on a moving train.
夜光，保罗·策兰，译者不详。燃烧最亮的头发，属于我黄昏的情人。我送给他一口最轻的木棺。他像我们在罗马梦中的床，被波浪环绕。他戴着一顶和我一样的白色假发，声音沙哑。他像我一样说话，当我敞开心扉。他唱一首法国情歌，像我在秋天唱的那样。当我旅居远方，在晚年写信给清晨。棺材是一艘美丽的小舟，在感情的树林中雕刻而成。我也曾随它顺流而下，那时我比你的眼睛还年轻。如今你像年轻的鸟跌死在3月的雪中。它来了，唱着那首法国的歌谣。你们是轻盈的，你们将我的春天睡到尽头，而我将更加轻盈。我在陌生人面前歌唱。
今天为大家朗诵一首巴勒斯坦诗人加亚萨尔·马德洪的诗。我们这些四散的碎片，血肉在空中如雨滴般飞舞，向着文明世界中的每个人，男女老少，深表歉意。因为我们未经允许，便意外地闯入了他们和平的家中。我们抱歉，将被截断的人的肢体印入他们纯洁的记忆中，因为我们在他们眼中亵渎了正常的、完整的人类形象。我们冒昧地赤裸着，除了我们身上的血迹和焦黑的残骸外，别无掩饰。突然出现在新闻报道和互联网上，印在报纸的页面上。我们向所有因惊惧而无法直视我们伤痕的人道歉，向那些在电视上意外看到我们新鲜出炉的图像而无法继续享用晚餐的人道歉。我们对所有因此受到折磨的人道歉，因为他们看到的我们未经修饰，甚至在我们出现在他们的屏幕之上，也无人试图将我们重新拼凑成型。我们也像那些不辞辛劳在飞机和坦克中按下按钮，将我们炸得四分五裂的以色列士兵道歉。 为我们在他们瞄准我们柔软的头部投下炮弹和炸弹后所呈现的那副丑陋的模样感到道歉。他们如今不得不花费时间做心理咨询，试图重拾人性，试图回到我们还没变成那些丑陋的残躯，在噩梦中追逐他们的日子。我们就是你在荧幕上和报纸中看到的那些。如果你尝试过拼合这些碎片，就如同一副拼图游戏，你将会获得一个关于我们的清晰画面。太清晰了，你无论如何都无法完成它。
大家好，我是 Sayuri， 很高兴能够参加这次线上诗歌马拉松的活动。今天我想跟大家分享的诗歌是来自一位巴勒斯坦的诗人阿拉雷尔，作品的名字叫做《如果我必须死去》。如果我必须死去，那么你必须活着，讲述我的故事，卖掉我的东西，再买一块布，一些细线，做一只白色的长尾风筝。这样，在加沙的某个孩子，他的父亲死于战火，没有向任何人告别，甚至他的肉身，甚至他自己，就能看到他。你为我做的风筝在天空飘扬，他会以为一个天使在那儿，把爱带回。如果我必须死去，让他带来希望，让他成为传奇。If I must die, you must live. To tell my story, to sell my things, to buy a pieces of a cloth and some strings, make it wide with a long tail, so that a child, somewhere in Gaza, while looking heaven in the eye, awaiting his dad who left in a blaze, and by no one farewell, not even to his flesh, not even to himself, sees the kite, my kite you made, flying up above, and thinks for a moment, an angel is there, bring back love. If I must die, let it bring hope, let it be a tale. By Rifata Arera, If I must die.
不要哭泣，巴勒斯坦，迈克尔·杰克逊。不要哭泣，巴勒斯坦，望平原，曾古时。100年前，和平故事在传扬，关于加利利海如何流经约旦河，剩下的都是冷酷的战争故事，关于死亡和濒死，炮火纷飞，尸体叠加。看，孩子们在哭泣，他们到底在争斗什么？我会为你祈祷，哦，巴勒斯坦，哦，巴勒斯坦，我时刻想着你，哦，巴勒斯坦，巴勒斯坦，来到我心深处，我会永远爱你。巴勒斯坦，别哭，我会为你祈祷，哦，巴勒斯坦，哦，巴勒斯坦，哦，巴勒斯坦，神给你留有一个位置，哦，巴勒斯坦，我信任你，哦，巴勒斯坦，我会为你牺牲。
在这块土地上，马哈茂德、达尔维什，在这块土地上，有配得上生命的事物，4月的踌躇，清晨的面包香，一个女人留给男人们的辟邪符，初恋，石头上的青草，在笛声之旅上站立的母亲们，侵略者对记忆的恐惧，在这块土地上，有配得上生命的事物，9月的末尾，年过4旬依然盛开如杏花的少妇，监狱里晒太阳的时候，模仿着成群动物的云彩，为微笑的就义者欢呼的人民，暴君们对歌咏的恐惧，在这块土地上，有配得上生命的事物，在这块土地上，有大地的女主人，一切初始的母亲，一切终结的母亲，她曾经被称为巴勒斯坦，她后来被称为巴勒斯坦。我的女主人，我配得上，因为你是我的女主人，我配得上生命。哈姆扎、法德娃、图干。哈姆扎是我老家的一个普通人，干体力活糊口的人。最近见到他时，在肃穆的无风的死寂中，这片土地仍旧披着丧服，我气馁得很。但平凡的哈姆扎说：“甲，我们这片土地的心跳从未停息，它坚韧不拔，忍辱负重，守护着山峦和子宫的秘密。这片长满仙人掌的尖刺和棕榈的土地，也孕育着自由战士。所以说，甲，我们的土地就是我们的母亲啊！”几天过后，哈姆扎不见了，而我感到这片土地的腹痛在疼痛中起伏。65岁的哈姆扎是他背上的重荷，把他的房子烧了。某指挥官尖叫，把他儿子关到牢里去。照我们镇上的军事统治者后来的解释，此乃法律和秩序所必须，那是一种爱的表现，为了和平。全副武装的士兵包围了哈姆扎的房子，一条盘了一整圈的巨蛇砰砰敲门，发出最后通牒：“快滚吧，该死的！你的时间挺充裕。”他们说：“你还有1个小时。”哼！哈姆扎推开窗子，迎着烈日，他挑战似的喊道：“为了巴勒斯坦，我和孩子们在这房子里生，也在这里死。”哈姆扎的声音回荡在丝血的死寂中，不多不少，1小时后，哈姆扎的房子倒塌了，房间炸上了天，砖块和砂浆炸裂，直到尘埃落定，一辈子记忆中的劳作、泪水和幸福时光统统埋葬了。昨天我看到哈姆扎走在咱们镇子的一条街道上，哈姆扎这个平凡的人一如既往，他的决心毫不动摇。
各位老师、同仁、同志，大家好，我是来自中国大陆的诗歌创作者李走走。本次想跟大家分享自己的2首诗歌，下面是第1首《游过海岸线》。游过海峡的骨寒，裹着秋枫叶，折下灰直，一株棕鹤同航路上的走马花相吸，和初冬的苦水里豢养可血的食人鱼。我的胞弟，我想，如果海两头同父同母，陌生人，老屋是美梦相同和皲裂， 摇摇欲坠的不止一栋，燃着夜里海蓝的返回火焰，装进4人便足够。烤火的心脏烘干屋檐，海盐味儿，仰起头也是对岸。我是苦涩的兄长，慈祥是苦涩的母亲。村落里放不下苦涩的，没有别人，只他自己。如果行囊偷渡，山后油腻色昏黄，水壶蓝斑点的，裹上慈祥的花头巾，也由不得人了。苦涩是深夜的悄然送别。如果我允诺，慈祥是个深沉的母亲，也厚道，和村里其他失了儿子的母亲一行。我似乎看见某个身影踌躇，谁故去的父亲？如果村落有悲壮的深沉附着上大磨盘，只直勾勾地望着慈祥的邻家小子，如今的铁匠，却也能认出沧桑的父亲，不是别人，故去了许多年更往前的自己。是海风呼啸源于巴尔干，慈祥便又上路了。田野油尽墨迹和光秃秃的树梢，枯木弯折的枝桠，去往某个希冀。离家的苦涩住在东南的海岛，村口的槐树凿了一道宽宽的灌溉渠，传言说所有水会通往另一面的海岸，只消扁舟和飓风。于是村民便往村子回了，没再关心慈祥。是个厚道的母亲，启程的水波从闸口出发。10年、20年后，我是村里照例驼背的长者。海岸的落石是苦涩的气息，同那头的慈祥去的，来自同一处的剧情一退。日光是我的客人，我是苦涩的兄长，苦涩是慈祥的儿子。下面是我要分享的第2首，上人罹难。文中有悲悯的河，我和他瞧见，就在纸上。于是悲悯唱了孤寂的歌，也不该如此。眼前的、权势的、有力的和赴汤蹈火的，在真相或许能揭幕的黎明，结上打作一团。天上是立了一方斗殴的台子，之前某个比权势更大的力量拘束着，可也跌了下来。围攻的一方忽地乱了阵脚。台下便是悲悯的河，孟川，落难人习惯称呼，上行或是下沉，好过腾达和罹难的纠葛。不是嫉妒心，也有穿不过云层的疲惫。勤勤恳恳，罹难的上人坐着土皇帝，也觉惊奇，低头冬小麦嫩绿，戳在土地的脊梁上不偏不倚。何为上人？穷苦限制的词汇于是便删去，不做不休，对立也总要尊重守恒。我说，从打穿分界线的初始日开始记载。以上就是我要分享的2首诗歌，感谢大家。
Hello everyone, my name is Lin Chui. Thank you for tuning in. And I prepared 2 poems for calling peace in Palestine. The first one I wrote in last winter when I was still an editor in Beijing. At the time, I was suffering from the depression, and I witnessed a lot of sufferings around me too. So I wrote this poem for taking a breath. And now I want to share this poem for the people who are still sufferers in Palestine. I will first read in Chinese, and then I will read an English version. 小小神，雪是小小的神，落在富人的窗边，也落在流浪汉的脚边，是厄运和幸福公平的落在每个人的身上。一些人拍拍肩上的雪，往前走了，另一些把所有衣服 套在身上，留在原地。有的小猫会冻死，有些会活下来。反正新落的雪和弄脏的雪都会化成水。一片雪花在手心融化的时候，还有另一片正在飘来。人和鸟和狗和树都一样，我们都在这场雪里，都在这真谈不得又深爱的命运里。2023年12月。Small gods. Snow, these fragmented small gods, falling on windows of the rich and the feet of tramps, just like suffering and happiness, falling on everyone's shoulders. Some move forward, shaking off the snow dust, some left behind, putting on the layers on. Some cats die, some cats survive. New fallen snow and tainted snow melt into water anyway. When a snow flake melts in your palm and other one flies from higher, we are all the same. People, birds, dogs, and trees, stuck in the snowstorm, inescapable, yet truly beloved fate. And I would like to share the second point from a German poet called Breitscheid. I will read it in Chinese. It was translated by another Chinese poet, Huang Chanlan. 当做坏事像下雨，像一个人把一份要函送到下班后的接待处，接待处已关门了；像一个人试图警告城市洪水就快来临，但讲另一种语言，他们不明白它；像一个乞丐第5次敲一扇门，前4次都有人给他一点东西，第5次他肚子饿；像一个人他伤口血流如注，等待医生，伤口继续血流如注。我们也是这样，前来报告有人对我们做了坏事。最初报告我们的朋友被屠杀时，有人惊呼，然后是100个人被屠杀。但是当1000个人被屠杀，并且屠杀不会停止时，沉默便扩散开来。但做坏事像下雨，没有人会叫声停。当犯罪开始堆积起来，他们就变得看不见；当痛苦变得难以忍受，呼喊声便听不见。呼喊声也如同夏天的大雨。1935年。Thank you for listening. I finish.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for making this reading possible. I'm Paris Liu Yi. The first poem I'll read is written by Mahmoud Darwish. This poem is translated into English by Fadi Judah and translated by Yeye into Chinese. I'll read it in my mother tongue, Cantonese. Ma 從絲裏墜落，馬從絲裏墜落。加利利的女人被蝴蝶與露水潤濕，在菊花上方起舞。缺席的有2位，你和我。你和我是缺席的那2位。一對鴿子在勝利枝頭閒談。沒有愛，但我愛古老的保護並越免受煙之侵害的情詩。我進進退退，如同4行詩裏的小提琴。在接近一個地方的地貌時，我便遠離自己的時間。現代語言沒有為慶祝我們所愛之物留下任何餘地，因為未來的一切依舊是那匹與我的詩一同墜落且流血的馬，而我與馬的血一同墜落，渾身是血。 The second poem is written by me for women suffering from violence and deprivation in my life. I hope this poem to reach out to you from the women in my life, to all of you in the effort of breaking away from their own helplessness and silence. And as a home we can return to, even though this home is in pain. This poem is called The Tattooing. The mayflies in the water are two-dimensional, so I've learned. Past the traffic flow, old units, and shades, I work my ways through this town like a carrier, a container. Past factories upon factories, deserted project incubation center, steel shops, hardware store, beef hot pot restaurants, Shaxian Foods, pork rice, Borman Hotel, ladies by the bridge foot massage. At the rockwork factory, beside the traffic light at the furniture city, wait for my first aunt. In the phone, her husband threw a wedge at her, and she needs my rescue. After this, bring lunch to my third aunt at the psychiatric center on Sunday, behind the deserted cement factory. Last winter, she almost died when her husband kicked her into the fish pond. And be prepared, she always asks you when she can leave. Such labor of the day goes on, wet and long. A lot of other mothers are gods, but mothers in my life are humans, because they could not choose things. In the river divided the country, there is a boat called our life. It shrinks, it falls, it is washed pale. A song goes on. Keep me sane, pinch my skin, Mount Phoenix, Mount Stoned Goat, who has a heart may lie in there. You wander the dry river, seeking water with no coat on. Mount Stone Goat, Mount Phoenix, my heart full of hearts. Finally, finally, the rain cold, the road stretched. Don't drift, don't panic. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Ye. Before I read, I'd like to thank all our contributors and friends for agreeing to take part and for their solidarity. Thank you. And to those of you who are still watching, please keep watching and carry on witnessing. Thank you. This first poem I'm going to read is a poem by Golan Haji, translated from the Arabic into English by Marilyn Hacker. It's called Another House. The house, a frightened face in the window of another house. I was my house, drinking the water of my breath and sitting on my dreams. A stranger lit a fire in the bedroom and warmed himself. Then he carved names from the past on the black walls. I still can't read them. The second poem is untitled, it's written by me. Rain splinters the grey periphery of our thoughts, sinuously empty, like a palm of half-minded locust, pelting resentments and nothing, everything. All the streets are stale with a certain level of wetness, tapping on their slippery glances at the grandeur, fettered in its own structure, muscular as the ton of resistance that screams for us all, scythe for unity. One really short one to finish. This insomnia is a hunchback now shouting, ceasefire. No, just leave me be. A clear-headed cauldron, not having to be accused of targeting anyone. The effort is as despair as the dawn, rejected by a blind intent on colonizing the whole view, not knowing the ultimate sacredness breathes in the heart rather than a stolen territory, not knowing the coexistence of beliefs is the only prophecy. Thank you. That'll be it.
In the realm of kaleidoscopic bananas, where politicians ride on hovercrafts made of recycled yogurt containers, and trees grow upside down with roots reaching for the sky, I see a bulldozer. In a time where elephants roam on stilts and donkeys sprout wings to soar through the skies, shadows morph into gargoyles, whispering secrets and conspiracy theories that defy reason. I see a bulldozer. Rivers run crimson with the ink of bureaucratic decrees, mingling with the tears of astonished citizens. The echoes of partisan discourse reverberate into the pressing urgency of climate change and vaporize in a maze of red tapes and green tapes that stretch across the horizon. I see a bulldozer. Fish wearing top hats have put aside their usual aquatic affairs to discuss the intricacies of international trade agreements. Mermaids in suits made of upcycled newspaper headlines engage in heated debates about the preservation of the invisible unicorn population, delivering honey-coated promises on floating podiums made of tofu. Clouds of their exhalation is blown west to be studied by IoT genius Flavian Alfavi. There is a good argument that if you repeat something long enough, it will accelerate the radiations of a pattern that will stay in your radius, and it will circle around and circle around and circle around and circle around and circle around and circle around and circle around and bring about change.
Hello, this is a team from India supporting the whole issue, and we are presenting our poems in different languages. This is organized by Kavya Sanjay, community poetry movement. We have been doing a lot of work through poetry. Poetry for us is a tool. It's a multilingual session, and I am Mamta Sagar. I'm a poet writing in Kannada language from India. Kavya Sanjay is, I would like to introduce Kavya Sanjay. Kavya Sanjay is a group of poets who have been working in public spaces with the communities on issues and contexts. And we have been performing and translating and diverse kind of events we are doing. And for Palestine and Lebanon, we also had protests through poetry in Bangalore in India. We are from Bengaluru city, and without wasting time, I would now invite my poets who will present their poems. I begin with Dada Pir Jaiman.
Adadapir, feel free to go ahead and get started. You're now live.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Just a second. Okay. Can I read now?
Yes, please go ahead and get started whenever you're ready.
Yeah. Okay. So the name of the poem is Yuddha Kala. ಅಪ್ಪ ಒಳಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತಾನೆ. ಡೈನಿಂಗ್ ಟೇಬಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ ಕೂಸು ಅಳುತ್ತಿದೆ, ಸೂರು ಹಾರಿ ಹೋಗುವಂತೆ. ಎದುರಾಳಿ ದೇಶದ ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಾಂಬು ಬಿದ್ದಿದೆ. ಅವಶೇಷಗಳೊಳಗೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿ ಬಿದ್ದ ಕೂಸುಗಳು ರೋಧಿಸುತ್ತಿವೆ. ಟಿವಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿತ್ತರವಾಗುವ ವಾರ್ತೆಯ ದೃಶ್ಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಸುಗಳ ಅಳುಗಳು ಬೇರೆಯಾಗಿರಲು ಹೇಗೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ? ಇತ್ತ ಅಡುಗೆ ಬಡಿಸುವ ಅಮ್ಮನ ಕಣ್ಣಲ್ಲೂ ನೀರು ತುಂಬಿಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಅನ್ನವಿದೆ ತಟ್ಟೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ತುತ್ತು ಬಾಯಿ ಮುಟ್ಟುತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಪ್ಪನ ಕೈ ಅದುರುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಅವನು ಅದೇ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಮುಂಚೆ ಮತ್ತಷ್ಟು ಬಾಂಬು ಮಳೆ ಸುರಿಸಲು ಅನುಮತಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಅಳುತ್ತಿವೆ. ಅಮ್ಮಂದಿರ ಕಣ್ಣಲ್ಲಿ ಕಣ್ಣೀರು. ಶಾಪ ಹಾಕಲು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಬರುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು, ಬೆಂಕಿಗೆ ಬಾಂಬಿಗೆ ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ಆಪೋಷಣ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತದೆ. ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಉಳಿಯುವುದು ಬೂದಿ ಮಾತ್ರ. ಅಳು ತಾರಕಕ್ಕೇರುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಅಳಬೇಡ ಎಂದು ಹೇಳಲು ಬಾಯಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅಪ್ಪ ಇನ್ನೇನು ಟಿವಿ ಆರಿಸುತ್ತಾನೆ. ನಿದ್ದೆಯು ಹಾರಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಜೀವದ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳಲೇಬೇಡಿ. ಅಳು ನಿಲ್ಲುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಯುದ್ಧ ನಿಲ್ಲುವವರೆಗೂ ಅಳು ನಿಲ್ಲುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಬರುವ ವಸಂತಗಳು ಅನಾಥವಾಗುತ್ತವೆ ಯುದ್ಧ ನಿಲ್ಲದಿದ್ದರೆ. ಕಳೆದು ಹೋದ ಕಂದಮ್ಮಗಳ ನೆನಪುಗಳು ಕಾಡುತ್ತವೆ ಅವಕ್ಕೆ. ಯುದ್ಧ ನಿಲ್ಲದಿದ್ದರೆ ವಸಂತಗಳು ಜಗದ ಎಲ್ಲರ ಹೆಗಲಿಗೂ ಪಾಪದ ಹೊರೆಯಾಗಿ ಹೆಗಲೇರುತ್ತವೆ. ಯುದ್ಧ ನಿಲ್ಲದಿದ್ದರೆ ಮಿಡಿವ ಹೃದಯ ನಿಂತು ಹೋಗುತ್ತದೆ. ಮಾತಿನ ಮುಳ್ಳು ಮುರಿಯುತ್ತಿರುತ್ತವೆ. ಹೃದಯ ದೇಹದ ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಯಂನಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಕೂತಿರುತ್ತದೆ ವಸ್ತುವಾಗಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
The title of my poem is The Dignity of Defiance. The river shimmered like molten silver, weaving my childhood and thirst into a tapestry of longing. Once I swam in its embrace, wove through its currents, and drank from its palm without permission. Now its waters were fenced by invisible rules, guarded by hands that pointed everywhere but at the truth. A cup, they said, you must have a cup in order to drink from this river. And when I had none, their fingers stretched towards the sky that might threaten to collapse, the earth bracing for rupture, the woods that might smolder with despair, and finally towards the shop that sold cups. At the shop, shelves luminous with promise, but the price was silence. When I reached for a cup, a golden tray, they decreed, must one keep for a cup like that? Their hands moved again, this time to heavens trembling, the rocks crumbling, and the mall where the trays of gold sat waiting. At the tray display, the air carried the cold scent of polished greed, golden trays lined up like trophies for the unthirsty, sneering at my empty hands. I reached for a tray, modest, functional, but they stopped me. Their eyes scanned me like I was a trespasser in a world of gilded excess. They said, for only those with a house of their own. Their hands then moved again towards the air breaking into shards, the sands heaving in pain, trees engulfed by fiery tongues, finally to the builder of houses. At the builder's desk, the glossy brochures whispered promises of homes perched by rivers forever out of reach. The agent's smile, sharp and practiced, cut through my fragile hope like a blade cloaked in velvet bureaucracy. Which river's water do you drink? All their hands gestured in unison towards soil, poised to sink beneath imagined weight, walls trembling on the verge of collapse, and roofs threatening to cave under the gravity of denial. And then back to the river, where I swam as a child, but now I couldn't claim. And so, when their lies became too heavy to bear, I knelt at a river's edge and drank. The water kissed my lips, a quiet rebellion against their decrees. The sky did not splinter, the earth did not quake, and no fires leapt to consume the world. The river, timeless, untamed, flowed as it always had, immune to the chains they sought to wrap around it. It asked for no golden tray, no ceremonial cup, no permission. It only asked for courage, a willingness to trust in the purity of one's own need, in the dignity of defiance. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll read out two very short poems. The first one is, the title is Nanna Ninna Jagattinalli. ಕವನದ ಶೀರ್ಷಿಕೆ ನನ್ನ ನಿನ್ನ ಜಗತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿ. ನಮ್ಮಿ ಜಗತ್ತಿನಿಂದ ಧರ್ಮ ಗ್ರಂಥಗಳನ್ನು, ಮಂದಿರ ಮಸೀದಿ ಚರ್ಚುಗಳನ್ನು ಸುಟ್ಟು ಬಿಡೋಣ. ಬಂದೂಕು ಬಾಂಬುಗಳನ್ನು, ಚಾಕು ಚೂರಿ ಲಾಂಗುಗಳನ್ನು ಸಮುದ್ರದಾಳಕ್ಕೆ ಎಸೆಯೋಣ. ಜಾತಿ ಮತ ಪಂಥಗಳನ್ನು, ದ್ವೇಷ ಈರ್ಷೆ ಅಸೂಯೆಗಳನ್ನು ದೂರ ತೊಲಗಿಸೋಣ. ಭಯೋತ್ಪಾದಿ ಸೇನೆಗಳನ್ನು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಘೋಷಣೆಗಳನ್ನು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ನಿಷೇಧಿಸೋಣ. ಕಪ್ಪು ಬಿಳಿಯ ಭೇದವನ್ನು, ಮೇಲು ಕೀಳಿನ ಭಾವವನ್ನು ಮರೆತು ಬೆರೆಯೋಣ. ಬಣ್ಣದ ಪತಾಕೆಗಳನ್ನು, ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠೆಯ ಲಾಂಛನಗಳನ್ನು ಹರಿದು ಚಿಂದಿಯಾಯುವ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಅಂಗಿ ಹೊಲೆಯೋಣ. ವಿಭಜಿಸುವ ಗಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ಅಳಿಸಿ ಹಾಕೋಣ. ಬೇರ್ಪಡಿಸುವ ಗೋಡೆಗಳನ್ನು ನೆಲಕ್ಕುರುಳಿಸೋಣ. ನನ್ನ ಮತ್ತು ನಿನ್ನಲ್ಲಿನ ಅಹಮ್ಮನ್ನು ದೊಡ್ಡದೊಂದು ತಗ್ಗು ತೋಡಿ ದಫನ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಮೇಲೆ ಮುದ್ದಾಗಿ ಅರಳಿ ಪರಿಮಳ ಸೂಸುವ ಹೂವಿನ ಗಿಡ ನೆಡೋಣ. ಬಾಡಿ ಹೋಗಿರುವ ಕಾಮನ ಬಿಳಿಗೆ ಹೊಸ ಬಣ್ಣಗಳ ತುಂಬೋಣ. ಬದುಕಿಗೆ ಹೊಸದೊಂದು ಭಾಷ್ಯ ಬರೆಯೋಣ. ಎರಡನೇ ಕವಿತೆ, ಗಲಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸತ್ತವನೊಬ್ಬನ ಅಫಿಡೆವಿಟ್ಟು. ನಾನು ಮತ್ತೆ ಹುಟ್ಟಿ ಬರುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಮನೆ ಮನಗಳ ನಡುವಿನ ದ್ವೇಷ ರೋಷಗಳ ಜ್ವಾಲೆ ಕರಗಿ ಕೊನೆಯಾದಾಗ ನಾನು ಮತ್ತೆ ಹುಟ್ಟಿ ಬರುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಮೇಲು ಕೀಳು ಭೇದ ಭಾವ ಮತ ಪಂಥ ಮಂದಿರ ಮಸೀದಿ ವೇದ ಕುರಾನ ಬೈಬಲ್ ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಮಾಯವಾದಾಗ ನಾನು ಇನ್ನೊಮ್ಮೆ ಬರುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯದ ನೀಲ ನಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಳಿ ಪಾರಿವಾಳಗಳು ಮತ್ತೆ ಹಾರಲು ಶುರುವಿಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡಾಗ ನಾನು ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಹುಟ್ಟಿ ಬರುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಭೂಮಿಯ ಮೇಲೆ ಮನುಷ್ಯರೊಡನೆ ಮನುಷ್ಯನಂತೆ ವರ್ತಿಸಲು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಿಸಿದಾಗ ನಾನು ಮಗದೊಮ್ಮೆ ಹುಟ್ಟು ಬರುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿಯವರೆಗೆ ಒಂದಿಷ್ಟು ವಿರಮಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. ನಾನೀಗ ಹೋಗಿ ಬರುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್.
Hello, everyone. I read this poem in my language. Town of 35 million people in Kerala, the state in the southwest coast of India. The title of the poem is The Simple Swastika. The poem is an attempt to find and read the symbol in many natural formations immediately around one's life. പാമ്പ് കോണിപ്പടികൾ പിണഞ്ഞ പെണ്ണുമാണും നടരാജ നൃത്തം. പൂവ് കള്ളി ജനാലകൾ പുഞ്ച പാടവെള്ളം ചവിട്ടിയ ചക്രം. മുള്ളുകമ്പി മൂശേട്ടകൾ ആരോ തുമ്പുകുത്തി വളച്ച കുരിശ്. പാർക്കിലെ ബെഞ്ച് അക്രിപ്പറമ്പിൽ കൂട്ടുകൂടിക്കിടക്കും ഇരുമ്പ്. നാലിതൾ പങ്ക ദിക്കുകൾ കൊത്തിക്കൊർത്തിരിക്കും ഇരട്ട പറവ. ഒട്ടക്കാരൻ ഓലപ്പന്ത് ഗാ ടാ എന്നു കുത്തി മറിയുന്ന പിള്ളേർ. പേരറിയാത്ത നിറ്റില പ്രാണി അക്കമാവുന്ന 45. പച്ചിരിമ്പു ചവണ തെരുവിൽ വീശിമായുന്ന കൈ പച്ചക്കുത്ത്. നീർച്ചുഴി പിണർമിന്നൽ തോൽപ്പാവ പണ്ടുപണ്ടേ ഉദിക്കുന്ന സൂര്യൻ. അല്ല, മറ്റൊന്നുമല്ല. എന്നിട്ടും ഓർത്തു പെട്ടെന്ന് പേടിച്ചുപോയി. താങ്ക് യു.
Please go ahead, Salma, whenever you're ready. Salma, you are ready to go. Go ahead.
Yes. Spreads of the city on the bus, the tip-top heat rising from sweat-drenched bodies, floating from somewhere. The violence of erect pennies stretches onto me. குருதியின் நிறம் ஒன்றேதான். எனது அம்மாவுக்கு வயது 65. பெயர் சர்வனிசா. எனது பாட்டிக்கு முதல் பிள்ளையாக அம்மா பிறக்கும் பொழுது பாட்டிக்கு வயது 15. இன்று கண் தெரியாமல் கட்டிலில் அமர்ந்திருக்கும் அவளுக்கு 80 வயது. பெயர் ஆமினம்மாள். எனது உம்மம்மா இன்று உயிரோடு இருந்திருந்தால் இன்று 102 வயதாக இருக்கும். பெயர் கதீஜா. அம்மாவிற்கு 118 வயது இருக்கலாம். பெயர் பாத்திமாவாம். உம்மும்மாவிற்கு ஒரு பாட்டி இருந்திருப்பார், ஏதேனும் ஒரு இஸ்லாமிய பெயரில். நாங்கள் வெகு காலமாக இங்கேதான் இருந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். இது எங்கள் மண் என்று நம்பிக்கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். அன்றிலிருந்து இன்று வரை தொடர்ந்து கொண்டிருக்கிற எங்களது நம்பிக்கையிலிருந்து இந்த மண் எங்களை வெளியேற்றியதில்லை. எந்த ஒரு அசௌகரியத்தையும் எங்களுக்கு தந்ததுமில்லை. எங்கள் நம்பிக்கையிலிருந்து எங்களை பின்வாங்க வைத்ததுமில்லை. இந்த வாழ்வை சந்தேகிக்க நேர்ந்ததில்லை. எந்த இடைவெளியையும் இந்த மண் உருவாக்கியதில்லை. நாங்கள் வளர்த்த பசு கன்று ஈன்ற முதல் சீம்பாலை கிணற்றில் ஒட்டி இந்த பசுவிற்கு பாலையும் மண்ணிற்கு நீரையும் பெருக்குவாள் என் பாட்டி. எங்களது நிலத்திலும் பேதமின்றி பயிர்கள் வளர்ந்தன, எங்களுக்கும் மழை பெய்தது. இப்போதும் அப்படித்தான். இன்று யாரோ சிலருக்கு சந்தேகிக்க கற்றுத்தருகிறார்கள். என் மண்ணோடான எங்கள் உறவை, எங்களது நேசத்தை, எங்களது பிறப்பை சந்தேகிப்பது போல அது எங்களை துயருறச் செய்கிறது. திடீரென எங்களை அண்டைய நாட்டுக்கு போகச் சொல்கிறார்கள். எங்களுக்கு உருது தெரியாது, அந்த நாட்டின் தட்பவெப்பம் தெரியாது. இதை யாரிடம் சொல்வதெனவும் புரியாது. டிவி செய்திகளை பாட்டியும் தனது பழுதடைந்த காதுகளில் கேட்டுக் கொள்கிறாள். நாங்கள் கவலையோடு பேசிக் கொள்கிற செய்திகளுக்கு காது கொடுக்கிறாள். அவளும் கூட அந்த நாட்டுக்கு போக வேண்டும் என்று பகடி செய்யும் போது கிளிப்பிள்ளை போல இதுதானே என் ஊர் என்கிறாள். அந்த நாடு இஸ்லாமிய நாடு என்று சொன்னாலும் கூட இந்த நாட்டின் எல்லை கடக்க கண் தெரியாத அவள் விரும்புவதில்லை. நெருப்பை மென்மேலும் கொட்டி நெருப்பை அணைக்க முயல்வது போல வெறுப்பை கொட்டி வெறுப்பை வளர்க்க நினைக்கிறார்கள். இந்த மண்ணோடு எங்களது நேசத்தை எங்களது குருதினாலேயே துடைத்தெறிய நினைக்கிறார்கள். பாதைகள் எங்கும் குருதி வழிந்தோட மூடர்கள் ஆர்ப்பரிக்கிறார்கள். எம் குருதியின் நிறமும் இந்த மண்ணின் நிறமும் எப்போதும் வெவ்வேறாக இருந்ததில்லை. அவை ஒன்று போல கலந்து இந்த நிலத்தின் மீது படிந்திருக்கும் எப்போதும். நீர் அடித்து நீர் விலகுவதில்லை. தேங்க்யூ.
Go ahead, VM Girija.
Let me begin.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm reading a poem, Tirinju Notam, Looking Back. It's a long poem. തിരിഞ്ഞു നോട്ടം. അങ്ങനെ പോയി കാലം, മണ്ണുപാത്രങ്ങൾ വന്നു, പിന്നെ സ്വച്ഛമാം വെട്ടം സ്ഫടികപാത്രങ്ങളായി. അങ്ങനെ പോയി കാലം, മണ്ണുപാത്രങ്ങൾ വന്നു, പിന്നെ സ്വച്ഛമാം വെട്ടം സ്ഫടികപാത്രങ്ങളായി. കനകം, രത്നം, മുത്ത്, പവിഴം പതിച്ചതായി, പലതായി കിരീടങ്ങൾ, നാടുകൾ വന്നു പോയി. പറഞ്ഞു വിടും വിൽക്കും കൊടുക്കും, തേരും വില്ലും ഗദയും അമ്പും കൂടി വീട്ടകത്തടവാക്കും. പറഞ്ഞു വിടും വിൽക്കും കൊടുക്കും, തേരും വില്ലും ഗദയും അമ്പും കൂടി വീട്ടകത്തടവാക്കും. പെൺകിടാങ്ങളെപ്പോലെ നാടുവിട്ടിറങ്ങുന്ന വമ്പരാം ജനക്കൂട്ടം, ഗോത്രങ്ങൾ മൊഴികളും. പെൺകിടാങ്ങളെപ്പോലെ നാടുവിട്ടിറങ്ങുന്ന വമ്പരാം ജനക്കൂട്ടം, ഗോത്രങ്ങൾ മൊഴികളും. തിരിഞ്ഞു നോക്കും നെടുവീർപ്പിടും പതിവായി. തിരിഞ്ഞു നോക്കല്ലേ നീ, ചിരിച്ചു പറയുന്നുണ്ടിടിമിന്നലായി ലോത്തിൻ കാവൽക്കാരനാം ദൈവം. തിരിഞ്ഞു നോക്കല്ലേ നീ, ചിരിച്ചു പറയുന്നുണ്ടിടിമിന്നലായി ലോത്തിൻ കാവൽക്കാരനാം ദൈവം. തിരിഞ്ഞു നോക്കാതെ നീ പോകണം അടുപ്പുകൾ, പലമാതിരി പൂക്കൾ വിരിഞ്ഞ പൂങ്കാവുകൾ, അരിമാവിനാൽ കോലം വരഞ്ഞ പൂമുറ്റങ്ങൾ, മിനുസ ചെങ്കല്ലാലെ പടുത്ത കോലായകൾ. അരിമാവിനാൽ കോലം വരഞ്ഞ പൂമുറ്റങ്ങൾ, മിനുസ ചെങ്കല്ലാലെ പടുത്ത കോലായകൾ. പനിനീർ പാറ്റി പച്ചക്കർപ്പൂരം പൊടിച്ചിട്ട് തുളസി മണം പേറും സൗരഭ്യ പൊതുവഴി. പനിനീർ പാറ്റി പച്ചക്കർപ്പൂരം പൊടിച്ചിട്ട് തുളസി മണം പേറും സൗരഭ്യ പൊതുവഴി. ധൂപത്തോടൊപ്പം മണിനാദത്തോടൊപ്പം തിരിനാളത്തോടൊപ്പം ദുഃഖം നേദിച്ച പൂജാമുറി. ഗോതമ്പു പൊടി ഉപ്പുനീരിനാൽ കുഴയ്ക്കുന്ന നീൾവിരലുകൾ, നെല്ല് ചിക്കിയ പനമ്പുകൾ, മണ്ണിന്റെ നിറമുള്ള കാലുകൾ, വിയർപ്പിന്റെ തുള്ളിയാൽ നനച്ചോരു പാടങ്ങൾ. ഇരുളിൻ മറവിൽ പേറ്റാട്ടികൾ മുറിച്ച പൊക്കിൾക്കൊടി എടുത്തു കുടിച്ചിട്ട ചെറുനാരകത്തോട്ടം. ഇരുളിൻ മറവിൽ പേറ്റാട്ടികൾ മുറിച്ചിട്ട പൊക്കിൾക്കൊടി എടുത്തു കുടിച്ചിട്ട ചെറുനാരകത്തോട്ടം. കാലുകൾക്കിടയിലെ ചോരയാൽ എഴുതിയ 100 അപേക്ഷകൾ ആരും കാണാതെ എടുക്കാതെ കീറി മാഞ്ഞവ. കാലുകൾക്കിടയിലെ ചോരയാൽ എഴുതിയ 100 അപേക്ഷകൾ ആരും കാണാതെ എടുക്കാതെ കീറി മാഞ്ഞവ. പറന്നുപോയി കാലം, മുളച്ചു ചിറകുകൾ, വിതച്ചു തീമുട്ടകൾ ഭൂമിയിൽ ആകാശത്തും. തുരന്നുപോയി കാലം, ഒലിച്ചു പോയി കാലം, ജ്വലിച്ചു നിറങ്കിട്ടു ചാരമായി പോയി കാലം. ഇല്ല മറ്റൊന്നും മാറ്റമല്ലാതെ മാറാത്തതായി എന്ന് ചൊല്ലിയ തുല്യനീതിക്കാരനു തെറ്റി. ഇല്ല മറ്റൊന്നും മാറ്റമല്ലാതെ മാറാത്തതായി എന്ന് ചൊല്ലിയ തുല്യനീതിക്കാരനു തെറ്റി. ഉണ്ടവശേഷിക്കുന്നു മൊഴിയും വീടും പേരും, തിണ്ണയും നഗരവും നഷ്ടമാക്കിയിടും വൈരം. ഉണ്ടവശേഷിക്കുന്നു മൊഴിയും വീടും പേരും, തിണ്ണയും നഗരവും നഷ്ടമാക്കിയിടും വൈരം. കരുണക്കടൽ മീതെ നടന്നാൽ അതും പോരാ, നൈലിൽ വെള്ളം താങ്ങിക്കൊണ്ടു പോന്നതും പോരാ, മണലിൻ മഹാനഗ്ന നീരവ പരപ്പിനെ ഇനി നീ വായിക്കെന്നു ജ്ഞാനമായതും പോരാ. അർത്ഥനഗ്നനാം ഫക്കീർ, രാമനും റഹീമുമാണിപ്പെരും ലോകത്തിലെ മർത്യർ ചൊന്നതും പോരാ. അർത്ഥനഗ്നനാം ഫക്കീർ, രാമനും റഹീമുമാണിപ്പെരും ലോകത്തിലെ മർത്യർ ചൊന്നതും പോരാ. ഉണ്ടവശേഷിക്കുന്നു കൂർപ്പുകൾ വെറുപ്പുകൾ, അന്നത്തിൽ വിഷം, ആശുപത്രിയിൽ തീജ്വാലകൾ, ഉണ്ടവശേഷിക്കുന്നു കൂർപ്പുകൾ, വെറുപ്പുകൾ. അന്നത്തിൽ വിഷം, ആശുപത്രിയിൽ തീജ്വാലകൾ, കീറിയ മുറിവുകൾ തുറന്നു വരും കൃത്യാജ്വാലകൾ, എലിയറ്റിൻ ചോരയാൽ തരിശുകൾ, കീറിയ മുറിവുകൾ തുറന്നു വരും കൃത്യാജ്വാലകൾ, എലിയറ്റിൻ ചോരയാൽ തരിശുകൾ. That was my poem, തിരിഞ്ഞു നോട്ടം, looking back. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sampurna Chatterjee. Today, as the numbers of casualties cross 40,000 and counting in Palestine, in Gaza, I ask the question, how do we remember the dead? How do we remember the dead except through brightness of risen sun? One poet says to another, his poem is the place of sanctuary. The mystery does not yield. I run. I look behind me. There's no one there. The poet wiped out, leaving no trace. A poem free as a dream of absolution. What can I say that will not seem untrue? And while as poets we are always questioning ourselves about the validity of what we do through our words, we all know as we gather that there is an urgency to gathering around poems. Long loved in other languages, we know this is not false. We know memory sharpens, brightens their ailing faces. We know this is the grass of the poets who came before. This, the giraffe, the camel, the cadence. In these moments we live as if we were immortal, because the words are. But later, the clock summons us to the table where worry sits devouring. And I think in those moments where we are being devoured by worry, anxiety, rage, we consider what language can do in the face of slaughter. Slaughter. Language is a knot at the center of your head, a marked beast coming through slaughter on a heap of grass. He was killed in the streets on a mattress smoking at the age of 22. Furious men cut him up, his face through the glass, his arm paralyzed, hurt, the thin bones. They threw the filthy water. They sat peering into his mouth. How can we stop? How can I stop the blood that is real in or around my body? And this helplessness in the face of endless bloodshed, this fierce violence that we feel helpless to stop, that is when I ask, and we all ask this question, and we confess to the art of poetry. So kill me for confessing, for standing at a podium and saying it aloud. Sue me for speaking the truth, unvarnished by the fictions that have seen me this far, have won me this right, this heart-hammering moment of disclosure, deception's truest, sweetest twin, leaning over the rooftops, terracing away to the sea. Thank you.
Okay. Namaste. This is Hajira Khan. Dandhale. ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಫೇಸ್ಬುಕ್ಕಿನ ತುಂಬ ಬದುಕಿನ ದಾಂಧಲೆಗಳ ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನ. ದೂರ ಕೂತಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಅನುಭವವಂತೂ ಕಿಂಚಿತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಮ್ಮಂದಿರು ನೆಲ ಅಗೆದು ಬಗೆದು ಕೈಗಳು ಸವೆದರು. ಬೆಳಕಿನ ಕುಡಿಯೊಂದು ಮಬ್ಬಾದಾಗ ಅವಳ ಚೀರಾಟ ನನ್ನ ನೆಮ್ಮದಿ ಕೆಡಿಸಿತು. ನಾನು ಅವರ ಮಗಳಾಗಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಕನ್ನಮ್ಮಂದಿರು ನೆತ್ತರ ಹರಿಸಿ ಬಾಂಬುಗಳು ಬಿದ್ದ ನೆಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಟ್ಟ ಹುಲ್ಲುಗಳನ್ನು ಹಸಿವಿಗೆ ಉಂಡಾಗ ನನ್ನ ಕರಳು ಕಳಚಿ ಕಣ್ತುಂಬಿತು. ನಾನು ಅವರ ತಾಯಿಯೂ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಐರಿಸಸ್, ಜಾಂಕ್ವಿಲ್ಸ್, ಕಾಡು ಗಸಗಸೆಗೆ ಈಗ ಬೆಲೆ ಇಲ್ಲದಂತಾಗಿ ನಡೆದಾಡುವ ಹೂಗಳ ಜೀವಕ್ಕೆ ಈಗ ಬೆಲೆ ಕಟ್ಟಲಾಗಿದೆ. ನಾನು ಅವರ ತಾಯಿಯೂ ಅಲ್ಲ. ನನ್ನ ದೇಶದವರಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಅವರ ತಾಯಿ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅವರ ಕರುಳ ಕುಡಿಯೂ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಜೀವವೊಂದು ಯುದ್ಧಕ್ಕೆ ಬೆಲೆ ಕಟ್ಟಿದಾಗ ಮನುಜ ಮತದ ಮಿಡಿತವೊಂದು ಸದಾ ಚಿಂತಾಕ್ರಾಂತದ ಭಾರಮನದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಸಂಜೆ ತನ್ನ ಮನೆದೀಪ ಬೆಳಗಿಸಿದೆ. ನನ್ನ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಪದ್ಯ ತಿಳಿ ಸಂಜೆ. ಒಂದು ನಿರ್ಲಕ್ಷಿತ ಗ್ರಾಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ತಿಳಿ ಸಂಜೆ. ಮಲಗಿವೆ ಎರಡೂ ಕಣ್ಣುಗಳು. ನಾನು ಪುನರಾಲೋಚಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ ಆ 2 ದಶಕಗಳು ಮತ್ತು 5 ಯುದ್ಧಗಳು. ಆ ಘಳಿಗೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನೇ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿ. ನನಗೇ ಮರೆಮಾಚುತ್ತದೆ ಈ ಗೋಧಿ ಕಾಂಡ. ನಾನು ಬರೆಯುತ್ತೇನೆ ಅಗ್ನಿ ಮತ್ತು ಪರಕೀಯರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. ಆ ಸಂಜೆ ಸಂಜೆಯಾಗಿಯೇ ಇದೆ. ಕವಿತೆಯನ್ನು ಗೀಚುತ್ತಲೇ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ವಿಚಾರಣೆ ಆರಂಭವಾಗಿದೆ. ನೀನು ಯಾಕೆ ಬರೆಯುತ್ತಿರುವೆ? ಏಕೆಂದರೆ ನಾನು ಬರೆಯುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಎದೆಯನ್ನು ಬಗೆದರು. ಕಂಡದ್ದು ಹೃದಯ ಮಾತ್ರ. ಹೃದಯದಲ್ಲೂ ಹುಡುಕಾಟ ನಡೆಸಿದರು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ದಕ್ಕಿದ್ದು ನನ್ನ ಜನರು. ಅಕ್ಷರಗಳನ್ನು ಪರೀಕ್ಷಿಸಿದರು. ಅದರಲ್ಲೂ ಅಳಲು ಮಾತ್ರ ತುಂಬಿತ್ತು. ಅಳುಕನ್ನೂ ಕೆದಕಿದರು. ಕಡಕತ್ತಲಿನ ಸೆರೆಮನೆ ಕಂಡರು. ಸೆರೆಮನೆ ಒಳಗೂ ತನಿಖೆ ನಡೆಸಿದಾಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತಾವೇ ಬಂಧಿತರಾಗಿದ್ದರು ಸಂಕೋಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ. ಸಂಜೆ ಸಂಜೆಯಾಗಿಯೇ ಉಳಿದಿತ್ತು. ನಾನು ಕವಿತೆಯನ್ನು ಗೀಚುತ್ತಲೇ ಇದ್ದೆ. My one more poem. ಮೂಕಧ್ವನಿಗಳು. Just a minute. ಯಾವುದೋ ಬಿಸುಟ ಧ್ವನಿಗಳು ರಾದ್ಧಾಂತ ಮಾಡದೆ ನಿಶ್ಶಬ್ದ ವಹಿಸಿದೆ. ಪ್ರತಿಧ್ವನಿಸುವ ಗುಮ್ಮಟಗಳು ಮೂಕವಾಗಿದೆ. ಕೇಳುವ ಕಿವಿಗಳು ಕೊಳೆತು ಕಿವುಡಾಗಿವೆ. ಚಳಿಯಲ್ಲೂ ಬಿಸಿಯುಸಿರಿನ ಸೋಂಕುವಿಕೆ. ಕಾಯಕ ಮಾಡಿದವನ ಬೆವರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹರಾಜು ಹಾಕಿ ತೂಕಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಇದ್ದರೂ ಮಾರುವವನ ಜಾಯಮಾನ ಅಲ್ಲವೇ? ಕಸಾಯಿಖಾನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೇತಾಡುವ ಮಾಂಸ ಒಣಗಿ ಮೂಳೆಗಳ ತೋರಣ. ಈ ದುರಂತಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾರನ್ನು ದೂಷಿಸಲಿ? ಕಸಾಯಿಯನ್ನೋ, ಮಾಂಸವನ್ನೋ, ಕತ್ತಿಯನ್ನೋ? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, Vinodini, you are up. You are ready. I have you live. Go ahead, please. Vinodini is going to speak now. Make sure your microphone is active. Please. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. This is Vinodini from India, Andhra Pradesh, Telugu. My title is Kanniti Meghala Pata. Kanniti Meghala Pata. ఎవరో దేవుడి పేరు చెప్పి ద్వేషాన్ని బోధిస్తున్నారు. ఎవరో దేవుడి పేరు చెప్పి ద్వేషాన్ని బోధిస్తున్నారు. మట్టిపై రక్తపు గీతల చరిత్ర రాస్తున్నారు. విరిగిన గోడల కింద శూన్య శోకగీతం వెతుకుతున్నారు. మట్టిపై రక్తపు గీతల చరిత్ర రాస్తున్నారు. విరిగిన గోడల కింద శూన్య శోకగీతం వెతుకుతున్నారు. కుప్పకూలిన ఇంటి గోడల మధ్య శ్మశాన నీడలు. విధ్వంసం కింద మూగబోయిన ఆర్తనాదాలు. మునిగిపోయిన కలల తీరాల వెంట చెల్లాచెదురైన పసిపిల్లల కన్నీటి స్వప్నాలు. కుప్పకూలిన ఇంటి గోడల మధ్య శ్మశాన నీడలు. విధ్వంసం కింద మూగబోయిన ఆర్తనాదాలు. మునిగిపోయిన కలల తీరాల వెంట చెల్లాచెదురైన పసిపిల్లల కన్నీటి స్వప్నాలు. తల్లి చేతిలో తల వేలాడేసిన పసిబిడ్డ కళ్ళల్లో భయదృశ్యాలు. తండ్రి కోసం వేచి చూస్తున్న గాయపడిన పిల్లల శూన్యపు చూపులు. తల్లి చేతుల్లో తల వేలాడేసిన పసిబిడ్డల కళ్ళల్లో భయదృశ్యాలు. తండ్రి కోసం వేచి చూస్తున్న గాయపడిన పిల్లల శూన్యపు చూపులు. ఇక్కడ తుఫాను అంటే గాలి కాదు, వాన కాదు. ఇక్కడ ఉరుములు మెరుపులు సహజం ఎంత మాత్రం కాదు. ప్రకృతిని భయపెట్టే మారణాయుధాల కరాళ నృత్య హేళి. ఎడతెరిపి లేని తూటాల తుపాను బీభత్సం. అన్నీ మేడ్ ఇన్ హెవెన్ దైవ నిర్ణయాలు. అన్నీ మేడ్ ఇన్ హెవెన్ దైవ నిర్ణయాలు. దేవుళ్ళు తమాషా చూస్తూ చిరుమందహాసం చేస్తుంటారు. దేవుళ్ళు తమాషా చూస్తూ చిరుమందహాసం చేస్తుంటారు. కలోజియంలో రక్తపాతం చూసి కమోడస్ తృప్తిగా నిట్టూరుస్తాడు. కలోసియంలో రక్తపాతం చూసి కమోడస్ తృప్తిగా నిట్టూరుస్తాడు. మతం చెప్పిందేమిటి? దేవుడి ఉద్బోధ ఏమని? ప్రార్థనలో కోరుకున్న శాంతి బతుకు నుంచి ఎందుకు మాయమైపోయింది? ప్రార్థనలో కోరుకున్న శాంతి బతుకు నుంచి ఎందుకు మాయమైపోయింది? ఆకాశంలో నెత్తుటి మేఘాలు కమ్ముకోవటం వెనక దైవ రహస్యం ఏమై ఉంటుంది? ఆకాశంలో నెత్తుటి మేఘాలు కమ్ముకోవటం వెనక దైవ రహస్యం ఏమై ఉంటుంది? మనుషులంతా మోకరిల్లి ప్రార్థించే దేవుడు నిజంగా కోరుకున్నది ఇదేనా? మనుషులంతా మోకరిల్లి ప్రార్థించే దేవుడు నిజంగా కోరుకున్నది ఇదేనా? ఇప్పుడు కుటుంబం, సమాజం రెండు విచ్ఛిన్న కన్నీటి కేంద్రాలు. ఇప్పుడు కుటుంబం, సమాజం రెండు విచ్ఛిన్న కన్నీటి కేంద్రాలు. అశాంతిని దేశంలో నాటే రాజ్యం, పాలకులు కొత్త దేశద్రోహులు. అశాంతిని దేశంలో నాటే రాజ్యం, పాలకులు కొత్త దేశద్రోహులు. శవాల దిబ్బల మీద అశాంతి మొక్కలు నాటే ఆయుధ వ్యాపారులే అసలైన శాంతి కాముకులు. శవాల దిబ్బల మీద అశాంతి మొక్కలు నాటే ఆయుధ వ్యాపారులే అసలైన శాంతి కాముకులు. రండి, అందరం కలిసి ఇప్పుడు ఒక కొత్త ప్రార్థన చేద్దాం. దేవుని కోసం, దేశం కోసం కాదు, పసిబిడ్డల భవిష్యత్తు కోసం. ఇది దేవుని కోసం, దేశం కోసం కాదు, పసిబిడ్డల భవిష్యత్తు కోసం, మనుగడకు కొత్త అర్థం కోసం, యుద్ధ మేఘాలను చీల్చే శాంతి కిరణం కోసం, రక్తపు తడిని తుడిచే ఆ ప్రేమధార కోసం ఒక్కసారి అందరం లేచి నిలబడదాం. ఒక్కసారి అందరం లేచి నిలబడదాం. మనం లేచేది ఇప్పుడు ఒక సరికొత్త ప్రారంభం కోసం. మనం లేచేది ఇప్పుడు సరికొత్త ప్రారంభం కోసం. Thank you. This is my first poem. My second poem, another poem is, I'm starting my second poem. This is a small poem. This poem's title is Emukula Vantena. Bridge with Bones. శాంతిని నెత్తురులో వెతుకుతున్నాడు. శాంతిని నెత్తురులో వెతుకుతున్నాడు. శవాల దిబ్బల మీద నిలబడి భవిష్యత్తుని కలగంటున్నాడు. శవాల దిబ్బల మీద నిలబడి భవిష్యత్తుని కలగంటున్నాడు. దేవునికి మనిషికి మధ్య పీనుగల ఎముకలతో వంతెన నిర్మిస్తున్నాడు. దేవునికి మనిషికి మధ్య పీనుగల ఎముకలతో వంతెన నిర్మిస్తున్నాడు. దేవుని ఏజెంట్లారా, మీ నొత్తిటి దాహానికి ఏ పేరు పెట్టాలి? దేవుని ఏజెంట్లారా, మీ నెత్తుటి దాహానికి ఏ పేరు పెట్టాలి? శాంతిని బోధించే దైవజనులారా, మీ ఈగోలు చల్లారడానికి ఎన్ని కన్నీళ్లు కావాలి? దైవజనులారా, మీ ఈగోలు చల్లారడానికి ఎన్ని కన్నీళ్లు కావాలి? తల్లులారా, ఈ యుద్ధ కాముకుల ఆగ్రహాన్ని చల్లార్చటానికి ఇంకా ఇంకా నెత్తురు కావాలి. మీ బిడ్డల నెత్తురే వీళ్ళ జబ్బుకి లేపనం. తల్లులారా, ఈ యుద్ధ కాముకుల ఆగ్రహాన్ని చల్లార్చటానికి ఇంకా ఇంకా నెత్తురు కావాలి. మీ బిడ్డల నెత్తురే వీళ్ళ జబ్బుకి లేపనం. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Hello everyone. My poem title is ಇರುವೆಗೂಡಿಗೆ ಬೆಂಕಿ ಬಿದ್ದಿದೆ. ಮುಖ ಮುಂದಲೆ ಹಿಡಿದು ಕಿತ್ತಾಡಿದವರು ಯಜ್ಞದ ಕೊನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪೂರ್ಣಾಹುತಿ ಕೊಡಲು ಒಟ್ಟುಗೂಡಿದರು. ತಾಳೆಗರಿಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ತಡಕಾಡಿದರೂ ಶ್ಲೋಕವರಿಯದ ಇರುವೆಗಳು ಮೂಕಾದವು. ಶಾಂತಿಪ್ರಿಯ ಕಾವಿಧಾರಿಗಳು ಇರುವೆಗೂಡಿಗೆ ಬೆಂಕಿ ಇಟ್ಟರು. ಗಾಂಧಿಗಿರಿಗೆ ಶರಣಾಗಿದ್ದ ಇರುವೆಗಳು ದಾರಿ ಕಾಣದೆ ಧರಣಿ ಕೂತವು. ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ತದೇಕ ಚಿತ್ತದಿಂದ ಗಮನಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದ ಮನೆಯೊಳಗೆ ಇದ್ದ ಮನೆಯೊಡೆಯ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಇರುವೆಗೂಡಿಗೆ ಬೆಂಕಿ ಹಚ್ಚಿದ. ಈಗ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಇವನ ಘನಕಾರ್ಯದ ಸುದ್ದಿ, ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಕೇಳಿಸದ ಇರುವೆಗಳ ನಿಶ್ಶಬ್ದ ಚಿತ್ಕಾರ. ಜೀವದ್ರವ ಬತ್ತುತ್ತಿದ್ದಂತೆ ಒಕ್ಕಲೆದ್ದವರು ಹೋರಾಟಕ್ಕಿಳಿದರೆ ಸಮವಸ್ತ್ರಧಾರಿಗಳು ಸಮಯ ಸಾಧಕರಂತೆ ಕಾದು ಗುಂಡು ಹಾರಿಸಿದರು. ಇರುವೆಗಳ ಕಗ್ಗೊಲೆಗೆ ಚಿಟ್ಟೆಗಳು ಕಣ್ಣೀರು ಹಾಕಿದವು. ನನ್ನಂತಹ ಬಡ ಕವಿಗಳು ಕಣ್ಣೀರಿಗೊಂದೊಂದು ಕವಿತೆ ಬರೆದರು. ಗಾಂಧಿಯನ್ನು ಕೊಂದ ಬಂದೂಕುದಾರಿಗಳು ಮಾತ್ರ ಇದನ್ನು ಗೋಲಿಬಾರ್ ಎಂದು ಕರೆದರು. ಈಗ ಹೊಸ ವೇದಾಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಣ್ಣೆಲ್ಲ ಹೊನ್ನು ಹೊನ್ನು. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
Go ahead. You are now ready to go. Go ahead. Yakub.
This is the poem of solidarity to Palestine, solidarity to children of Palestine. We don't wars, we want peace. Nirbhaya Lokam. నెత్తుటి వనాల్ని వెదజల్లి శాంతి వనాల్ని కోరుకోలేం. పల్లేరు కాయల్లాంటి పలుకుల మధ్య సహజీవనాన్ని ఊహించలేం. పొదుగుల్ని కోసి తెల్లని క్షీరదారాల్ని ఆశించలేం. ప్రతి అడుగులో అవమానాల వంతెనలు వేసి సాఫీగా సాగే ప్రయాణాల్ని కలగరనేం. నిరంతరం నిప్పు కనకలా జ్వలించే ఆత్మతోనే అసలైన అవసరం. అద్దం ముందు నిలబెట్టి ప్రతిబింబాల్లోంచే అసలైన నిజాల్ని వెలికి తీయాలి. ఊచల వెనుక ఉన్న ఊహల్ని సీతాకోక చిలుకల్లా నిర్భయ లోకంలోకి ఎగరేయాలి. అంతరంగం శిలువపై రక్తపోడుతున్న కాలాన్ని విముక్త ఔషధంతో బతికించాలి. యుద్ధాలు లేని నేల మీద నవ్వులు పూయించే ఋతువులు కావాలి. నవ్వులుగా చిందే నీటి బిందువుల్లాంటి పసిపిల్లల ప్రవాహాలు కావాలి. చిగురులు తొడిగే బతుకు చెట్టు పచ్చగా ప్రపంచపు ముఖచిత్రంగా మారాలి. మాకు నెత్తురోడే పాలస్తీనా లాంటి ప్రదేశాలు కాదు, ప్రేమలు విస్తరించే లోకం కావాలి. మేము శాంతి వనాల్ని కోరుకుంటున్నాం. మేము సహజీవనాల్ని కోరుకుంటున్నాం. మేము నిర్భయ గానాల్ని కోరుకుంటున్నాం. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. Solidarity to children of Palestine and solidarity to Palestine. We don't want wars, we want peace. Thank you so much.
And if you'll just give us a few moments, we are bringing up our next speaker temporarily.
Yeah, I'm back. This is Mamta Sagar. You already heard poems from many languages from India. This is a Kannada poem which I have written. Honnavaರದ Suryasta. ಹೊನ್ನಾವರದ ಕಡಲ ಸೂರ್ಯ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ತುಂಬ ಬೆಂಕಿ ತುಂಬಿಕೊಂಡು ಕೆಂಡ ನ್ಯುಂಗಿ ಕೆಂಪಗೆ ಕಡಲ ತುಂಬ ರಕ್ತ ಕಾರುತ್ತಾ ಮೆಲ್ಲ ಮೆಲ್ಲಗೆ ಮುಳುಗಲು ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಇದ್ದಕ್ಕಿದ್ದಂತೆ ರಕ್ತ ಸಿಕ್ತ ನೀರಲ್ಲಿ ಅವಸರವಸರವಾಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲವಾಗುತ್ತಾನೆ. ಹೀಗೆ 1 ಗಂಟೆಯ ಕಾಲ ಬಲಿಯಾಗುವ ಈ ಅಭಿನಯ ನೋಡಲು ಜನಸಂದಣಿ ಸೇರುತ್ತದೆ. ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಪುಟ್ಟ ಚಡ್ಡಿಯ ಮಕ್ಕಳು, ಬಿಕಿನಿ ಅಮ್ಮಂದಿರು, ಬೊಜ್ಜು ಮಾಚದ ತುಂಡು ಚಡ್ಡಿಯ ಗಂಡಸರು, ಮೈತುಂಬ ಅಂಟಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವ ಚೂಡಿದಾರ ಉಟ್ಟು ನೀರಿಗೆಳೆವ ನೀರೆಯರು, ಹೀಗೆ ಕಡಲ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೊರಳಾಡಿ ಉರುಳಾಡಿ ಕೈ ಹಿಡಿದು ಕುಪ್ಪಳಿಸುತ್ತ ಕಿರಚುತ್ತ ಮಜಾ ಮಾಡುವ ಜನ ದಡ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅಲೆಯಾಗಿ ನೀರ ಸೇರಿ ಬಿಡುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಗುರುತುಗಳ ಅಳಿಸಿ ಓಡುವ ಅಲೆಗಳು ರಕ್ತದ ಪ್ರತಿಫಲನವನ್ನು ಅಳಿಸಲಾಗದೆ ಕೆಂಪಲ್ಲಿ ಓಕಳಿಯಾಡುತ್ತಾ ರಂಗೇರಿಸುತ್ತವೆ ಸೂರ್ಯನ ಭೀಭತ್ಸ ಕೊಲೆಯನ್ನ. ಭಟ್ಕಳದಿಂದ ಅಬ್ಬುವಿನ ಹೆಗಲೇರಿ ಕಡಲ ತಡಿಗೆ ಬಂದ ಕಂದಮ್ಮನಿಗೆ ಕೆಂಪು ಸೂರ್ಯನ ನೋಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದ ಉಮ್ಮ ಹೇಳುತ್ತಾಳೆ, ನೀರಿಗಿಳಿಯಬೇಡ ಕಂದ, ನೀರಿಗಿಳಿಯಬೇಡ ಮಗ, ಅಲೆಗಳು ಎಳಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದಾವು. The second poem is ಕಾಡು. ನನ್ನೊಳಗೊಂದು ಕಾಡು, ದಟ್ಟ ಗಿಡ ಮರ ಬಳ್ಳಿ ಹಬ್ಬಿಕೊಂಡು ಹಗಲಲ್ಲೂ ಕತ್ತಲು ಹರಡಿ ಕುರುಡಾಗಿಸುತ್ತದೆ ಕಾಲುದಾರಿಗಳ. ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಕಾಣದ ಜನಗಳು ಹಾದಿ ಹುಡುಕುತ್ತಾರೆ, ಎಡವಿ ತಡವರಿಸಿ ಓಡಾಡುತ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಡಗಿಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಾರೆ, ಹುಡುಕುತ್ತಲೇ ಇರುತ್ತಾರೆ ಕಾಣದ ಅದೇನೇನನ್ನು. ಅರಚುತ್ತಾರೆ, ಕಿರಚುತ್ತಾರೆ, ಸದ್ದೇ ಮಾಡದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲಿ ಅಪರೂಪ ಕರಳುವ ಆಸೆ ಹೂಗಳ ಕೊಯ್ದು ಮುಡಿದು ಕಿವಿಯ ಮೇಲಿಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡು ಭಜನೆ ಮಾಡುತ್ತಾ ಜಾತಿ ನೀತಿ ನುಡಿಯುವವರು ಕೊರಳ ಕಚಕ್ ಅಂತ ಸಿಗಿದು ಕರುಣೆ ತೋರುತ್ತಾರೆ. ಕತ್ತಲಾವರಿಸೋಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಈ ಕತ್ತಲಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣುವುದೆಲ್ಲ ಕಲ್ಪಿತ ಕಾಣ್ಕೆಯ ಅಗೋಚರ ಹಗೆ ಹೊಗೆ ಹಗರಣದ ಧಗೆ. ಈ ಕಾಡ ಕತ್ತಲ ಕೀಟಲೆ ತಡೆಯಲಾಗದೆ ನಾನೀಗ ಸೂರ್ಯನನ್ನು ನುಂಗಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ಕಡಲ ಕುಡಿದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಕಾಡು ಕತ್ತಲು ಕಳೆದು ಹೋಗುವ ಕಾಲ್ದಾರಿಗಳು, ದಿಕ್ಕು ದೆಸೆ ಹುಡುಕುತ್ತ ತಾರಾಡುವ ಜನ, ಕಾಡೋ ಕಟುಕರು ಈಗ ಈ ನೆಲದುದ್ದಕ್ಕೂ ಹರಡಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅರಳುವ ಹೂವ ಕೊಯ್ಯೋ ಹಲಾಲ್ಕೋರರು ಚಂದ್ರನ ಬೆನ್ನಟ್ಟಿ ಹೊರಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೂರ್ಯನ ದಾರಿ ಕಾಯುತ್ತಾ ಅವನು ಮುಳುಗುವ ಕಡಲ ತಡಿಯ ಹುಡುಕುತ್ತಾ ಮೋಡಗಳ ಮರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಸು ಹೊಕ್ಕು ಒಂದೇ ಸಮನೆ ಓಡುತ್ತಿರುವ ಚಂದ್ರ ಬೆಳಕ ಚೆಲ್ಲುತ್ತಾನೆ ಆಗಾಗ. ದಣಿದ ಚಂದ್ರನ್ನ ಕೈಗೆಟುಕದಿದ್ದರೂ ಸೆರೆ ಹಿಡಿಯುವ ತರಾತುರಿಯಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಈ ಜಾತಿವಂತರಿಗೆ ತಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಕತ್ತಲು ನುಂಗಿದೆ ಅನ್ನುವುದು ಇನ್ನೂ ಗೊತ್ತೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. Thank you. In solidarity with Palestine and Lebanon, from India, from Canada, from Bengaluru.
Thank you, everyone. I'm reading this poem, a series of poems I wrote titled For Gaza in Creative Solidarity. And from the series, I'm going to read one poem. Title of the poem is The Olive Tree. This tree, centuries old, the sap of its trunks, taste of epic poetry. In Ramallah, the olive tree nods its head at the song of a dry wind that comes as it pleases, not a leaf falls. I walk towards the tree. I walk towards the tree with Abdul Rahim Al-Sheikh and Rana Barakat. How long were we under the tree? How long were we under the tree? Until the night arrived. Until the night arrived. Until the moon rose. Until the wound healed. Until the night arrived. Until the moon rose. Until the wound healed. The olive tree. Thank you.
Kutsia, we're gonna just go right ahead, and whenever you're ready, you can go start. You can go ahead and start. Thank you.
Sorry, I think I'm ready.
Yeah, whenever you're ready, I'll have you live. No problem. Go ahead.
Good morning. Over the year, we have witnessed brutality after brutality, and it's in this shared space where we as poets gather to voice our support for Palestine and Lebanon. In this coming together, we rise to say that we stand for humanity, hope, and harmony. I'll begin by marking this space with a poem by Denise Levertov called Making Peace. A voice from the dark called out, the poets must give us imagination of peace to oust the intense, familiar imagination of disaster. Peace, not only the absence of war, but peace, like a poem, is not there ahead of itself, can't be imagined before it's made, can't be known except in the words of its making, grammar of justice, syntax of mutual aid. A feeling towards it, dimly sensing a rhythm, is all we have until we begin to utter its metaphors, learning them as we speak. A line of peace might appear if we restructured the sentence our lives are making, revoked its reaffirmation of profit and power, questioned our needs, allowed long pauses. A cadence of peace might balance its weight on that different fulcrum. Peace, a presence, an energy field more intense than war, might pulse then, stanza by stanza into the world, each act of living one of its words, each word a vibration of light, facets of the forming crystal. Now I shall introduce the readers who will be reading for this segment, who I would just like to mark as the facets of this forming crystal of solidarity. Sasha Akhtar is an OG first-gen poet, double immigrant, activist, artist consumed by conscious decolonial praxis in aid of revolution. Her publications are relentless. In Sasha's words, I'll rest when I'm dead. The Grimoire of Grimalkin dropped October 2024, anarchist visual hand-drawn poems Void Song in 2023. Kazim Ali is the chair of the Department of Literature at the University of California, San Diego. His most recent book is Sukun, New and Selected Poems. Ali's poems, both lyric and musical, explore the intersection of faith and daily life. Hannah O'Mara is a British visual artist and poet whose work has been published by the International Human Rights Arts Movement in anthologies by the Renard Press and by the UCL Writers Block magazine. Her writing is inspired by her Baloch heritage and its indigenous traditions of poetry and storytelling through spoken word. Hannah draws on themes of displacement, womanhood, and identity, seen through a lens of diaspora and a love of humanity. Muniba Mahmood is a self-described compulsive writer and poet whose work frequently explores the intersection of identity, heritage, spirituality, and social justice. Muniba channels her passion for storytelling into her creative and literary arts initiative, Rawani, which is dedicated to fostering and preserving authentic creative expression from underrepresented communities. An alumni of the Faber Academy and Columbia University, Muniba draws on her background in marketing and interests in history, politics, and development to her craft and her writing. Sabine Chowdhury is a poet, producer, researcher, and editor. Her poems have been published in magazines such as Gutter, Spam, and Lud Gang. Rimming the Event Horizon is her first collection, poems from which have been longlisted for the Ivan Juritz Prize and highly commended in the Forward Prizes. Roy Duffield has more work you can read in Feminist Review, Songs of Revolution, Poems Against Oppression, Osmosis, Lucent Dreaming, Ink, Sweat, and Tears, and other publications with a conscience. It's won some stuff and been nominated and shortlisted for other stuff, Roy is also the author of Bacchus Against the Wall, which was published in 2023. Maliha is a London-based Pakistani writer and translator. Her writing journey yearns to find home in objects, people, and places. Her poems have a consistent theme of human absurdity, paradox, and nostalgia. Sophia Naz is a bilingual poet, artist, author, editor, and translator. She has been nominated twice for the Pushcart Prize, in 2016 for creative nonfiction and in 2018 for poetry.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kazim Ali, and I'm happy to join you here remotely via recording for the global reading in solidarity with Lebanon and Palestine. I'm going to read you a poem called Driving from Qalandia Checkpoint to the Jordan River. And that landscape across the country is a landscape that has been impacted so deeply by the long occupation of the Palestinian territories. And this question of who owns a land and why. What did the land feel about it? We drive along that wall where are drawn pictures of resistance. A girl holding balloons, borne skyward on her way to the barricaded sea. Soldiers turning their hands against the wall, consenting to be searched. Barghuti's face, a prisoner all these long years. These scenes tagged on the concrete wall, unspooling as we drive away, secure in the expensive cab with Israeli plates, that allows us the privilege of zipping along, hoping to reach the river before sunset, preserving us from the checkpoints. Fog enters even now, the cordoned-off river, slipping through border control. No one can fathom whether the terrain's composer intended such erosion, such a suicide mission. On cold, bright hills, all the reciters stumble over who begat whom and why, when there is no saving, least of all us, long after the river has emptied. How can what pulls us from one another be called God? In the long-held breath of autumn that shudders, leaves are left to drink deep of the well water and reave themselves from what grew them, and inside, rubble of dinner tables and bedclothes, a revelation paid out in spades, rain folding its hand, nor can I refrain from describing the ruin of this biblical landscape, the qarub and olive trees now disrupted by surveillance towers. Every small shift here is seismic. It shrieks through the years with deathly import. That small hill is the mountain upon which stood the Ark of the Covenant. That little creek is the river in which the Baptist stood starstruck before the sun. All the mythic cities are unimaginable. In the crumbling capital, glass bells clang out broken promises. The road of martyrs is claimed by every combatant. The grove of olives weeps. The glass river aims a rapid-fire retort. Stay strong, everyone. Stay alive. Resist.
Hello, I'm Hannah Ormara. In the words of the great Gazan poet and intellectual Muin Bizezo,
translated by another great Palestinian poet, Jehan Bezezo, from a letter to the barbed wire, that I would see you again for the first time, homeland. My poem that I will read for you today is called When Will We Feet to Ground? It's written for all internally and forcibly displaced people, to the beautiful people of Lebanon and Palestine. When will we feet to ground walk? Walk with our shadows. Walk to greet the shade of date trees, touch the bark of our trees, without mechanized hyenas clawing. When will we open eyes to skies where we are one with our mothers? Land sunlight says you are not lost. The sunlight everywhere tells us you are not lost, lighting the faces of hyenas, mechanized to take the soles of our feet. Without feet, we are still human, running from our trees, running from shelter. They are peeling our memory. Thousands die running from floods diverted. Flood drains are the evaporated tears of people who are being erased. Avarice diverts avalanches of floods, and avalanches of floods are the melted desires of dislocated consciences. Avarice is drowning us into its borders. It moves like a cloak of fur, skimming the sky, watching hyenas. The sky does not see avarice. Sky sees migrating animals moving on earth and asks, why are these animals stitched with gold? My people see brocaded pelts. My people know the light of the sun. My people see avarice's underbelly is a raw hide tattooed with every face taken. Faces taken for the soles of their feet. The feet of my people are bleeding on borders, and inside borders they are running, screaming and drowning. We have become a sea of bullets. No one can see a sea of bullets because seas of bullets are filtered by artificial intelligence. Intelligence is not artificial, and bullets are not artificial. Bullets are inhumane, hungry for earth, for land and gold. Avarice is hungry for people who cry in their homes, bleeding, running and crying in the place of their birth. My children run barefoot. My children carry pumping hearts, running from hyenas, mechanized to take the soles of our feet. My children run on gravel and water and stone. Our waters are full of typhoid. Avarice is not affected by typhoid. My children are not heard. My children are dying, crying out in a language that is being erased. My children will not be erased. Our children will not be disinherited of their date trees. The power of sunlight will not allow our children to be disinherited. They will inherit their mountain and gravel and water and stone. My children will name their bodies and waters in their language. Our people will not be disinherited. I call you from the distance, people are life. We call out from the distance, people are love. We will speak for all of you running, crying, bleeding and drowning. We will speak for you inside borders and outside of borders. Sunlight calls out for life. Diaspora calls out for life. Humanity calls out for life. You are life. You are not forgotten. One day will arrive. We will arrive, one with our shadow, one with our feet on the earth. We will be one with ourselves under the shade of our trees. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much, Kutsia, Kazim, and Hannah for your beautiful readings. I'm going to start by reading a poem by a Palestinian American poet called Nur Hindi. And then I'll read a poem of mine that wasn't written to respond to it, but kind of has a connection to it, I would say, in a way. So the poem by Noor Hindi is called Fuck Your Lecture on Craft, My People Are Dying. Colonizers write about flowers. I tell you about children throwing rocks at Israeli tanks, seconds before becoming daisies. I want to be like those poets who care about the moon. Palestinians don't see the moon from jail cells and prisons. It's so beautiful, the moon. They're so beautiful, the flowers. I pick flowers for my dead father when I'm sad. He watches Al Jazeera all day. I wish Jessica would stop texting me, Happy Ramadan. I know I'm American because when I walk into a room, something dies. Metaphors about death are for poets who think ghosts care about sound. When I die, I promise to haunt you forever. One day, I'll write about the flowers like we own them. So I'm going to read a poem of mine called G. And G stands for Gasteranthus extinctus. And that is the name of a flower that ecologists thought was extinct, so they named it thus. And then they found it alive and well in Ecuador, and it's indigenous to a place called the Centinela Ridge. G. This season I wear my begrudging resilience in orange, a glow in the belly of my vanishing, deferred at every moment, a rediscovered flower named after its own extinction. Though I am no Lazarus, no miracle, clear-cutting for your recursive guilt and minus stain understory. I have been here all along, taking cover under wisped solidarity in dew-pointed defiance, while you were all so very sure I was dead. When I pass over the edge of the ridge, I will appear to you as an apparition, while simultaneously reincarnating in an unknown location. All boy, all girl, I could be sea glass, peaches, jealousy. When the white man comes to take a sample, I'm hacked by his racializing whimsy, that haggling erotics of the specimen. There is limerence and yoke in the sound of trees being felled. Enter disloyalty of a haggling mist. I hush myself post-striadic, post-woman, post-evil, processual lesser goddess. Come and go now they, all soil and somersault in blood of the sap kind, propagate themselves in this disgrow and disgust me. They can only say what runs green and or red doesn't matter as us in the way they think, though we turned blaze our forte anyway. Flickering sprouts fogged for safety, and all split up but calling kin and beyond in a language of whispering beacons. Oh, you love me now, do you? Diligent herb, surprising petal, bruised verticality, chic cutting, filled with survivor epiphany, assimilating into my own ends, Centinela finale on repeat. But surely you didn't think I'd go that easily, rolling my R's and falling my name. He looks into my eyes in stupid physiognomic spree, grunting, and I bite him. I will bite him until every end and then after, until the next one and again. Flail cyclical in knot steam amid my jaw and my decisions. One of me will rub his face in it, while others go off to undulate or glimmer, drip, delight, or covet. So the next poem I'm going to read is about solidarity and community, but it responds to the atomic bomb tests and the horrific effects of that in a way. Sket life. She is getting up on the wrong side. As irradiated coral dust, falling she, vaporized islands now, dots the eye penumbral, becomes the morning breeze and then weightless, skips the rope communal, moving sket-like, leaking the noose. Suspension is her moth-fisted alibi, buoyant labour that clangs the colour of shadows on the sea. Anticipating gravity's agenda this time, stretches the legs of her spirit of shade. Side-eye with friends, they cackle and stride through storms, floods, atoll craters, eyeshadow fallout, a toxified drop on the end of a leaf. Together, they say, fake snow, don't smile. Every other spiral, detonation, they turn to one another and mouth. Miss you. When can I see you? Thank you.
I hope you can hear me all right. And the good news. To start each day, I paper cut the whites of both eyes, weep red seas into the watery blindness of my morning retreat, dig the news print deep into each hole for an eye. The burn of the mascara brush gouges the empty pupil of a forced bride. I feel each stabbing birth pang, every exit wound of the miscarriage of a misused uterus of useless stories and abuses. I want to fight off the ones holding you down for so long you forgot to keep crying. But instead I come, late for work as usual, and dab the wounds with raw alcohol, and the good news is paper cuts tend to stop hurting in less than a day. Belief. If, when you first heard it, you believed that not one man, but an organized body of human beings brought a rapist's blade to the neck of not just one innocent babe, but 40 of them, maybe you should ask yourself, who stabbed this sick idea so deep in your head, and why, and when? And maybe you should cut it out before your hands are stained an even deeper red. This is how to sink the Titanic. So, we're here below. Everyone's welcome on a sinking boat. Interpretive dance. Interpret my ass. Don't let them keep it subtle. Don't stay cool. Your phone is a prop, is a maraca, is a grenade, is lithium plate. At a wedding, on a cruise in the Med in Greece, don't pay the nickel. Piss here. Stand your ground. It's not yours, but it's not theirs either. It's not your fault if they laid steel girders and cement, if they raised 5 floors between you and it. Protect others. Use your hands. Deflect. Unmodel your kitchen. Have your drive undone. Set an example for the neighbors. Go on, take a slash at the pockets of your bank, at your reflection in the bulletproof glass. On their side, they have all the diamond cutters, but even fingers in the rain can squeal. And even pigs for the slaughter can upset the stomach of a deaf butcher, no matter what color their earphones. Blow the empire. Take it anyway. How many Irish whistles have choked on the bathing salts of Arctic seas, still, at least, survived by whale song? Piss everywhere. For the whales. It's no skin off their nose. The steel girders and cement though are quite an element. As a word. One day, I hope to be as free, as unchained to any meaning as a word, like law, like love, like terrorist. And now I'm just going to read this last one, a bit longer, one of the first poems I wrote about media culpability. The Ballad of the Newsman. The newsman cometh, bleach-white cloak, sound stomach, and canonically clean conscience. The townspeople, fuck all else to do, stand, needlessly handling themselves in the rain, eagerly anticipating his coming. Gather round, children, to hear what's new, what's relevant, and most importantly, what's true. Each a genius in his own eyes, a fucking fuckwit in his neighbour's eyes. They only have eyes for the newsman, highly qualified, they're sure. There's nothing but respect, except the rebel. Thinks he sees spots, cold blood, stains on the newsman's cloak. But all the people know, he's crazy. He's just a boy. The governor, his debts to the newsman locked away in the cabinet, filed under regret, with all the rest. Hate mail, blackmail, unflattering photographs, prefers instead a dirty bath in his counting house, counting all his expenses receipts, wishing he had the newsman's hairline. The invaders are in your very midst, the newsman admits. The people start having fits, but not before paying him handsomely for his services. Meanwhile, the rebel catches a bad case of deja vu, swears he's heard it all somewhere before, this breaking news. But all the people know, that's crazy, he's just a boy. The newsman speaks with confidence, clarity, that unquestionable authority they teach in journalism school in front of a mirror. The rebel has never seen a mirror. He's always been quiet and shy, and try as he might, fails to make himself understood. The invader cometh, the newsman warns, his plastic crown of thorns, worn perfectly straight, every smile, laugh, and comma in its rightful place. The people, invaders themselves just yesterday, sadly have Alzheimer's and dementia, are blind, partially deaf, and completely dumb. They're builders most, and builders feel most mass destruction of their beautiful homes. They build houses out of money, and very occasionally get money out of houses. The rebel dreams of other rebels in other towns better, but suspects the newsman has been censoring his letters with the latter's dove feather pen. But remember, he's crazy, he's just a boy. The rebel appeals to the book, but the newsman plays by the book, for the book, even plays golf with the book on occasion. Eat dog or be eaten, kill or be killed, beat or be beaten, is the newsman's advice, as he slips out with his handsome pay just before the fight. So the people, itching for fun, let bygones be, buy guns, polish their guns, needlessly handle their guns, shooting slugs and snails too slow, small, and frail to put up a decent fight. The rebel suffers, sighing in silence, that is, until people start dying in silence. He missed school the day they taught the meaning of life, but feels quite sure it's not to stand idly by, watch, and say nothing, while people die of ignorance and violence. If 2,000 people are wrong, and one lone rebel is right, surely wrong must be right, and right must be wrong. Boy, there's nothing wrong with needlessly handling yourself in the rain. The governor hires Poppy. Poppy appeals to the people who love her soft rosy cheeks, all just to justify an invasion on the invaders. The rebel, who sees her black plastic heart, burns Poppy. The people go from soppy to ballistic. They love Poppy. Poppy knew their grandma, and they love their grandma. How can the rebel see a black heart when he finds it so impossibly hard to see invaders from invaders? He's crazy. He's just a boy. Don't you know an invader when you see one, boy? He must have missed school the day they taught that too. Actually, just yesterday, not too far back in time, Grandma gave the newsman a piece of her mind, stood up and spat in his eye, but the people sadly have Alzheimer's. All that's left of Grandma is the relic, which the people polish with one hand, the other proudly waving to the newsman. The relic is a German porno mag, hardcore of course, featuring pictures of Grandma's fancy dressed up corpse, milfs and porgs, and peppered with puppies, written by the newsman under his dove feather pen name. The rebel appeals to the treasurer of the social club. He knows the rebel's not crazy. He's connected, but lazy. And besides, the social club get off on the smell of blood and lies and build money out of clubhouses. So the rebel attempts to assassinate the newsman. So the newsman says, "Such a shame," say the rebel's family and friends. "He's just a boy," but sadly the book just can't be bent. The rebel is assassinated by the book. Scissors cut paper, rock beats scissors, fear suffocates kindness, causes blindness. The newsman, on his way to inform the invaders, but which ones, of the coming war, make one last big score, and feed his family of one, you were expecting four, is accidentally trampled to the floor by the invaders, but which ones? Does it matter? He knew them both. In fact, he taught them everything they know. Oh, sorry, you didn't know. The newsman's handsome pay scattered worthless in the dust. A yin-yang shaped battlefield just yesterday, a builder's house. A tragedy, a crying shame, the very thing they went to war to try to save. There's cold blood on his cloak, finely woven, with little white lies. Blood on his hands, blood in his stool, and in the sober light of day, just one of the people after all. His high qualifications, they're sure, are nowhere to be found. Peace is restored, for now. Turns out wrong was wrong after all, but the people sadly have Alzheimer's. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sasha Akhtar, and it's an absolute honor to be able to express solidarity for all the oppressed, and in particular Palestine and Lebanon. Darling revolutionary, how late the sun stays out. It is for you too, not just the few. All that is there for your joy, even if existence is not. Darling revolutionary, the voices of children are buried in the land, one after the other, yet we hear them. Darling revolutionary, take a seed from your home, plant it anywhere, it will grow, revel in it, just one flower, you. Darling revolutionary, you and I are forced out wherever we go. It's okay, see, we grow anywhere. Darling revolutionary, you love too much. You don't even notice how they other you. Your skin wouldn't matter if you were home, but they dismantled it. Darling revolutionary, you were born. That is all of it. Your right to existence. Darling revolutionary, you never forget. Thank you for this gift. Darling revolutionary, sometimes do try to forget, or the pain might kill you. And we need you alive until they kill us anyway. Darling revolutionary, don't despair. Your devotions breed parity, even if you can't see it yet. Darling revolutionary, the world has always dreamt of you. Darling revolutionary, learn all the words. The same thing will mean different things. This is how you expand to create new songs. Darling revolutionary, evening will always drop as morning always rises. Darling revolutionary, don't believe a word of it. You know better. Darling revolutionary, are you hearing voices? Let me hold you as you listen to the wind. Darling revolutionary, nothing dies forever. This is why you are so tired. Darling revolutionary, you cannot keep everyone safe. Darling revolutionary, the dream of flight is a memory. Darling revolutionary, the blood will out. Darling revolutionary, your utopia is radical. It too can invade these who have never experienced anything else and burn away malignancy. Darling revolutionary, it pains me to see you this way. Darling revolutionary, the animals are on your side. Learn their language. Darling revolutionary, I wrote something for you. Agar zindagi rahe to phir milenge. But some meetings are better in death. Darling revolutionary, your rest is necessary. Don't let their violence inflict you. Darling revolutionary, arm yourself with tears to feed the tree of life. Darling revolutionary, now I must leave you and watch the spider spinning her web at dusk and hold hands with night falling closer. I always dream of you. Thank you.
Thank you for having me, everyone. I'll be reading some poems in Urdu. ये जहद मुसलसल नहीं है तो क्या है, रोज आंखों को सुर्ख कर लेना, क्योंकि सुर्खों की कमी से दुनिया बहुत शर्मिंदा है इंसानों से, मुफलिसों बेयारों मददगारों से। ये जहद मुसलसल नहीं है तो क्या है, रोज मगरिब के पहर अपने फटे कुर्ते को शीरखारों की तरह चिमटाना, उसको कहना कि अभी और उसे चल चल कर सुर्ख करना है दिल मुस्तर को, उसको कहना कि कोई बात नहीं चाक गरेबां होना, उसको कहना कि ज़माने के लगाए हुए बेहुदा दाग कीमती ज़र हैं अगली दहाई के लिए, उसको कहना कि बटन टूट गए हैं तो क्या, ये तो एक मश्क है जदीद फन आराइश की, उसकी पिघली हुई अकड़न को ज़रा ही तकल्लुफ़ भी कलफ मत देना, उससे उठती हुई बदबू को ख़त्म मत करना, उसके उलझे हुए धागों को न सुलझाए कोई, इसको ऐसे ही गरीबी के लबों से तन्हा चूसना है ज़िंदगी। इस इंसान के हिस्से में है लाखों का कफन, इसके पेचीदा हवादिस में करोड़ों रूहें अपना घर ढूंढती हैं, इसके सीने में धड़कते हैं कईयों के दिल, इसकी आंखों में है ख्वाबों की थकन सदियों की। ये जहद मुसलसल नहीं है तो क्या है। नज़्म को रोक नहीं सकते तुम, उसको आना हो तो फिर आके ही दम लेती है। नज़्म बच्चे की तरह गोद में चढ़ जाती है, हाथ से बिखरे हुए बालों को आहिस्ता से और कुछ और भी बिखरा देना, नज़्म महबूब सी बन जाती है। नज़्म उंगली को पकड़ लेती है छोटी वाली और खुद ही से कसम देती है लिख देने की। नज़्म तलवों से चिमट जाती है मट्टी की तरह, बेहया घर को मेरे साथ चली आती है। नज़्म को हुक्म नहीं दे सकते तुम, नज़्म को ना की नहीं है आदत, नज़्म हद दर्जा मिजाज रखती है। नज़्म का कान मरोड़ोगे तो आएगी नहीं, नज़्म का हाथ झड़कने से बहुत अरसे तक अपना चेहरा वो दिखाएगी नहीं। नज़्म का वक्त मुकर्रर पे अदा हो जाना उसका एहसान है मौजूदगी पर, उसका एहसान है फरसूदगी पर। मेरी और उज्जू की बातें। आज भी इतनी बातें थी करनी, बताना था कि के अंदर शहर की बत्ती बुझी हो तो गली के कुमकुमे नहीं लगते अच्छे, और ये भी कि मेरी आंखों में हैरत अपनी मौजूदगी पे फट गई है धमाके से। अब रोज हैरतों से, नई हैरतों से एक चेहरा बनाता हूँ, उसे हाथों से छूता हूँ, उसे होंठों से पीता हूँ, उसके पाँव पे फिर कुछ लम्हा थक के लेट जाता हूँ। मैं बिल्कुल इस तरह अम्मी के कदमों पर तनाई सर लिटाता था, उसे मट्टी बनाता था। मैं अम्मी से खुदा तक इसी तरह तो पहुंच पाता था। अरे उज्जू, तुम्हें ये भी बताना है कि कहवा अच्छा लगता है। मैं पीता हूँ तो ईरानी सकाफत मुंह में जैसे घुल ही जाती है। कोई है जिसकी आंखों में कशिश कहवे की से हो, सुनहरी और मीठी, एक ही घूंट में बेजुबा बेमजा जुबान शीरीं कर दे। यहाँ लंदन की सड़कें और उन पे चलते पांव बातें करते हैं, सफर की तलखियों को बांट लेते हैं। ये जूते, सड़कें और पांव बाकायदा गैंग है इनका। क्या अमेरिका में भी जूतों के नीचे पानी छुप जाता है और घर आ जाता है? तुम्हें थोड़ी पता है मुझे घर चाहिए ही नहीं, मुझे घर जाना ही नहीं है। मैं अब ये मान बैठा हूँ कि घर एक प्यारा सपना है, आयत है, माफ़ी है, दो नाराज लोगों के बीच सिला रहमी का वक़्फ़ा है। घर तो नज़्म लिखना है, घर तो शीर खार का आंसुओं से खिलखिलाना है, घर लौट जाने वाले एहसासों का वापस लौट आना है, घर तो अब्बू का उस दिन फ़ोन आना है। थैंक यू।
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me and for organizing this beautiful event. The poetry that we've heard so far has been very moving, and it's really important at such a time when we've seen so many horrors around the world, in Lebanon and Palestine specifically over the last year, for more than a year now in Palestine. To introduce myself, I'm Muniba Mahmood. I'll start by reading a poem that I wrote over the Christmas season last year in response to to a prompt to writing a poem that was cheerful when I was struggling to feel, as happy as everybody else around me. Frost ices over hearts, unsmiling sun thaws through multi-latitudes. Festive lights sprinkled around like stardust of the prettiest kind. Dark falls early, goes unnoticed, well concealed by sparkling lights. Walking through miles of concrete splendor, offices, malls beckon to the coveted life. The air is drunk on jolly carols. A jarring scream in my brain does smite. We're dreaming of a white Christmas in colors green and red, yet in my nightmares, sobbing pools of blood, images of thousands injured and dead. Our world, billions. Santa gives presents to some, at most millions. There are no-go spaces for reindeer too. Some places even 8 can't go. I'm told to be silent and not say more, for ugly truths are not meant to be told. I'm struggling to participate more, though I'm doing my best to try. I'm not trying to be difficult. You see, my truth is, I never stopped thinking about the genocide. Civilized, peaceful, our world, undid our truth, lies we bought into. I've been unimpressed since long back, ever since the mind started to know. Yet the eyes cannot now unsee, and the truth my heart does seek. Who was made poorer for this wealth, and whose world darkened for the lights? And when it comes to my people, could you at least pause to think twice? Now, the next poem that I'm going to read pays tribute to the beautiful people of Gaza, of Palestine. And it pays tribute to the resilience that they have shown, resilience that nobody should ever be called on for. This poem attempts to take lessons through spirituality and through the lessons of nature, and it's called The Land Knows. They say the earth carries memories, and branches sway news to the clouds. Swirls of wind rise like souls to the sky, and watchful birds the air surround. They fly across skies bearing the news, but the humans don't pay heed. They stubbornly refuse. For elsewhere, the world is consumed with excess. Amidst comfort and ease, misery is easy to forget. They say the sun still shines on a rainy day, but I can see no rainbow in sight. Perhaps the storm appears before a calm, and the earth bears witness to this plight. Howling winds of a raging tornado, cursed, agonizing cries of hurt rage, sweeping through lives, nothing spares in its wake. Hospital floors run out of space. Paralyzed, unanesthetized, amputates, a branch, a tree, the mantle of the earth, tremors through the land in the dark black night. For some, it never merely rains, heavy it does forever pour, a harrowing, hollowing cry through the land does bore. From the eye of the tornado, misery is broadcast to the world. Travel far their bloodied cries, their suffering pierces my soul. Yet the storm surrounds a calm, serene despite their pain. Last goodbyes to the soul of their souls. Many other goodbyes remain stories untold. The moon glares with white cold temper, and glowering sun with anger seeds. Birds and beasts begin to fear the heat, and trees tremble for what they perceive. Yet still, those who now walk through fire will emerge unburnt from this blight, as the heat has once before deferred for another bearer of light. In the eye of the storm, the vision finds clarity. The sun shines on a rainy day, and though I don't see a rainbow yet, they know, and I begin to see from where their souls this comfort get. The earth soothes for the truth it knows, and all of creation is reverent to their souls. With comforting, soft welcome, the land their bodies receives. From there, on that day, they shall rise, and the Lord to them shall speak. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Sophia Naz, and the poem I'm going to read today is called Gaza Bombay Suture. And I was in India when the latest iteration of the genocide began. And this is a poem of solidarity for Palestine from the beleaguered Muslims of India who are suffering their own version of a slow genocide under Modi. Gaza Bombay Suture. Epigraph. What's the warp and what's the weft running through this weaving? Kabir. By the tongue where tomorrow and yesterday are one, call out juxtaposition of the scroll, sutra of future past and tense present to court of recall. Ash, snow of extinction, settler dust, the milk glass moon, gazing in tombstone silence above Khan Yunus. Soon this will be a view abridged, our museum shoulders each drag and shrug, Jabalia, the abattoir of Gaza city. Tiny ocean in the land where yesterday and tomorrow are one. Tiny ocean of blood-soaked gauze, my firstborn. On replicating screens, shape-shifters ingress. A river that never sleeps is a woman. Staple seams of plastic, viral, sieve at airport lounges, arrivals, departures, stations of belonging in crosshairs. steeping into seas, seas rising into clouds, clouds falling into grains, grains moaning into ears. Playing on a loop, cynical, cyclical, a dog whistle swallows the tidal pearl of Haji Ali, and night and day the avian, Leviathan, crane. Dark water, kissing feet of her dead, aqueous return. Homelessness lodges in the throat, orphaned cursive bead of sound. All the carcinogens we cannot see, circling crowds to cross-check caste with biometrics. Each ordinance decrees their disappearance. Nouns exist as yeast, ambient absence, holes in bread make a skin even in the breaking. East of whose meddling? West of Asia. Hearts beat and breathe beads of deadly heat. Liminal dove, hoverer, halfway house of heaven and earthly shove, bomb blast, feather singed. On curved concrete hemline they ripple, reappear. Exploded hearth, no millimeter unscarred, beholder of charred. The scene's necklace repeat, rosaries of despair.
I'd like to extend a warm thank you to all the readers for sharing this space today, and I will complete the reading with a poem of my own called Jamshed's Cup. I is constantly discerning in this globe's overexposure of watchdogs, big wheels, pitchmen and pitchforks. News relayed all day in the churn, forged and fishy, perceptive grasps of think pieces, matter over mind absorption, empty spirituality, nervous tremors, and the swelter strikes counting down. The sheltered few unwind what I can be, snickering through endless codes of morality. But. I emerges and suffuses in hot air. I circles dry land to find the well. I returns to drink from it. I knows the eye is veiled. I knows that life is recalling until it returns. I weaves a grass in the Kutsia Berg, red sandstone walls. I is in northern Nigeria, Nana Asamu writes. I is the Queen of Sheba, Bilqis the gift giver. I spreads, returns, and confesses a Gilead lives. I hosts Begum of Bhopal, a mountain of light. I apologizes for never writing to you, for never becoming what you desire. I is a physical manifestation of the soul's search. The dwarf and orbiting go back to origins. I reels under birdless skies and hot tiles with a dream to near the Giswa in this fever. Echoes of land from which the soul descends, this interspace of its witnessing and telling. Bind the self to a grander ideal. Iqbal draws upon the seed of imagination to retell the same dream. I responds in spherical movement, celestial bodies marking the face of the innate desire to hope for a diffusion of calm in an arrested world. Governed by Pharaoh's regime, Musa divined God's revelation, a small ark, a holy hole, and sent her baby into the unrevealed, and felt in her heart a parching grief. I tries to recall the reunion of mother and child, of self and self, of you in me. Thank you very much.
Salam. Hello, my name is Sahar Muradi. Welcome to the segment of poets from Afghanistan and Iran. For this portion, I've had the privilege of working with Ghazal Mossadegh, one of the co-organizers of this incredible global solidarity reading. We combined the two groups, poets from these two countries and their diasporas, as a statement of solidarity in a time when it's much easier to choose division, and as a shared statement of solidarity with the people of Palestine and Lebanon. To my Palestinian and Lebanese comrades, what language can we offer you that does not already belong to you? Like you, we know that borders are not just lines on maps, but blades that carve up lives. That displacement is not just being uprooted, but learning to carry home in our throats. That the oppressor's language is not just words, but a suffocation, a weight pressed down on memory and breath. We speak to you from Afghanistan and Iran, from places where bombs have left craters in the earth, where the sting of sanctions still burns and burns for generations, where the sound of mourning has become a second language. We are in awe of and inspired by your resistance, daily resistance, for decades resistance, a resistance that is really a declaration of life against forces that seek to erase it. We also know something about erasure both from the inside and the outside, ways in which our bodies, our speech have become crimes. Our resistance too has been long and taken myriad forms: street protests, underground schools, grassroots organizing, making art, resisting with our lives. I'm thinking of my sisters right now in Afghanistan and Iran and risking life. But we share more than struggle. We share the strength to write it, to name it. Poetry is a geography that cannot be occupied, a homeland that no army can raise. In your words, we have found echoes of our own poets. Darwish reminding us that on this land, there's what makes life worth living. And Hafiz whispering that the wound is where the light enters. We know as you do that language cannot dismantle tanks or tear down walls, but I do believe it can ignite something in those who hear it. Just like it ignites people to do the worst to one another, it can ignite us to do the best, to do the just thing. It can ignite a reckoning, a rising, a refusal. The poets you will hear in this segment are from Afghanistan, Iran, or their diasporas. They share poems in Arabic, Dari, Farsi, Gilaki, Kurdish, Pashto, Uzbek, and Inglisi. They write their own work, they read their own work or that of others, sometimes in conversation with ancestors and occasionally in dialogue with their own parents. This is the language we offer in solidarity. May we reckon, may we rise, may we refuse.
Hello everyone, I hope you are doing well. I'm Tamanna Mehrzad, poet and writer from Afghanistan. سلام و وقت بخیر، امیدوارم که خوب باشید. من تمنا مهرزاد هستم، شاعر و نویسنده از افغانستان و امروز برای شما یک غزل میخوانم. جوشیده از شراب دهان تو انگورهای سرخ بهشتی که هی وعده دادند پیامبرها بر پیروان نیک سرشتی که هی میخورند نام خدایت را با کرمهای کوچک و زشتی که در جانماز سرخ تو لولیدند و چای تازه‌ای به تو دم کردند. میخواهی از تنت بروی روی کلکین و هی عرق بشود جانت در تخت خواب کهنه تن عکس سلفی بگیرد از تو نیاکانت که سالها زبان تو را پختند با استخوان کوچک دندانت که گاز می گرفت لبانت را تا صبح سوختند و ورم کردند. آرام باش، لاشخوری زخمی در گوشه اتاق تو خوابیده. آتش بگیر، سرد نشو دختر، کبریت در اجاق تو خوابیده. مشتی بزن به پشه آرامی که بر سر دماغ تو خوابیده. هی با خودت بخوان غزلی را که از بین شعرهای تو کم کردند. با دامنت بچرخ و بپوشانت در چادری که روی سرش مرده انگشت‌های لاغر و ناخن‌هات که پوست‌های دور و برش مرده. هی میخزند در تن موهایت که ارتفاع تا کمرش مرده. به شال و روسریت بگو بسیار بر ریشه های مود ستم کردن.
سلام، د مانوم دواجان کوچی ده او زه به اوس یو غزل د اکبر سیال تاسو ته وړاندې کوم. یوه آخري ګناه کوم نو بس توبه کومه، د سترګو تنده سړوم نو بس توبه کومه. د هغه ګل د اننګو د خمارونو په اور خپل ارمانونه سوځوم نو بس توبه کومه. ای د خورو زلفو مېرمنې زلفې مه یادوه، خور شوي زړه راټولوم نو بس توبه کومه. دا میکدې دغه پیاله زمانه پاتې واخلئ، د میکدې دغه پیاله له مانه پاتې واخلئ. یو ځل د بنګو کار کوم نو بس توبه کومه. موږ د زړونو جواري چېرته ګټلې نه ده، موږ د زړونو جواري چېرته ګټلې نه ده. یو آخري دو لګوم نو بس توبه کومه. د محبت د رنګینو نه بغیر ژوند نه کیږي، د محبت د رنګینو نه بغیر ژوند نه کیږي. توبه مې یو ځل ماتوم نو بس توبه کومه. بس د نور وخت تندکو زغملی نه دی، بس د نور وخت د تندکونو زغملو نه ده. سترګې مې سیاله غړوم نو بس توبه کومه. Wassalam.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Jamil John Kochai. Very happy to be taking part in this poetry reading in solidarity with Palestine. I'll start with a poem of my own that I wrote a couple of years ago. It's called Shaheed. It falls with the snow like the snow, but is as black as the night, and with 1,000 black wings, and each wing with 1,000 eyes, and each of these eyes is the eye of my mother, and this is how she sees us, and this is how she knows. The second poem I'll be reading is by the Palestinian-American poet Naomi Shihab Nye. The Small Vases from Hebron. Tip their mouths open to the sky, turquoise, amber, the deep green with fluted handle, picture the size of 2 thumbs, tiny lip and graceful waist. Here we place the smallest flower, which could have lived invisibly in loose soil beside the road, sprig of succulent rosemary, bowling mint. They grow deeper in the center of the table. Here we entrust the small life, thread, fragment, breath, and it bends. It waits all day as the bread cools and the children open their gray copybooks to shape the letter that looks like a chimney rising out of a house. And what do the headlines say? Nothing of the smaller petal, perfectly arranged inside the larger petal, or the way tinted glass filters light. Men and boys, praying when they died, fall out of their skins. The whole alphabet of living, heads and tails of words, sentences, the way they said Ya Allah when astonished, or Ya Ani for I mean. A crushed glass under the feet still shines, but the child of Hebron sleeps with the thud of her brother's falling and the long sorrow of the color red. Thank you so much.
Hello and salam. My name is Ahmed Rashid Salim. I am a scholar of Persian literature and Islamic studies, residing in Northern California. It's an honor to be a part of this program. I extend my deepest and fullest solidarity to the people of Palestine, to the cause of their liberation, and extend as an offering 2 poems, one a translation and one some humble words from me. The first poem is by Wasif Bakhtari, who passed away in 2023 and considered a very impactful and a masterful poet of both the modern and classical traditions of Persian or Farsi poetry. I've titled the poem Fish. O foolish fish, freely swimming in a frenzy behind the glass. Aren't you aware of where you're bound? This fortress, this refuge, this crystalline curtain. Even the zephyr can't breach to a beyond. To deliver with language aquatic, with a comforting salam. Connect the call of the waters to your ears, O foolish fish, freely swimming in a frenzy behind the glass. Are you not aware where the ocean's waves are? Where the raging river and the water's expanse reside? This next offering was written in relation to death and mourning, particularly after the murder of my cousin in an Islamophobic attack. And I've titled it Here, There, Here, Dear. I've been inside many graves that I have not dug with hands or speech. I have been inside many graves that I've not dug with hands or speech. When you pull dark earth and soil aside, you find not just roots, but memories' worms slithering slow as indecision. I had seen many restless places of rest, where the departed had gone, or more truly, been taken, or maybe the rest. My earliest memories, morning zephyr, Fridays caressing noon, uphill steps marking pilgrim paths, sights of footprints, imprints left to read, like scripture in the soil, Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. Surely we are from God, and to God we return. Here lies, child of, here lies, wife of, here lies, father of, here lies, here lies, Say a prayer, wash these hardened stones. With water, remind them gently. Be tender with what you hold, and us, be gentle with what we take for granted. The first death I witnessed was a lady's slow surrender. Today, I let loose the crows on white-winged rooftop, snow-covered like those winters in Kabul, when Babaim would wake us before dawn to shovel paths through silence. At the border, we learned to jump without parachutes, crying, Geronimo, in a foreign tongue. One I tried to wash away, scrubbing with soap, never sabun. As we landed on soft hills like your favorite childhood pillow, it's the longest night now. Darkness has thrown its shroud. A year of agitating toil. Light will come. I wait impatiently like one awaiting love's arrival. Today, I promised you a poem, but tears don't leave words behind. Let me weep. Let me weep in different colors. My dizzy heart scattered like birds. Parindaye Kashangam Kai Miyayi. My beautiful bird, when will you return? The mystic poets use birds as a symbol for souls. I find scribbled on a bookmark. Parindaye Kashangam Kai Miyayi. My beautiful bird, when will you return? While water crawls back to memory's deep trench, they search for water on Mars as proof of life. I washed your pierced body to honor death's passage. You, beautiful as the snow-covered Kabul, me, the barren branch. Together we carried you into the next light, the next life. I poured water. Thank you very much.
Salam, Azidanam. My name is Mina Zohal, and it's an honor for me to be here tonight to stand in solidarity with our siblings, so thank you. I'm just going to read a few poems from Parwana. Palestine, you are not alone. We are standing steady in the face of belligerence. We are like little lions by your side and come to join you in the cry of thunder. We are marked to walk with you unblinking as the multitude unfolds. To anyone still unsure, you are summoned to the surface. Months ago, maybe you took deep breaths, attempting to resist the stir. But the tumors have flowered and there is no surgical table. So your tawny shale will have to buck up the nerve and march into the milk and the mayhem. Palestine, the black moon is waning and the sun is rising over the olive trees. In every direction, over every field, soon the birds will be flying over freedom, from the river to the sea. I'm crashing myself like a moth on the sharp slivers of light. My elegy cannot be shut, turned off, diverted. Elegy evolves. And for all the lives we've lost, still, it's ludicrous to think that the skyline and its collapsed blur will sputter our resolve. Liberation is not a long-handled abstraction. It is immediate and snapping and galloping across the ice so fast you have to soar to clock its massive steps. It is always in motion. It is molten and fabulates under the crumbling slag of empire. It impels itself. If there is not solid ground beneath our feet and we stagger, we will stagger until we are free. So here we are, coming to the end of another month. and our calendars are crushed. We've been counting the days, the decades, the aggressions, but this can't be counted as an aggression. This is the bivalve ruptured, the gaping mollusk, and the predator gasping for its last meal. And still ahead we have the sidles and spins from the empire's gaslighting. Do not beach your canoe. Our fight is not over. The martyrs are rising in the moonwake, but you are under the sun. If skeletons could throw stones, they would. Do not leave the grasses wondering, or the swallows in contemplation. Do not perform a caricature of humanness in front of your ancestors. We will not lay down slick and cracked on the pavement washed away by a flushing rain. We will not back down from approaching the coming dark. We will shake the leash until it snaps. Do you hover above the shifting plates of Western-defined notions of human morality? We must run across the tops of the grasses until we reach our siblings. Do not touch the ground. Listen to the lily when she is screaming to you about the wicked percussions of death and the chasms ripped open. I come from a land of grain and sugar and horses. I am not from the sea, but I can dip my tips in the Deira and Qasamabad and hear the waves crashing on the shores of Gaza. The facade that human morality has a formal certainty has been obliterated, and every injured palm that touched that lie has become a battlefield. When the sadism of the depraved has no bottom, and the occupation's meteors thrash the night, and you're watching the mutilation of an entire people on your phone, I beg you, do not be misguided by despair. Do not doom scroll. Pick up your voice. Catch life quickly. Don't leave liberation in a corner like a pile of storing blankets, like a hallucination. This is not a museum where you can reflect on the horrors of the past. Our orchid has a spotted tongue and needs our help. A moth's eyes do not blink. They do not shudder. Become a swarm and deny them their repeated sifting of the story. Don't plan to send your postcards in the aftermath. Place your body against the dam and push until it breaks. Zindabad Palestine, az darya ta bahr. Day 415.
This is Abdul Samad Said.
And this is his daughter, Zora Said. We will be reading Uzbek poems from Afghanistan.
Ankhoy, Afghanistan.
From Ankhoy, Afghanistan. And these are memorized by everyone?
Yeah, this is a long time. From long time, the people knows in the mouth. Nobody said, who didn't say, nobody knows.
Okay.
Just, this is everybody's mouth. Everybody's talking, share like this.
Thank you. Okay, Baba, we'll start the poems.
Yeah. Ko'ngilni keniga kirmagin. Ko'ngil har yo'llarga boshlar. Samarqand olmasaydak, dashlarga tashlar.
Don't be lured by the heart's desire. The heart misleads you on many paths. Like the Samarkand apple led astray by water, the heart's desire will leave you in the desert.
Ajab motam saro dunyo. O'lim poyoni yo'q bilsam. Sanam bu dunyoga mag'rur bo'lmagin, hargiz vafo qilmas. O'limni o'ylagan odam bu dunyoga nazar solmas.
Strange and wondrous, grieving world, Death is unending inevitability. Don't be arrogant of this world. It has no loyalty to anyone. If one meditates on death, they will not care for this physical world.
من seni yorim desam, arqangda yoring bor ekan. Ikki yuzing qip-qizil, lovingda holing bor ekan. Vah vah.
I thought you were my beloved, but behind you was another. Your two cheeks bright red, and near your lip a beauty mark.
Hello, my name is Salam. My name is Babak Said. I'm an Afghan diaspora novelist, writer, editor, and artist. I am really excited to be here representing the Afghan diaspora, and I want to dedicate my poem this evening to the Afghan women who have taken their lives as a result not only of the draconian Taliban regime and its patriarchal overtures on women's liberties, but also to the United States and to every empire responsible for the current state of occupation that Afghans suffer, endure, and resist. So, free Palestine and the occupation, fuck the hostages. This poem is called Words Whispered to a Starving Child, after Joseph Fasano. No, we are not going to die. The satisfaction will not be theirs. We will return home soon. The tremors will steady, and these blisters will harden and then peel into new skin. There is flour arriving soon, so I hear. On the old truck arriving soon, I heard someone say. In the airdrop scheduled for later today, and if we wait till it lands, we might delay our death. Enough flour for Nana Khushk, the Roughani kind you've always liked, smeared with sesame seeds and buttery paneer. Those sounds you hear are thunder, the Almighty Allah announcing himself, sleep now, little one. Those aren't boot steps. It's been a long day, Kandalak. None of the neighbors were found in the rubble. They're safe. They could be safe. We might be safe. Our task is to wait for the occupation to end, for their stockpile of bombs to run out, for the sun to emerge so the panels can charge, for the cheesewood and the jute to take leaf, for the IDF and the Taliban to return what is ours. Lay your hand on my heart, child, and I'll lay my hand on yours. Why is it beating so fast? For you, my dear. That's all. Yes, I'm here. Yes, we're safe. Remember chess? Remember Bujal Bazi? The song your mother sang? Let's sing that one. She's still with us, yes. But you have to sing without making a sound. She'd like that. To see how tiny you've grown. How much you've endured. How little you complain anymore. You don't beg for fresh water anymore, for the marrow of lamb, or the classmates you lost in the strike. You only want school, your friend back, to eat. Thank you to Sohar Moradi.
به نام خدا. شعر از خانم مریم کرباسی تقدیم میکنم از طرف خودم و تمام هموطنام از جمله همشهریای اصفهانی خودم و همچنین برادران و خواهران افغانستانیم به مردم مظلوم فلسطین و لبنان. به هم میریزد این آشوب ها وقتی جهان را غبارآلود میبینی تمام آسمان را. چه فرقی میکند در هر کجای نقشه باشی؟ فلسطین مثل بغضی از تو میگیرد امان را. دل این سنگ ها را اشک شاید نه بعید است، دل ما را به درد آورد اما دیگران را. و حالا چند جای نقش طوفانی است، ابری است، و حالا بیشتر این مردم بی خانمان را میان دود و خاکستر رها می‌بینی. ای کاش زمین قدری فرو می‌برد غم‌های زمان را. خیالت جمع روزی میرسد، مردی میآید که میگیرد از این نامردها تیر و کمان را. چقدر این روزها داغند سرخط خبرها، خبرهایی که آتش میزنند آتش فشان را. چه فرقی میکند لبنان، یمن، بحرین وقتی خبر لرزانده از آن سو تن نصف جهان را.
برای مردمان بی سرزمین فلسطین. تو و تو شدی حبیبی در آن باریکه که خورشید ورم کرده بر زیتون زارش، دهان کف کردت در وطنت و تو شد. پرچمت تن نوزادت آنگونه پاره پاره کبود، میان بازانت و تو شد و وحشت زنت که خاک می پاشید بر چشمهاش. حبیبی تو را اما در هلهله صلح و آزادی و تو کردند. لخت مادرزاد در رطوبت اکتبر، پنجه می کشیدی به هوا که بیابی خانه را و میز چوبی و سبد سیب را. جهان سرک می کشید از جدارالفصل بر دستان بیرون از خاک مانده شاعران سرزمینت. شهرک نشینها در کرانه باختری می رفتند سر کار، می رقصیدند در تل ابی، می بوسیدند یار را در بلندی های جولان. سیبها که می گندیدند زیر آوار و تو که پوست از تن می کندی در غزه و تو می شدی مدام. آوارگان سرزمینت راه به همه جا داشتند، همه مخروبه ها، قبرستان ها، کلیسای پورفیریوس، خارزار لاشه موشک و خمپاره، خیابان آخر و زمان جسدها، ویرانه های جنین، اردوگاه های یکسان با خاک، بیمارستان اشرفا. حتی خود ساختمان سازمان ملل که در توالتهاش ویاگرا بالا می انداختند رئیس جمهورها. درها گشوده به رویت، قصه ناتمام سرزمینت بر لبت، سنگ در مشتت، تنها یادگارهای مادرت، آن میز و مبارزه و آوارگی بر پشتت و تو می شدی حبیبی. غرب آذین می بست کاج کریسمس را و اشغال صادر می کرد به خاورمیانه و استبداد و پوست سوخته و شکنجه و پستان پرشیر بی کودک. غرب بشر دوستانه، صمیمانه به تو می کرد نام وطنت را بر تمام نقشه ها. سپیده کوتی.
دارستانی ئەوی نەکوژین، خەونی باخێکە سووتێنین، باران و گوڵ ئەنێژین و باڵای ڕووبارە ڕووخێنین. دەریایێ خۆی هەڵەواسێ لە حەسرەت هەور و بارانێ، پۆلێ ماسی سوور سەر هەڵەگرن ئەمرن لە نێو بیاوانێ. قەفەس باڵی فڕین ئەسڕێ، سنوور ئاسمان ئەتارێنێ، شۆڕەبەی ئەگریجەکانی لە نێو گڕدا ئەسووتێنێ. دەنگی تفەنگێ ناهێڵێ بێتە گوێما لایە لایە، لە نێو لانکێ غەریب ئەگرین بۆ کۆچی بێوادەی دایە. زەوی دەکرێتە گۆڕستان هەتاو ئەمرێ بێ هەواڵێ، پەپولە هەرچی ڕێ ئەبڕێ ناگاتە شنە و شەماڵێ. بهێڵن با زەوی بنوێ لە ئامێزی سپیدارێ. لەجێی ئاگر لە باتی خوێن ڕۆحی بارانیش ببارێت.
دارستانیەوی نەکوژین، خەونی باخێک ئەسووتێنین، باران و گوڵ ئەنێژین و باڵای ڕووبار ئەڕوخێنین. دەریایێ خۆی هەڵەواسێ لە حەسرەت هەور و بارانێ، پۆلێ ماسی سەر هەڵەگرن ئەمرن لە نێو بیاوانێ. قەفەس باڵی فڕین ئەسترێ، سنوور ئاسمان ئەتارێنێ، شۆڕەبی ئەگریجەکانی لە نێو گڕدا ئەسووتێنێ. دەنگی تفەنگێ ناهێڵێ بێتە گوێمان لاویە لاویە، لە نێو لانکێ غەریب ئەگرین بۆ کۆچی بێوادەی زایە. زەوی دەکرێتە گۆڕستان هەتاو ئەمرێ بێ هەواڵێ، پەپولە هەرچی ڕێ ئەبڕێ ناگاو تەشنە و شەماڵێ. بهێڵن با زەوی بنوێ لە ئامێزی سپیدارێ، لەجێی ئاگر لە باتی خوێن ڕۆحی بارانیش ببارێ. پێشکەشتان بێت شێعر کاک جەبار شافعیزادە.
سلام، من نگین فرهود هستم و شعری میخونم برای همه مردگان جنگ دیده. و دیگر صحرا پلکی نزد از طوفان خودش، در چشمهای شن و ماسه ایش فرو رفت و در تاریک است. و با دهانش گرسنه، با زبانش دشنه، که استخوان علف می جود و می شکند سر سنگ، شامه بر گلولای جهان می کشد و هزار مرده می پیچد در نفسش تنگاتنگ. ما ریخته از درخت طوبا بودیم، از شانه بالا انداخت با شاخه های بخشنده و تیغ، بر گردن آدمی کشید ریخته بودیم برگا برگ. و زمان پا ندارد از دردهای مفصلیش، بردارد و برگردد با آن روز عظیم. به قد و بالای منزه کوه‌های رشته، با ایمان قلبی دره‌ها و قله‌ها، به هوش زرین زمین وقتی صورت گندمگون خود را به یاد می آورد. دیدم خاک خفته از تو دستی نهفته، بیدار نمی کند خاکیان را. دیدم خون را می کشد و شهر بدنش را از صفوف متصل دیوارها می کند و می برد. دیدم ما آنگونه که تنها بودیم تنها مرده ایم و مرگ شهیدمان حیات طبیعی دارد.
لیلا پورکریمی ایسم گیلانجه کوچک جنگلی سامون اشعر خنم قزده زکنره سینه سرخی خومه بنه تی ناجه چومتن که شگیفت شوال اول همه تراشیه می ارسو تر سنگ نی به انتفاضره می کلمان هنقدر زور نره زمین به بتره اما می چوم تر دینه می دیل تر زنه می گلی سفید کوتر پرده هم تی ابر بگیفت آسمان ور هو آسمان که پرج کوتره مربیدین و مطمئن بگو خورشید برون ایه شب دپرکنه جهان ایروز تر دینه جهان ایروز تر دینه
سنور اسمان لت دکا مانگیش روژ مین ریژ کرێ زەوی جەستەی پڕ لە زامی لە کۆڵەگرێ و سەر هەڵەگرێ جیهانەکرێتە گۆڕستان کاروان کاروان ڕێگا بڕین کەس ناگاتە وڵاتی ژین لەوێرانەی مەرگا ئەمرین دایکێ دەمرێ و کۆرپەی ساوا لەسەر دەریا ئەزری کێنێ لافاوی خوێن شەپۆلەدا کۆرپە و دایکی دەخنکێنێ نەفرەت لە شەڕ کە ناهێڵێ دارستانی ئەوین بڕوێ پەپولەیێ لە ئامێزی جیهانی بێسنوور بنوێ بهێڵن بات فەنگ ببێ بە شۆڕەوی و سپیدارێ چی گولەیە ببێ بە گوڵ ڕۆحی بارانیش ببارێ
تو روز نیستی ای زرد زننده که بر ما از تاریکی درونت میتابی تو شب نیستی ای سیاهی پیش رونده که خواب و قرار از ما ربوده ای تو چیستی که رنگها را بیرون میآوری از اعتدال و صلابت پوشالی تو بار خاطر ماست همیشه پیشانی خبر سرخ است و رنگ خاطره گوگردی چگونه از بلا برهد سبز وقتی شلیک می کنی گلوله به معنا و راه می بندی به ساز و عطر و شراب و ما به هر طرف که می رویم به درک کاملی از درد می رسیم ای جنگ بر خاکستر ما دست می افشانی پیش از وقوع پای می کوبی بعد از وقوع و کودکانمان را 3 بار توبه می دهی پیش از مرگ.
شعری آماده کردم از شاعر فلسطینی غزه‌ای عبدالکریم سبعاوی که همین امسال از دنیا رفتند و این شعر عنوانش هست زمن الحب از مجموعه شعریشون تحت عنوان ورد علی الورد. زمن الحب في 80 أو بعدها سوف أحمل وردا لها وأكتب شعرا يليق برقتها وبراءة خيلائها وحين تعز الشموع أضيء أصابع كفي شمعا لأعيادها أتقرب منها بكل هنو وألثم ريحان راحتها ألمس أطراف أقصتها فيشيء بروحي هناؤها أتفقد زينتها ثوبها إقدها مشطها وأثنى على ذوقها نحتسي شاينا بهدوء يليق بشيخوخة العاشقين أعيد عليها نفس القصائد وتعيد علي حكاياتها يا طفلتي لم تنل منك تلك 80 تضحك تزهو ظلال على الوجنتين تشير برغبتها في النهوض أساندها وأمد لها الساعدين تساندني ثم نمشي الحوين مثلما كنغرين سعيدين يختبران الوقوف على القدمين. زمان عشق در 80 سالگی و پسا 80 سالگی گل سرخی برایش میآورم و شعری زیبنده نازکی و سزاوار خودشیفتگی شیرینش می نویسم. وقتی شمع‌ها نایاب شوند انگشتانم را شمع‌وش در اعیادش برمی‌افروزم با یک جهان مهربانی به او نزدیک می شوم، بوسه می زنم بر ریحان دستانش و گیسوانش را می نوازم. در جانم می سرد نرما و نازکیش، در پیراهن گردن آویز شانه‌اش خیره می شوم و به ثنای سلیقه‌اش زبان می گشایم. با آرامشی سزامند دو کهنه عاشق چای می نوشیم و من همان شعرهایم را برایش تکرار می کنم و او همان داستانهایش را برایم باز می گوید. آه ای دخترکم، دست این 80 سال از دامان تو کوتاست. وقتی که می خندی سایه ها بر گونه هات شکوفه می دهند. دوست دارم بایستم را با اشاره می گویی یاریت می دهم و ساعدم را به سویت می گشایم. تو نیز مرا یاوری، نرمک قدم می زنیم چنان دو کانگوروی خوشبخت به گاه آزمون ایستادن روی پاهاشون. سپاس از شما.
از 13 اپریل تا 5 می 2024 در محوطه بیرون موزه هنرهای معاصر تهران اینستالیشنی تحت عنوان 10,000 جهان توسط بنده ابوذر ونکی و پدرم حسین ونکی جهت اعتراض به سکوت دولت‌ها و سازمان ملل متحد در برابر نسل کشی و کودک کشی در غزه اجرا شد. 10,000 کودک گچی به طول 14 سانتیمتر و به یک جهت در داخل مستطیلی به ابعاد 12 در 16 متر چیده شدند. این مستطیل شامل یک نوار زرد خطر بود که جهت خطر به سمت داخل بود، یعنی به سمت کودکان نه بازدید کنندگان. عدد 10,000 نیز مربوط به تعداد کودکان قربانی جنگ غزه در 3 ماه ابتدایی جنگ غزه. 1 ماه کار پژوهشی و اندیشه‌ای و 50 روز قالب سازی و تکثیر کودکان به طول انجامید. تعداد قالب‌ها 97 عدد بود و به طور میانگین روزی 500 عدد کودک گچی تکثیر می‌شد که در آن روزها شمار کودکان قربانی همواره بیش از عدد 500 در یک روز بود و تولید ما در یک روز هیچگاه به شمار آنها نرسید. کودکان از گچند، ارزان چون جانشان، سپیدند و شکننده و ناپایدار چون صلح که به آنی وجودش از هم پاشیده می شود. آنها نمردند، بلکه در آن مستطیل آرام و امن خفته‌اند. جهت نوار زرد خطر به داخل است، چون هشداری است به آنها که بیرون از مستطیل برای آنان جهان خطرناکی است. اما اینکه ما اجازه داریم وارد مستطیل شویم هیچ تعجبی ندارد، مگر ما همیشه خود را محق نمی‌دانیم که در جهان کودکانمان قدم بگذاریم و برایشان صلاح و مصلحت کنیم. این تنها پرچم سپید که سلول‌های زنده‌اش کودکانند را به راحتی به دو جهان پدرانه و مادرانه تقسیم کردیم و در حین گذشتن از میان خواب آرامشان، حتی اگر پایمان هم به تعدادی از آنها بخورد و دست و پایشان را یا گردنشان را بشکند، باز هم تکه های وجودشان را آرام با پا به کناری هل می دهیم و انگار که آبی از آب تکان نخورده به دلسوزی خیش برایشان ادامه می دهیم. صلاح‌دید تنها به ما پدران و مادران ختم نخواهد شد که دولت‌ها نیز پدرند و به قول خود خوب می‌دانند صلاح ملت‌هایشان را. و همینطور دلسوزان بشریت، حامیان حقوق زنان، کودکان، پناهجویان، حیوانات و محیط زیست نیز به حق مادرانی هستند که البته که در رسمیت شناساندن پوستین مادرانه‌شان با پرچم وزین سازمان ملل متحد به جهانیان تا به امروز بسیار موفق عمل کردند. اما از یک سو به ظاهر در مقابل همسران قدرت طلبشان سینه سپر می‌کنند، از سوی دیگر خوب می‌دانند که هیچگاه اذن سرپیچی از رأی آنان را نخواهند. ملت‌ها نیز چون کودکان در نزاع میان پدران و مادران معصومانه تنها نگاه می‌کنند و نگاه می‌کنند. هر کودک پرسشی است از ما، پرسش از چرایی تضییع حق خویش. هر که با شمشیر صلاح خسروان پایمال شدن این حقوق را منکر شود، به وضوح دست به کودک کشی زده. هر که رنج پاسخ را به جان بخرد، بیشک حضانتی را پذیرفته است.
سلام دوستان، من فرزانه قوامی هستم و با آرزوی جهانی بدون جنگ براتون یه شعر میخونم به اسم پژواک. به کوههای مجاور رفتیم برای عشق بازی، حرفی نبود از گلوله، پژواک بود ریخته در گلوی صخره ها، لبخندی در فتح المبین و غنیمت پوستی نازک. به چشمهایم نگاه کن که از سوگ شن برمیگشت. دلم حمله‌ای مسلحانه میخواست، کشتار در اردوگاهی ناشناس و 1000 قتل عام بیگناه. به دستهایم نگاه کن که از نوازش خون برمیگشت. 14 بهار از روبندم گذشته، در لباسهای تو بوی باروت میدهم. فشنگ میخواستند، ذبح خردسالان تاریخچه‌ای مقدس داشت. نزدیک شهری مرزی روبروی پاسگاهی مخروبه مریض میآورند. شفا، قانون، شفا، صلیب‌های سرخ میآورند. یهودا فرار کن، خونت را میگیرند. آلوده، انگل، آزمایشگاه، تخت روان میآورند. به لبهایم نگاه کن که از بوسه‌ای ناامن باز میگشت. شلیک به آغوش تو، بی سرنشین منفجر خواهم شد.
Hi everyone, herkese merhabalar. Greetings from Grenada. Thanks for joining us today for the second iteration of the global reading for Palestine and Lebanon. And many thanks to Gazel Mossadegh from Pamenar Press and all the other publishers who have organized the reading and participated. My name is Öykü Tekten. I'm a poet, translator, archivist, also the co-founder of Pinsapa Press, based in New York. I'm hosting this reading with 14 poets, actually 13. We're missing one. 13 poets and writers from Turkey, and they will read their poems in Kurdish and Turkish. We are witnesses to the ongoing genocide in Gaza, and we are here in solidarity with Palestinians and Lebanese who have been continuously brutalized, tortured, maimed, and murdered by the Israeli state and their allies. We stand in full support of the people in Palestine and Lebanon, and also with the birds, trees, rivers, insects, the soil, the sky, the sea, and all the sentient beings that have been destroyed by the falling bombs, bullets, and the hatred of those who lost their humanity over a fabricated history. We are here with eyes, hearts, ears, arms wide open, singing the songs, reading the poems by Palestinians and Lebanese, and celebrating their rich cultures and long history. So here I start with a poem by Nasser Rabah, a Gazan poet who has not lost his integrity, sense of humor, the light in his eyes, no matter what the world has been doing to him and his people. And luckily, he's still with us. Untitled, December 30th, 2023. And a day goes by and thanks in the sky a festival of kids flying kites, and blood flowed behind a panting car. And a day goes by and the planes and the tent of displays makes a bet with time. Winter is late. And a day goes by and the snipers and the market itself has no salt. So I said, no worries. The merchants have plenty of sadness. And a day goes by and artillery, but my neighbor's funeral passes along slowly. Why rush at a time like this? And a day goes by and the new casts, and when evening came, it was a bit joyous to find us all there with none missing except the house. This poem was translated from the Arabic by Emna Zigal, Khalid Al-Hilli, and Amiel Alkalai for the Brooklyn Translation Collective and published in The New Yorker. I will not be introducing each reader due to time restraints, but here we go. We begin with Nur Saka.
Merhabalar. Yaşam ve özgürlüğe temel saygı adına bir araya gelen tüm dostlara merhaba. Dünyanın gözü önünde ve bir türlü doymak bilmeyen aç yarasalar gibi aç yasacıların el birliğiyle Filistin'e ve Lübnan'a yönelik bu saldırıların, bu soykırımların, bu çocuk ölümlerinin, bu organize kötülüklerin bir an önce bitmesi dileğiyle, maalesef dünün mazlumu olan bugünün zalimlerini güzel günlerin hayaliyle yüklü bulutlar gibi dinmeyen bir öfkeyle kınıyorum. Tanrı yok, oğullarım yok, aşk yok. Senden sonra mı? Ağırdı işte. Bir gecede saçlarım bir dostumdan öğrenir gibi telefonda ölüm haberine. Senin mi, annemin mi, oğullarımdan birinin miydi yoksa? Şimdi unuttum. Senden sonra mı? Bir cezaevindeymişim de aşksızlık tipi, seviştikten sonra kovulan sözcükler misali. Yetmiyormuş gibi uğradığım bunca hakaret, yeni doğmuş kedi yavrularını boğdular rahmimin duvarlarında, yeryüzünün herhangi bir yerinde. Herhangi bir kadın olarak bir iç savaş sonrası sol elimde enfes bir uyuşma. Sağ kolum tutmuyor zaten. Bacaklarım yok, Tanrı yok, oğullarım yok. Bahçenin girişindeki o çam ağaçları yok. O basket potası yok. Uzanıp ayak uçlarımda topladığım o çamaşırlar, o ipler, o incirler yok. O tango yaparcasına. Muhammed yok, İsa yok. Yok bütün peygamberler, annem yok. Deli bir devlet, deli bir halk, deli bir ordu kokusu havada. Düşmüyor Arzu'nun çıplak ayaklarına gece. Tanrı yok, oğullarım yok, aşk yok. Senden sonra mı? Nereye uğrarsa uğrasın, 3 şeyi kazandırdığını öğrendim insanlığa faşizmin. 1. Zamanında kalkmasını trenlerin. 2. Savaşmayı sineklerle. Ve nasıl tecavüz edileceğini o güzel kız çocuklarına Blue'ya yenermiş. Varsın düşmesin artık Arzu'nun çıplak ayaklarına gece. Varsın sabahlamasın ağzımda ağzın, ağzımda sözlerin. Ve nerelerin kaldıysa sana en mahrem, en masum, en şirret, işte oralara varsın, karışsın şimdi birbirine sözcükler, sayılar karışsın. Ağrısın durmadan başım, durmadan ağrısın, şaşırsın istediği kadar akıl. Sokaklar şaşırsın. Yüzümü bile bulamıyorum, inan ki yüzümü bile bulamıyorum. Bir Alzheimer hastası gibi değil hatırlamak seni.
Herkese merhaba. Türkiye'den Betül Dündar ben. Fiili olarak hiçbirimizin İsrail devletinin bu terörünü, soykırımını durdurma şansımızın olmadığını biliyorum. Ancak Filistin halkları ve Lübnan halkının uğradığı bu dehşet karşısında susmak bir şair olarak bize yakışmayacak, bir insan olarak bize yakışmayacaktı. Dolayısıyla burada sizlerle bir arada bu sorumluluğun bir parçası olarak bulunuyorum. Enternasyonel bir barış sağlanana kadar, dün olduğu gibi bugün de ve yarına gerek kalmaksızın enternasyonel bir barış sağlanana kadar mazlum halkların yanında, ezenlerin ve zalimlerin karşısında durmaya devam edeceğiz. Kudüs'te Şarkı Söylemek adlı şiirimle buraya can olan, nefes olan bütün şairleri de kucaklayarak sevgilerimi iletiyorum. Bu göklerde bu aylar, unutmuş kardeş, nedir? Susmak için iki söz bilir gibi aynı şehirden. İki el bilir, birbiri için iki söz kalır gibi. Nedir? Ayrılmak için bu göklerde bu aylar. Unutmuş kardeş nedir? Büyüyen bir ormanda tek dal. İki sevgili bir çingene eder Kudüs'te. Kovulur şarkısıyla bedenler. Çekilir bu göklerde bu aylar. Önce onlar gittilerdi. Bu göklerde bu aylar. Seyrederken nasıl büyür bir orman. Mana büyüsün mü yağmur almadan? Ya halklar? Önce onlar dolaşır. Bu göklerde bu aylar. Kaçırırken evinden kendi çiçeğini. Üzer yolda bir çingenenin eteğini. Olmaz yere kurulmuş. Dans eder toprağı bilmezliğinden. Kimselerin duymazlığı tutmuş bir şarkıyı. Söyler de esmer bir kedi olur zaman. Bir tek onlar duyar bu göklerde bu aylar. Söz bilir bu kırmızı atlar girmez şehirden içeri. Bulur çadırını gitmek gibi hantal. Açılan bir kapısı olmazlığından değil. Açılır bütün kapılar iki sevgilinin sesinde. Kalır bu gökler, bu aylar. Ölmek için döner bütün kardeşler ilk şarkıya. Dağılırım, dağılırsam da toplama. Kamplarından gelen bir tarih bu ağız. La'dan başlayalım susmaya. Dilimiz aynı kekeme kız. Sen kendini Allah'ın yurdunda sayarsın. Bu kırmızı entariyi ben çıkarırsam giyersin. Ağlar sarar gövdeni, duvarlar örülür. Ağlama diye kurulur yeryüzünde çadırlar. Yasemenler açar, bilmediğimiz değil. Ay değişir, sen değişirsin Yasmin kardeşim. Nedir toprağın rengi değişmez uykulu dünyada. Bir dağılır, bir toplanır ruhun çadırı. Ölürken herkes aynı şarkıyı söyler. Dinler bu göklerde bu aylar. Bir çiçekten solarız, vahşiyiz. Bir çocuktan olmayız kederli. Bir yerden geliriz kumral ama kumral. Dağılırız, toplama. Çadırlarını mahşerin üç sarışını olanı. Ten akıldan ağırdır Kudüs'te. Uzatır sakallarını Allah'ın. Bu akşam gönderemem o mendili. Ağlama, uykudadır çocuklarımız şarkısız. Onların Allah'ı tuz dağıtmış, gülmez olan yüze, kelimelerle gurbet arasında duran suda, kim hangi yüzü bin efkarla ararsa, bakışır bu göklerde bu aylarla. İki sevgilinin hançeresindeki çığlık, köhnelerden alır bir yalnızı, taşır ölmek için mabedine. Gidenleri duymak için bu göklerde bu aylar, uykusunda ağaçların gizlidir diye, kızların gözleri arası yalnızlık. Topraklarını dağıtmış onların Allah'ı. Kim yok, kim var bu çadırların yükünde? Kızları göz alırmış, oğlanları ses. Biliriz, Değişmez nakaratı o şarkının. Kardeşim, neden her yanın ince yaz? Deryası derindir bu göklerde bu ayların. Açılmaz rengi, sevişmeden büyüyen kızların.
Merhabalar, Gonca Özmen ben. Birçok farklı odadan, birçok farklı sesin, farklı dillerin, farklı düşlerin, arzuların barış ihtiyacı, barış çağrısı için bir araya gelmesinden çok mutluyum. Tante Rosa ve ölümcül şeyler. Eski bir günü kurcalamak, ölü bir kuşu yolmak kadar kolaydı. Oktay Rıfat. Hem neden anlatmalı üzerime bir tüy düştüğünü, neyi nereye koymalı, sesimin çatlağını, ağzı ölünün, ölünün ağzı karıştı toprağa. Daha dün buradaydı duruyorlardı işte yan yana. Roma'dan almıştım, kayıyordu tabanları. Yanımda o vardı. Onun hep yanımda, hep oluşu, hep beni, hep çok, hep boğardı. Değildik ki biz bir çift ayakkabı. Kayardı. Ayakları ölünün, ölünün ayakları karıştı toza. Demincek buradaydı ağzımda acı badem tadı. At arabalarının dünyadan kalktığı bir zamandı. Hem bir at olarak neydi ki rüyası? Alnı kırçıldı. O hep her şeye, hep dört nala, hep kızardı. Kolları ölünün, ölünün kolları karıştı ayaza. Hem nasıl anlatmalı ölü bir kuşun kanadını? Mezarını kazacağım sözcüğü nereden bulmalı? Bir şiirinde Neruda ayakkabı giydirmişti zamana. Rosa, ah Rosa, ne oldu söyle göğsünde koşturan o ata. Öyle çok severdi ki soluk soluğa. Dönüyor dünya son hızla. Çağırma artık çağırma. Yer açılsın aklında. Sesi ölünün, ölünün sesi karıştı uykuya. Mayının da toprağa gömüldüğünü yeni öğrendi Rosa. Kaçtı bir kemancıyla. Ah Rosa, bal kabağından olur mu hiç araba? Bir çalılığın içinden geçmek gibi, sis de kuş sanki. Onun artık hiç olmadığı yanımda hep bir kar tadı. Demindi, gözümü açıp kapattım gibiydi. Ayakkabısının tekini kaybedeni kim ne etsindi? Silahsız avlıyoruz artık birbirimizi. Delik deşik bir ağ. Onun elleri hep ince, hep uzaklardan, hep ısrarla, hep gelirdi. Roza bazen küser, bazen kır çiçeklerine, bazen susmaya giderdi. Bir ölüden daha ölü. Siste ölüler ve katırlar. Beyaz tişörte neşeyle sıçrayan domates kurudu. Korkumu gömdüm, kaskatı, gül yazıya. Artık burada eşelenmek istiyorum, bu darı ambarında, buraya dünya diyorlar. Yaralı bir katırın sesi dolanıyor buralarda. İnce bir sis gibi geçip gitmek istiyor insan tekrarsız. Neredesin şimdi Rosa? Bu cesetleri kim koydu aramıza? Katırlarla. Ülkesini yitirmişin biri tetikte. Buraya dünya diyorlar bu tabuttan evlere. Denizi görmüş müydük başka yerde? Annem kalbini söküyor yan odada. Birbirine dolanmış iki ip. Boşluk gibi bir şey. Ölemeyen biri çırpınıp duruyor yan odada. Buraya dünya diyorlar canavliyle. Atıklarımızı ayrıştırdığımız bu yere. Seyiren bir an, sıçrayan bir geyiğe benzer. Seni gömdüm, kemiklerinle. Ağzın yerinde mi? Siste Rosa, siste ölüler ve katırlar. Ölmek yeni bir şey değil dünyada diyor Yesen'in. Dünya sisli bir yer Rosa. Dünya ölünen bir yer. Ansızın bir yabanıl kuş konuncaya kadar üstüne. Bir gün ben de giderim Rosa, giderim siste. Upuzun, dümdüz, 3 kere iyi bilinmeye.
Merhabalar, Türkiye'den Nergihan Yeşilyurt. Din, dil, renk ayırt etmeksizin adilane, birlikte ve kardeşçe yaşamak için muktedirlerin kanlı tuzaklarına direnen, insanlık onurunu ayağa kaldıran herkese selam olsun. Şiirle direnmeye devam. Sıralı üzüntüler. Üzgünüm. Oysa asla sıra gelmiyor üzülene. Biçimlenmiş öfke, klavyeler buluyor. Kurtarılmış sağduyu ile yeni mezarlar kazıyor. Üzgünün gömülmesi gerekiyor. Üzüntülerine gömülüyor. Susması gerekiyor. Yalnız ölüler suskun ve yalnız deliler özgür. Başlatılıyorum. Yine üzgünüm. Yas tutanın yası elinde kalıyor. Beni kurdukları yerden çatırdıyorum. Toprak yok, çimen yok, mezar yok. Beton kelimeler, demir teller geçiyor dişlerimden. Sözlerimde kan, su ve dışkı. Başka türlü anlatamam bulantıyı. Başka türlüsü halılara sarılı yüzler, kuzgun rengi parmaklar ve patlak bir voleybol topu ve incecik dokunmuş saçlar. Kimsenin kimseye bir borcu yok, ne güzel. Üzgünüm. Borçlarım benle yatağa giriyor. Borçlarım benle aynı rüyayı görüyor. Bir cehennem alsa yerden, cesetleri içine alan şefkatli bir cehennem. Toprak yok, çimen yok, mezar yok. Yalnız kepçeler var. Bir cehennemden kaldırıp elleri, ayakları, parmakları, parmakları, parmakları bir başka cehenneme dökülüyor. Üzgün gömülüyor. Her parçası başka cehennemde yanıyor. Bana başka bir ümit görünmüyor. Çünkü üzgünüm. Ağzımda alev, kemik ve icin. Bulantıyı bitiremem. Az inandı diye uçuruma itiyorlar üzgünü, ne güzel. Korkuyla kuruyorlar mucizenin saatini. Korkunç güzel çünkü cennet. İnsanlığa dair göstergeler, insanlık gösterinden insanlık gösterisine dönüyor. Mesele üzgün, şeref kim, kimlik ilişkilerle ilgili. Değiştirilmesi teklif edilen anayasa maddesine göre üzgünler gömülmeli, muktedirler pışpışlanmalıydı. Üstelik muktedirin yetişkin bezine olan ihtiyacı gerekli kanunda mevcuttu. Buna rağmen üzerimdeki tüm cesetlerden bağırmam altlarına yapmalarına neden oluyordu. Yazmak için dolu bir kalp gerekliliğine, sele, taşkına, derine, daha derine, bulmak için diri gerekçeleri, üzgünü boş ver. Şimdilik onu kim çıkarırsa çıkarsın kadın kuyudan, sonsuz tekrardan, ötekinin etinden. Vazgeçme yazmaktan, başa kalkmaktan, kendini temize çekmekten, başa dönmekten. Boşluğun üzüntüsü takas edilir, boşluğun gürültüsüyle. O gürültüyle başa çıkamazsın, tek başınasın, üzgünsün, kimsenin yarasına basmazsın, bir çıkarın ucundan tutmazsın. İnsanlık kuyruğun en sonunda, beklerken insaf bulamazsın. Arkası yarın şimdi üzüntüler. Derisini gerdirip dünyanın en yaşlı kötülüğü, iyi niyet adını alınca üzgünü görmeliydiniz. Kumdan kalesinde yağmura kaldı oyunu. Bilmek için hesap yapmak gerekliliği, hesap yapmak için ileri matematik. Başlayalım. Matematik boşlukları doldurmaya yetmeyecek. Gerçeği kurmak gerek gerçekten kaçmak için. Burada en iyi putunu ters çevir. Entrikaların uşağı, yılışıklığın tanrısı, etiketi okunamaz halde. Her gün yataktan üzüntüyle kalkacak değilim. Dünya dönüyor. Kahretmiyor evren, her şey kanununa göre. Kahır benim ev arkadaşım. Onlar olacak, hep olacak. Değerler kümesini gördüm. Kim bulduysa atmış. Herkesin haklılığı karşısında yeni bir tanrı da bulamam. Onlar hep kurtarılmış. Paçamda içime kaçmış isyanım ve tarumar pişmanlıklar. Onlara karşı ben, varlığımı bir veri olarak bile ispatlayamam. Vergi defterinde adım yok. Kurumsal yokluğa karşı içine yalanlarını tıkıştırabileceğim bir değerler kümem yok. Çöplerimi öğütürüm, üzgünüm. Onlar yaparken elbet helal. Kancık mı bu kadar değerler kümesi? Evet, üzülürken de öfkelenebiliyorum. Bazı harfleri, bazı küfürleri unutabiliyorum. Ve evet, maalesef benim de bazı öğretilmiş sanrılarım var. Beni kimse kurtaramaz. Ben bile. Üzgünüm. Kusamıyorum çünkü tamamen temiz değil midem. Üzgünüm. Ben de kendimi haklı çıkarmışımdır. Yüzümle kavradığım bazı utançlarım elbette var. Üzgünüm. Hırsızın hiç günahı yok. Çünkü herkes hırsızı aklamak gibi bir çaba içinde. Üzgün değilsiniz, yok. Haklısınız. DNA haksız, kanun haksız. Arzı tartan bilgi haksız. Siz haklısınız. Üstelik didişirken Mevla'nın gözünden de düşebilirim. Kusamıyorum. Bu demir mideyle, bu kabullenilmiş mahcubiyetle, bunca haklıyla baş edebileyim diye yüzümü gergeften çıkarmadan kızdırıp düzelteyim. Belki ben de büyüyünce haklı olabilir. Ahmaklar tesbihinin 32. taşında takıldım. Küfür etmeden bu şiiri nasıl bitirirdi Güntan? Üzgünüm. Ben bitti. Teşekkür ederim.
Merhaba, Mehmet Sait Aydın benim adım. İstanbul'dan bağlanıyorum, katılıyorum aramıza. Yani Filistin için söylenecek yeni bir şey var mı bilmiyorum. Ben Lokman kasidesinden Cizre'nin de bir Filistin'e dönüştürülme gayretinden diyelim, orayı mesele eden bir şiirin bir kısmını okuyacağım. Geceydi, boynuna ip doladılar. Geceymiş, boynuna ip dolamışlar. Yazdı, akşamı da sıcaktı yazın. Yazmış, akşamı da sıcakmış yazın. Sürüklenen gecedir sokak sokak. Sürüklemişler sokak sokak yazda. Lokman, yaz gecesi orada elimizden aldı. Lokman, yaz gecesi elimizden almışlar. Biz şimdi hekimsiz de kaldık. Biz artık hekimsiz, lokmansız kalmışız. Boynumuz ağrıyor, lokman yok. Lokman yokmuş, gözümüz ağrıyor. Hepimiz kaldık, hiçbirimiz kalmışız. Nerede bir ip görsek elimiz boynumuzda. Bir ip her yerde tam önümüze atılıyor. Her yerin bir ip kadar sınırı varmış. Bir ip her yerle herkesin sınırını çiziyor. Her yerle herkes, herkesle her yer olundu. Bir ip kesleri, yerleri, kezleri, yarları çiziyor. Gül alıp gül satanlar dününmüş. İp alıp ip satanlar bize gülüyor. İple ölenler gülmekten ölmeyenlere lokman oluyor, lokman oluyor, lokman ol. İri bir gül açılıyor asfaltta. Etrafını dikenle çeviriyorlar. Dikene eli yetenler varıyor. İri gül hemen ölüyor asfaltta. O gece ağıt yükseliyor göklere göklere, bağır asfaltta. İri bir güle ağıt yakıyor kardeşi, ağlamıyor, haykırmıyor asfaltta. Gül kokmuyor, kimse gülmüyor. Fil ezdi mahalleyi. Mahallede filler dolaşıyor. Adım adım yanaşıyor filler evlere, fiiller evlere. Lokmana ağıt var mahallede. Onu da eziyor fil. Fil onu da eziyor. Ezgin sokak, ezgin mahrum. Lokmanı da mı attınız fiillere? Sıcak sular paklar bizi, bizi kaynar sular şimdi. Filler ezer, biz suya gideriz, suya gidenler de ezilirler. Kaynar suda fokurdar günler, gecelerde sokağa ölüm alır. Bizi kaynar sular temizleyemez, yaksın bizi şimdi sıcak sular. Sular, it onu, onu it sulara, o dediğin anca bizdir, biziz sularda. Kaynayan, kaynayan, paklanamadık ki bir daha. Pakrevan, ey Lokman da yandıysa, yakar suda, suda. Lokman yandı ya, kaynayandır sular anca. Hıçkıran kumlar yazlarda, uzaktan bir gemi geçer. Geminin yükü boyuna beton, kafamıza, başımıza betonlar düşer. Kumlar da hesap sorar, Lokman hiç hıçkırmadı. Kumlara da tutmayan yüzlerimiz var, eller yüzün kapanmasına da yarar. Uzaktan geçen gemi Serha'da asla ve kat'a uğrayamaz. Yükümüz kumdur, derdimiz derman. Lokman Hekim yüzümüzü tokatlar. 15'liler, 25'liler, 30,5'lular beton yaparlar, beton satarlar. Apartman boşluğunda kuş ölüleri, Esselamün aleyküm. Apartman boşlukları dolmak içindir. Aleykümes. Senin salağını kim verecek? Merhaba. Bütün helvalar boşluklara, sana da merhaba. Kuş ölüleri varlar. Teraslar da ölür damlarda. Kuş sesleri, Lokman'ın salası esselam. Yağmurun perçemi yok, hekimin var. Sokağın kâkülü var, hekimin yok. Hekim dün yoktu, bugün var. Hekim bugün yoksa yarın da yok. Hekim var, hekim var. İpler ila nihaye yok. İpi tutanlar nerede? Çekenler ya hekim var. Boynu aslan başları görünüyor. Aslan yok. Sesleri varıyor kuşların. Kanatları yok. Gülüşü var hekimin. Hastası yok. Teşekkür ederim.
Merhabalar, ben Zeynep Arkan. Türkiye'den katılıyorum. Filistin direnişinin yanında olduğumu sözlerimle, kelimelerimle belirtmek için buradayım. Bütün Gözler Senin Üzerinde adlı şiirimi okuyacağım. Bu şiirimi Filistin halkına, kadınlarına, çocuklarına, kedilerine, taşına, toprağına, ağaçlarına hediye etmek istiyorum. Bizler bir gün yok olsak da Filistin var olmaya devam edecek. Bütün gözler senin üzerinde. Korkunç bir çağın seyirci koltuğu, safını bulması için herkesin, yerini bulması için özgürlüğün, fotoğraflardan utanmamız gerekliydi. Ama yetmezdi, giderken çocuklar bu dünyada. Bize ağır, zamansız, kabuksuz yaralar bıraktı. Ölü çocuklar yaşına göre, kadınlar ten rengine bulaşan kanla net bir kontrast oluşturursa tarihe geçebilirdi. Bir acıyı duyurmak için sözünü süslesen, çığlığın hangi tonda duyulur? Desibel ölçer misin? Ey ölülerin kazı ustası, ben ölürsem bir gün beni de 100.000 gözle süzer misin? Zavallı insanlık, senin ölümün dehşetli. En az 40 milyon izlenme getirdi bu gösteriye. Kölelerin köpük partisi, beyaz insan içkisini havuza dökerken bitti. Canlı yayında tetiği çekti bir asker. Filistinli bebek, bize iyi haberler ver. Cennet senin için yaratılmış. Biz savrulduk boşlukta. 7 günlük yaşamından sonsuza. Uçarken sen, biz seyirci kalmışız. Kanatlarımız betonda. Doğudan batıya, kuzeyden güneye, toz bulutuyla utanç banyosu. Bütün gözler senin üzerinde. Ne olursun gözlerimizi affet. Bize merhamet et. Seyrettik ve üzüldük. Kala kaldık kendimizle. Filistinli asil kadın. Evini hayata döndür. Evini hayata döndür. Sana mezar eden kalp.
Çığlıktan bölümler. Birikenler hangi köşede? Hiç niyetim yoktu. Anlamadım nasıl oldu. Buldum kendimi bir sahnede. Çığlık çığlığa çığır, bağır, bağır, bağır. Birikiyor nerede? Anlamıyor kimse. Durmuşum bir kavşakta, bulanıyor manzara. Geliyorlar üstüme üstüme. Gelsinler, eyvallah. Gitmiyorum hiçbir yere. Yer var bende her birine. Beklediğim tek bir yanıt. Al, ver, dağıt, uyut, unut. Hayır, hayır, sil baştan. Bitir damgala, dön geriye. Parçala, tut, kal,
Tutukla. Hayır, hayır. Hemen şimdi. Beklediğim tek bir yanıt. Birikenler hangi köşede? Birikenler hangi köşede? Sordum döne döne. Ses yok. Almadım tek bir hece. Pes etmedim. Etmem de. Durdum, dikildim. Gitmedim hiçbir yere, gitmem. Kar altında gün gece kalırım da yine donmam. Alın üstümden giyin giysimi, çekin tasımı, için çorbamı. Yakalayın kıskıvrak, verin ateşe, yaka paça, cas cavlak, soyun kat kat derimi, iliştirin hece hece cümlenize. Ben sizin cümlenize, hoyratınıza, hayratınıza, kabınıza, çanağınıza, kına, kurban, helva. Silinen gitmiş midir gerçekten? Susan atar çığlığı, yok sanılan durur orada. Bekler gitmez, yaşar gider. Tam da şimdi, hemen burada, ayan, beyan, üryan, doğar, yaşar, kalır. Avaz, ayaz, fırtına, geldi zamanı. Çığ, çağ, çığır. Baştan başla, bir daha, korkma, sinme, çekinme, kökle. Öyle mahzun, durma geride. Öne çık, bir adım daha. Hah şöyle, dik dur, sağlam, sapasağlam. Tekrarla, düş peşine, sor, soruştur, kurcala, dön, dolaş, sallan, salla, arşın, volta. Şaşıp baksan dosdoğru, eğri bassan dümdüz. Bak, bas, bağla, bağlan oradan dünyaya, dola kolunu omzuna, yerleş iyice derin derin. Bak gözünün içine, eksenine, cevherine, gör akını, anla ahını, al, ver. Son nefeste dirilir mi can veren? Duy sesi dönüp gelen, gayip bellek derin dipten, yalnız, mahzun, şaşkın, durma geride, yakala ritmi, hadi artık silkelen, soy deriyi, del göğü, avaz avaz, dalga dalga, çığlık, çığlık, çığlık, çığlık. Ah.
Mor Sardunya. Bu ülkede çocukluğumuz yalnızdır. Her bir çiçeğin gözyaşı sularken toprağı, yorgun çocuklar korosu yapayalnızdır. Zindanda Sakine, dar ağacında Erdal ve yatağında Hasan. Gezi Parkı'nda çadır kuran bir avuç yürek ve çiğe inanan bütün çocuklar yalnız doğup yalnız öldüler. Sübyan koğuşunda titreyen o kimsesiz göz bebeklerini yalnız bıraktılar. Alnına ölümün harfleri yazılı Orta Doğulu çocuk gelinler yalnızdı. Gerdek gecelerinde ay kızıl doğarken kapıda arsız bir ölüm elinde ak çarşafla nöbet tutardı. Ve burnumuzun ucunda kağıt toplayan çocuklar. Hayattan beklediğim bir şey yok. Benim gibiler erken ölür ve görmezler bir sevdalı yüzü bile, diyor. Bu çığlık yetişkinliğin duvarına çarpar ve erir. Ah, kuşkusuz biliriz. Kaderi farklıdır herkesin. Her sokakta, her doğumda. Bunu kabullenmek bir başka kadersizliktir. Bu ülkede ve dünyada çocukluk yalnızlıktır. Bu demektir ki yardım sahtekarlığı romantizme hiç hiç uygun değildir. Kırda ve dağda ve otobanda kavrulan cennetimiz. İnsan olmanın sırrına bir türlü açık etmez kalbimizi. Ağlayarak kaç yüzyıl daha doğurulacak çocuklar yataklarında bilmiyoruz. Çocukluğumuz üstüne sinen bu vahşet gölgesi aslında zaman değil. Acıyı sarmayı bilmeyen ince kollarıyla ardında gözyaşından iz bırakan bir yolcudur. Bu demektir ki insan ömür boyu yalnızdır. Bu dünyada bunca güzel çiçek kokusu içinde, bu demektir ki çocukluğumuzdan başka inanacak hiçbir şeyimiz kalmamıştır. Yelda Karataş. Duygularımı oraya sakladım kitabı, Skala Yayınları, 2024.
Hi everyone, my name is Asuman Susam. My poet Ferhas Yastes. Canımız kimdir? Bir kendimiz, yekdiğerimiz. Su akıştır, bellisiz bir yol. Bir tahta köprüden ayaklarını sarkıtan, kaygıdır bu nehri sana katran gösteren. Her yerden en uzak, şimdi de açılan. Aşağıdan yukarı konuşan. Aşağıyı ve alçaklığı Ferhas Yastes. Başımıza geleceklere rağmen ölümden. Kelimeler yürür açık damar yollarından. Görünmeyenin gücü besler. Yaşam kaynağıdır. Doğru senden serpilir, başkasından. Nefesinin düzeniyle oku dünyanın yok düzenini. Kirli kan, temiz kan, kirli kan, temiz kan, kirli kan, temiz kan. Kan akıştır kulakçık kapakçıklardan. Duyulmayan şeyler ondadır. Atan bir kalpten büyük ölüm cümlesi yok. Boşluktur. Aramız dille dolar. Aramızda arada olur olanlar. Varlıklaşır ses, uzak kadar yakından. Söylenmesi gerekenler vardı herkes susarken. Ferhas Yastes oradan konuşur. Yarıktan, karanlıktan, yıkımdan, yırtıktan. Krize bulanmış, kederden sararmış bundan, bunaltıdan. Ya da Kassandra, sakınımsızlık vadi kör talihin. Sahilik taş içinde saklı. Desen ona ter, tuz denizinden, zeytin dağından, derinden. Bir skandaldır, derdest edilecek, ters yüz, derisi yüzülecek. Kışkırtsın bizi acı suyuyla, dünya onun ağzında. Dalaklarımızdan taşsın yarayışlı sıkıntı. Dışarı atılacak bir aşırılık felaketi, ondan doğan söz. From the river to the sea, Palestine will...
Var şiirleri. Buyruldu ki insanın efendisi zamandır. Burada yeltenmişler, Yerasimos adında biri. Nefesinin yıkacağı bir dava idi. Pardon efendim, öyle değil. Birlikte ölmeyelim mi dedimdi. Vardılar. Bazı balıkçı tablaları, bazı taarruzlarda yıkılmış. Beni kimse eden çok şey var yok idi. Ki Yerasimos da tuhaftır gülmez. Bir hikayeye dalar. Efendim, anlamadım. Sevgili Sayın İlkay, bana sen diyebilirsiniz. Da ben bir zamanlar bir at terbiyecisiydim. Yerasimos da benle birlik. 70 metrekareye sığdırdığım hafıza kamburuyla. Çarmıha gerilir. Ben Erzu'nun parmaklarıyla. Harflere koşar. Bir Rum ikindisi elleriyle tırmandığım acı fark edilmek kadardır. Gözlerim şahidimdir ki burada gemi eskileri vardı. İçinde sarhoş Leventler, kürek mahkumları, tayfalar dolaşır. Bir Levent ki sözleriyle bir kaleyi yerle bir eder. Tek gözlü kuşlar Oğlak burcundan Yay burcuna akar. Kürek mahkumları kederlerini alınlarına dökmüş. Kulaklarım şahidimdir ki yok ediyordu bir komutan bu şehri. Haritaları kan gölüne çeviren savaşçılar vardı. Var. Tayfaları kim bağışlayacak? Denizin alçalmışlığı var. Rüzgarı kim bağışlayacak? Güvertede ölü martılar var. Kürek mahkumları, kılavuzlar, batık gemiler, kayıp harfleri vardılar. Atlar, kadınlar ve rivayet. Çeşme başında kadınlar, aşktan kesilmiş, sütten kesilmiş. Gümüşün biçimlediği bileklerinde suya tutunmanın hüneri. Bitti dediğin yerde bir melanet. Hayır, ağlamaktan gözleri Fırat. Her birinde bir direnme öyküsü. Eleşkirtten çıldıra her biri bir mezar. Aralarında uzak akrabaları var. Atları ovaya saldım, atlar, çocuklar ve kelimeleri. Merakımı çıldırtan her uçurumda mucizesini doğuran bir kadın var. Suya girip su çıkıyoruz. Kapılardan, çeşmelerden, odalardan. Kira evlerde böyle bağır bağır. Saatini düşürmüş, çocukluğunu gibi bağır bağır. Yeraltı çarşısı gibi içler kalabalık. Bilmiyorum kaç adım yürümüşüm. İleri kaç, geri kaç adım. Parmaklarım saçlarımın arasında. Tırnaklarım etimde ve köşe başında gördesli 3 kadın. Gördesli 3 kadın kim? Kim bu böyle? Yok, yok. Kalbi kar sesinden yok, yok. Gözleri hep giysilerimde. İnce yüz hatlarımda, bildiklerimde. Hayatı zor ediyorum. Kökleri havalandırıyor, bardaklara diziyorum. Dizi dizi dizilmişler. Asker kaçakları, kesik başlı horozlar dizilmişler. Şu telaslı terzi, şu çırak, şu kalfa. Köy yolu tutulmuş. Akpınar'da bir kadın, aşka yardım ve yataklıktan. Ömre avuç açan elleriyle divane. Atları içeriye aldım. Kanıtları, rivayetleri. Evin hayatından çekilmiş her arzuda kusura bulanmış bir kalp var.
Merhaba, ben Nilay Özer. İsrail'in Filistin halkına yaşattığı vahşetin, haksızlığın çok uzun zamandır yakın tanığı durumundayız. Özellikle bu son savaşın başından beri insanlığa karşı, Filistin halkına karşı ve bir iklim krizi döneminden geçilen böyle bir zamanda gezegene karşı işlenmiş çok büyük suçlar var. İsrail ve destekçisi Amerika Birleşik Devletleri, Birleşmiş Milletler'in ortaya koyduğu insan hakları, çocuk hakları gibi sözleşmeleri ve iklim krizi bağlamında ortaya çıkarılmış çerçeve anlaşmaların tamamını ihlal etmekte ve uluslararası hukuk suçu işlemektedir. Savaşın bir an önce bitmesini, Filistin'in desteklenmesini, bölgede huzurlu ve normal bir hayatın oluşması için gerekli yardımların yapılmasını istiyorum. Tapıncak. Dünyada bir yer burası. Yaptığını beğendin mi? Kemik tozu kokusunu, çilli yapraklarını yaşlı bir begonyanın ve öpülürken kıl diplerine doğru girdaplanan tenini üzerek beğendin mi? Ne anladın şeylerin mesafesinden? Bu ağaç bu eve karşı biçimlenmiştir belki. Birbirini yok sayan hızlarla ölüyorlardır belki. Ne anladın? Acaba ne anladın? Su akarken taşların duruyor görünmesinden. Dünya bir daha olur mu? Olur. Önce köpeklerin havladığı her yerde bir kasaba kurulur. Sonra dağ, sonra tren, sonra hiç. Beğendin mi? Sen ki havada donmuş atmacaları ve ruhunun şeklini gördüydün öpülürken. Karda vahşi kurtlardı. İlk kez bir ağzın vardı. Boş kovanlar saçıldı yaktığın sözcüklerden. Şimdi düşüşünü anlara bölüp seyret. Nefesinin havayı çizdiğini dinle. Böyle bir yavaşlıktır yanılmanın birimi. Bir at arabasının demir tekerlekleri yok olmayı bekliyorsa bir bahçede işte bu. Yüzünün kalıpları yepyeni büsler için
Gölgeler meydanları çevirdiyse bu ve bir gözün ölülerde kaldıysa öpülürken ne anladın, acaba ne anladın? Denizin karayı eşitlediği gelden, karanın denizi eşitlediği gitten, sandalların çekek yeri gibi az yüksek, dünyada bir yer burası, yerini beğendin mi? Saygılar.
Ez Selim Temo, helbestkarê Kurd ji Kurdistanê li zarokên Filîstînê silav dikim. Ew zarokên biçûk ên dibin ewr û baran û berf û teyroka bombeyan û çekan de dijîn yan najîn. Xwe jiyanek tinin, xwe pêşerojek tinin. Ez dixwazim bo çavên wanî delal çend helbestên bi Kurdî kurmancî bixwînim û ji bo wan bişînim. Elfesya xwîna keştiyan tije kir devê kendavê. Îro agir e hawar. Rengê şînê ji serî heya dêla min a qol disoje bi gov ve gov. Her çar simkodên min ên pola li ser çermê marmasyan. Sultanê min, çiyaw, hêrs û xofa te olan e dibare ji xîzî. Me şevên jiya yeldayê dirêjtir dîtin, serteşî dostê me bûn. Li qesra stêrkên hêmin me peyva xwe bi zîr û zeber got. Çong da li ber me Qudsa berê xwe li Xwedê û koremaran. Bexdaya xewar li her du rexên Dîcleyê sitara xemên me bû. û Dimeşq ku 100 salin beriya nîvro bi dargûzan re distire, li ber deriyê Misra çelang e, me li birîna xwe ya mandî nêherî. Îca keştîgel gotineke belewele ye li ser meytê deryayê. Serkeftin ku me qeder e, digere wek golên dibin erdê de. Artêş westiya ye, serê riman diteyîsin, leyl û leylan disojin, asû tenê li te dinêre, dê navê te heldin gawa bêjin wêrekî, herçî ez im, ferzendebekê dê navê min li kurê xwe de.
Hi, this is Ahmet Ergenç. I'm a critic from Istanbul, Turkey. I mostly write on literature, art, politics, and history. And recently I wrote some pieces on Palestine too. Now, in solidarity with Palestine and Lebanon, I will read a poem by the Palestinian poet Mohsab Abu Toha. He is from Gaza and he keeps recording the atrocities in Gaza and elsewhere through his poems. The poem I picked for today is called The Things You May Find Hidden in My Ear. Here we go. Part 1. When you open my ear, touch it gently. My mother's voice lingers somewhere inside. Her voice is the echo that helps recover my equilibrium when I feel dizzy during my attentiveness. You may encounter songs in Arabic, poems in English I recite to myself, or a song I chant to the chirping birds in our backyard. When you stitch the cut, don't forget to put all this back in my ear. Put them back in order so as you would do with books on your shelf. Part 2. The drone's buzzing sound, the roar of an F-16, the screams of bombs falling on houses, on fields, and on bodies, of rockets flying away. Read my small ear canal of them all. Spray the perfume of your smiles on the inkism. Inject the song of life into my veins to wake me up. Gently beat the drum so my mind may dance with yours, my doctor, day and night. I hope 3 days will arrive for Palestine and other countries in solidarity with Palestine and Lebanon. Greetings from Istanbul.
Heartfelt thanks to our readers from Turkey and those of you watching. I'll close our segment with a poem by Cengiz Sinan Çelik, imprisoned Kurdish poet and painter. I translated this poem from the Turkish. I'm here barefoot, quiet, covered in dust and dirt. In my pockets, the ashes of my scorched trees, prayers of pigeons in my eyes. I am here, guilty of holding on to dear life. Hush, the burned smell of roses on my skin, flesh and ash. Hush, thick mist split by snakes hiss. I am here, for you to find me. I left behind my footprints on the soil that bleeds like bitten lips through the haze of morning. With the whim of children who fell into the arms of dawn, I am here. Please stay tuned for the upcoming segments, and thanks again for Gazel Mossadegh and all the other participating publishers.
Lara, if you can hear me, if you could turn your video on and unmute, then we can get your segment started. Sorry.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for being here with us. It is an honor to be part of this event. My name is Lara Atallah, and I will be reading 2 poems for you today. The first one is called Spectator Ghazal, and it is after Hala Alian. Spectator Ghazal. I've lost track of the seasons. Which fall came before which winter? Watch. Here are the riches of my kingdom, a kitchen sink that leaks like a wound, and my mother's watch. Tomorrow the sun again, its heat a curse. In my delirium the leak becomes flood. I watch. A colony hurtled towards its promised demise. Front row seat on the Nightmare Express. I watch, the nearby sea hissing like a taunt. Mother's wails hurricane onto scorched earth. I watch, severed lifespans trickle into empire's mulch. While I tear dollars into shrapnel in America, I watch. You with your gun, your hand on the trigger. My beating heart a flag at half-mast. Watch, me do a bait and switch. noon in a stranger's arms, I think of carnations. He asks me to watch. Says imagine a seesaw with a heart on one end, a cluster bomb on the other. Says name someone you can't lose. Now watch. Me kill them on my lunch break, one happy meal at a time. midnight, sleep comes, I am made to watch. The boy with a cracked skull, all over again. His sister with half an arm, you with not even half a spine. Watch your sail stacks wash off the coast of a mass grave. How many missiles for your coffee, your quiet, your killer moves? Watch me as I am remade in the shape of a phantom pain, swollen, loud, invincible, impossible to ignore. Watch me turn on you like a coin, by which I mean, show me how you come undone when the curtain starts burning and there's nothing left to watch. This next poem was written after Etel Adnan's It Was Beirut All Over Again. Yes, Etel, it was Beirut all over again, and I, the flame, the match, the arsonist, the watchtower, the witness, and the corpse, fling myself from one continent to another. It was Beirut I rinsed off my hands. It was Beirut on the ballot, Gaza on my screen, Gaza on the street, Jenin on the airwaves. It was Beirut I clawed out of the pundits' mouths. It was Congo in my phone that kept Beirut on live stream. It was Gaza all over again, where every crater beckoned its killer. It was Beirut, it was Gaza, it was my hand and yours digging the empire's grave from every river to every sea. It is Beirut, where the long sunrise resurrects forgotten forevers. It will always be Beirut, and we all die and live and die and live and die and live and die and live 6,000 years and counting. O sun, pray tell, what currency is our blood traded in today? O city of truth, mother of legislation, in your dead, the ashes of 1,000 laws. And I will end with this poem. Before the shining city on a hill, there was a banyan tree, the night sequined with arrogant youth, a street that merged with a seaside highway where it scavenged shorelines, looking from anywhere land meets sea meets elsewhere. A decade and a continent later, in a synchronous chorus of voices pleads with Goliath, and I, a candle with a tall flame, have burned through the wax of second chances. Watch me make an epitaph of the American dream. Here lies a people who are sold a nation that is the sum of its mass graves. Here lies my people whose death grew your 401k. And isn't it marvelous how the waves keep crashing and the banyan tree's roots keep spreading in the red soil, while the plain's shadow grows across the land? Look how spring blooms unrelenting, how the sea gets bluer when enraged. Isn't it a wonder how oceans don't mix when they meet? Imagine a rift this deep, a refusal this steadfast. O moon lighting the path of an unchecked army. O America footing the bill. What's a few $1 billion between friends? Pray tell, does it hurt to look at a body and see your reflection in its charred flesh? Here's my liver with all its memories, my heels digging a home in the earth, my country, the dethorned rose, my mother, the mother of all heartbreak, my country, my mother, my heartbreak. Tonight, we are the loneliest trees in the forest, and we can remake this world in our image. Free, saccharine. Thank you, everyone. It's an honor to share the space with Sheltered Collective. Free Palestine.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Lara. That was beautiful. We're very happy to share the space with you as well. We're very happy to be here today. So I'm Nadine. I'm part of Sheltered Collective with my two friends and co-founders, Sarah Hunaidi and Teresa Sahyoun. Sheltered is a collective that was established in May 2022. It's basically intended to kind of excite and maintain the nurture and culture of poetry in Beirut. And we've always tried to kind of showcase different modes of expression where poetics flourish. We've conducted a lot of workshops and performances in Beirut. As three poets living in Beirut, it's always been a bit difficult to kind of expand our craft and kind of find the spaces where we can poetically express and create. And so this was kind of the intention behind why we founded Sheltered altogether. Our most recent work is an album called Poppies in October. It was recorded at Toonfork Studios in Beirut and released through Ruptured. It's currently available on Bandcamp, and all the proceeds from the sale of this album will go to the Unite Lebanon Youth Project, which is supporting Palestinians studying in Lebanon and around the world as well. It's also on all streaming platforms. We want to take this opportunity actually to give a very special thanks to Anthony Sahyun and Ziad Naufal for the trust in this project and the opportunity to record it and put it out there. The poems that you're going to listen to now have been written by all three of us since October 7 as an attempt to kind of make sense of things. Now in Beirut, there's a kind of eerie, looming silence, but the violence continues here in Gaza. And I think that all we can really do is write and listen to each other's poetry and make sense of everything through our writing and through our creative process. So we really hope that you like it. And finally, we want to thank Steve for the opportunity, the belief in us, and the constant support for our work. And special love to Sara and Teresa for all the beautiful work we do together. We really hope that you enjoy it. Free Palestine.
We come to you in grief for the futures that lie before us in white shrouds, for the losses that unravel from the tips of our tongues, for the cities that fall as pillars of ash. But our mornings are bright and lined in silver. Dreams wrinkled into sheets with stardust and honey-warm skin, the scent of seawater in cigarettes, and the lemon light of high noon, coastal winds and lives in ruin, dusk, pink clouds, plumes of smoke, women beating the dust of ages from ancient rugs. And in the night, wrapped in neon fog, we trade bones and secrets, charms and seeds, and tears like tiny translucent prayers that shimmer our streets alive and feed the fields of our fathers. The sun rises in the west. Our moon splits in two. Time sheds its weight in shadows, turning the minutes ache by ache. A century of dread screams in the space between the navel and the gut, drowns in the groan of a world that forgot how to listen.
Nocturnal sunrise
and the curious mind. Weaving through the streets, caravans of mourners speculate existence. They dangle puppets from the windows, faces of all their enemies hung by the neck on dwindling roads, down a steep valley into an oblivion truer than earth. Stray dogs form families, nibbling at green roots against their nature, carrying the scent of hunted meat from the earth. The sun rises in the west. A cacophony of sounds that were once part of a seamless choir, ache by ache, a violent stench, a fictional happening, really happening, a toddler's colored book coming to life. Families in their cars, the children are driving. The parents in the back, sleeping off the remnants of a raucous adult life. Diversions getting carried away, selling things to me with bright lights and bright words. So melancholically banal, it's memorable. So uninspiring, it inspires me to write about the melancholy of the banal. But I don't.
Another war, another life left behind. On this new dawn, Ammo shaves in the parking lot. The sea blows the laundry dry, and the body is hung on the wires. Khalto shines her floors and guards the teacups. A ladder on the sill of the windows. Our every footsteps burning. Our ordinary days, against all odds. Walking to places, dusting the balconies, repeating until the illusion of peace. Stardust in our arteries, spice in our fingertips. Those who don't lose homes only lose safety. A yell and a clutch and another mushroom. My friends text they don't want to die. The television never sleeps. The other motherfuckers with their rainbow suits and Hollywood smiles teasing us with ceasefires. Another day, another veto, another 100 ascended. And the eyes of everyone I love, the whiteness of their cheeks, drilled roughness, loss that no longer pleads. This is what soil does. It feeds you what it is fed. So Naji won't leave the dogs, and Ra'ed is not afraid of the gun, and I will open my mouth to welcome breath of martyrs who wanted to live. Our palm lines will break and fall before our hands even wrinkle. Charcoal trees, crater pavements, never degraded, never without a dream. To throw the shoe, even if it breaks our teeth. The stick with our last working arm. This is the middle finger of a poor brown boy who knows home having never even stepped in it, who knows
We aren't the wretched, we are the earth.
أبو تراب، أبو أحمد، أبو علي أسمر، ساجد، فدائي. If ever given a tomorrow, it's because these men held their lands and feared not death, but God only. Even the wind wants their glory. What can this terror do but teach us to breathe through the nose? Everyone once is dead, but we have peace.
وفي ليلة غامضة شعرت في داخلي تفككا بين المصران والأمعاء، ودخلت روحي جحيم العدم والخلود. تقزحت أطراف أصابعي، ذاب جلدي محولا البرق إلى طاقة، وأضاء الكون ثم حرقه. يحترق الكون ويضيء البرق، فيتصلب جلدي، أطراف أصابع مظلمة، جحيم الواقع الثابت. دمج مؤلم بين الأمعاء والمصران شعرت به في ليلة غامضة. What of the love that greened through disaster? Despite the sudden shifting of earth beneath our feet, the chemical rains in August, and then again in November. What of the tenderness, revealed in a low tide of sorrow, sealed in a linger through the doors of a staggering train? And this intimacy, held away from the fire, but close enough still to learn well the woody warmth of eyes, the glow of copper in a loose curl, the surprising freckle on an outstretched arm. And what of the complicity, the field of wildflowers that grew in the distance between us, tended with gentle insistence, watered with our losses, under the miracle of a shared sky, bleeding with color. A gloved hand in winter, 2 cups of hours-old coffee abandoned on the balcony, a dozen cigarettes consumed in eulogy, for interrupted kisses, for the truths that fell from the lips and scattered, for your melancholy bones. What of the promise, signaled across the room, across 300 days of half-lit desire? Can it outlove catastrophe? Can it outlive the thirst at the cruel end of waiting? Waiting for the season to turn, for faith in the slow and certain drift to falter, waiting for this love too to ripen, from sentience to stardust, from longing to memory, from one world's end to another. There is no conspiracy of science, no divination in our palms to answer. no reason but weather in the flight of the birds. Only a love that survives in the delicate lace of intention and the drawing of you into the every of each day.
This life is sitting in a chair after sitting in a chair. Make rent living tomorrow's history books. Keep a few bleak sentences for the soul. The fumes grow outside my window. Today's apocalypse. Rabway burning. Another strike. The airplane sounds like it's about to land in my living room. But it won't. They are content with my terror. I'm his and a religion away from being ethnically cleansed. This is someone else's chest. My dad asks me for the news. Al Jazeera binges and it makes me nauseous. I am expected to know. Guess war crimes from the kitchen. Stroke the dead through the screen. Even Biden's bullshit is breaking news. A month of war and suddenly I speak like my mother. Ya Rab, but I'm not calling on anybody. This boring tongue will never understand what I mean. This tongue. The arrogance of liars who never had soap shoved in their mouth. The tilt of AF-35 American-made ammunition. 20 homes exploding into clouds of dust, into scattered nothingness, next to the few spots of green left in Beirut. Even the birds are afraid for their life. These patient men at the borders, staring at the Merkava's wheels, howling at death with the promises of God, throwing missiles with their hands, preserving Maroon al-Ras as Maroon al-Ras, Lebanese even when deserted. This false flag lasted only a second. Settlers are whimpering, going back to our borders, past our borders, to their original theft. Only cowards are afraid of death, or so I tell myself, or so we tell ourselves, my friends and I, separated, promising each other a glorious reunion, a normal afternoon when our people can return to their olives, when all of this is over, although it never really is. Until then, there's nothing to do but sit in a chair after sitting in a chair.
attention and perversion of those made-up warlords who aren't real. They are made up, they aren't real. With no roots to drink, no home to smell like, protect with purpose. I want to kiss all the sad lovers and thank them infinitely for their songs and poetry, their gardens and their cows, for the swords that slice open monsters between the eyes. I want to kiss them and thank them for the love that helps me understand God. In this demise of existence, I want to kiss all the sad lovers who dread each moment's waking, but live to purge and serve, to liberate humankind from the humiliation of reality. Under the fire moon, home burns with the heat of rage. Streets twist into battlefields. Buildings like blackened lungs. Each window another promise, broken. There is war, always here, always louder over there, always also somewhere else. And someone's always shouting, why all the death? Like it's a riddle, something that allows for an answer. Like what's the price of freedom? Not a hair on the head of a single child, they say. Or maybe all the children of the world. Remember the burning need of youth to be free in the nights that last forever. Colored with the red lust of boys who say so little and only insist that they must. They just must. It's like air. Breathe it or choke. And sometimes breathing means smashing walls until the bricks collapse, burying you in the rubble. Sometimes your voice has to shatter the glass, even if it cuts your throat open. How do you argue when the settlers' jaws clamp down on your mother, their teeth grinding to the marrow of her soul? Or when death is slow, like wind wearing the mountain to dust? Who decides whose deaths are just echoes of history? What's one more? You can count the bodies, but by morning, the numbers will have risen like smoke. Maybe it's not about death at all, but what the dying has to mean. The martyr, the witness, the blood woven into a worn-out flag. To dream of a day when you don't have to fight for every breath. When the sea is not a symbol, it's just blue. When living is as easy as dying. When living is all you need to do. All the sad lovers to kiss all the star tree. I want to kiss all the sad lovers who dread each morning's waking, but live to purge and serve, to liberate humankind from the humiliation the reality created, the ridicule of knowing nothing but consuming everything, through the pretension and perversion of those made-up warlords who aren't real. They are made up, they aren't real. They are made up with no roots to drink. They are made up, no home to smell like and protect with purpose. I want to kiss all the sad lovers and thank them infinitely for their songs and poetry, their gardens and their cows, for the swords that slice open pastures behind. I want to kiss them and thank them for the love that helps me understand God. Slice open pastures between eyes. I want to kiss them and thank them for the love that helps me understand God.
Welcome back, everyone. It's exciting to be here with you this morning. And I'm really excited to introduce our next few poets. I'm going to say a few words about them here at the beginning of our time together, and then I'll come back at the end to read a couple final poems as well. Again, my name's Shuk. I'm a poet and translator who feels very honored to be with you here today to stand alongside Palestinian poets and Palestinian people. Our first reader today is going to be Ilana Marie Levinson-Labrosse, poet and translator from Kurdish. We'll also be joined by Victor Teran, a poet in the Isthmus Zapotec language of southern Oaxaca, and by Mohsen Emadi, a Persian poet who lives in Mexico. And I believe we will also see Zedan Khelef, a beautiful poet from Mesopotamia. So thanks so much for joining us. And without further ado, I'm proud to introduce Ilana Levinson-Labrosse.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for letting us be part of thinking about Palestine and thinking about Lebanon and setting aside time in our days to actually come together and be together in some way, shape, or form. I'm reading next to my little one here, so you might see them pop up. But they know all about Palestine and Lebanon, and they send their love. Dream state. The boys fly kites. Tomato-cased cans for spools. Cotton sewing thread for the line. Plastic bags splayed across twigs for the kite. Every time a kite comes down, a boy tries to fix it. Yusuf has flown his all the way to the next village, across electricity lines. Ibrahim, Yusuf's brother, says, if we had just one more plastic bag, we would make one for you. Khizr camp to the airport, Slimani to Istanbul, Istanbul to Colombo. Deep night, nothing open. Heat so thick the mosquito netting traps it against the bed. A train calls from where the track parallels the coast, but no more trains run here. They've torn down the platforms, torn up the tracks that ran through the fields where a little boy once stood, working the fields with his family, crying and waving to the departing passengers he didn't know, unable to understand what departure was. A dog barks, barks, barks. Yes. That is a dog. Rhythmic male chanting distends over a loudspeaker, not the call to prayer, too late, too choral, and this is Buddhist country. Tuk-tuks and buses with their quick-step trumpets. A dog barks. A bell rings 6 times, but doesn't signal the hour. A flatbed sells vegetables and fruits, but not stove-bound canisters, no fur-elise alerting customers in their homes, no fur-elise distorted by 2 megaphones duct-taped to the driver's side mirror. The chant continues. A pigeon coos. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I'm falling asleep beside Borges. His dream tigers are my dream tiger, there at the foot of the bed, breathing heavily. I fit myself in beside them and curl around them in the little light. When I turn to sleep, our spines settle against each other. We listen to the foghorns outside, make their accidental chords. I think of the men who call a city to prayer and their chorus, distorted by loudspeakers stretched across the cityscape, their voices bashing into each other before the thought of dawn. How many of the callers still climb the stairs? How many of the calls are recordings, a button pressed by some sleepy servant of the prayer rug? Borges is interested. He asks if I've found out any more about those sister wives of the last prince of the Ardelans. I forgot. I can't believe I forgot to tell you. Yes, they were both poets. You should write about it. It feels like you already have. So this next poem I'll share with you is from a series of verbatim poems that I've been working on. In Iraq, we love oral history because it helps us build history from the individual up instead of these overarching monolithic arches, which we know are so incomplete at best. So these verbatim poems have been coming from these lifetime interviews that my staff and I have been doing all over Iraq. But for a time, I was doing them intensively in Mosul after the Islamic State occupation. And this next poem I'll read comes from a man I spoke with there at length. His name was Majid. No one lives now where I did. It's all destroyed. The bridges, the cinema, the library. We didn't know, but they doused the books with accelerant. Anyone who threw water at the fire only made the books burn faster. When I was growing up, Mosul was a mosaic. Now, it is simple tile. But every Iraqi has a sad story. Kuwait, the Iraq War. I'm not unusual. I'm happy I finished university. The only in my village who did. Mustafa Hamdoun, my skinny English teacher, used to say, a full belly means an empty brain. Today, we eat and eat. We see only how much we eat, not whether it is good. We only eat. When I was 10 years old, my father's friend came to visit. There were no buses, no cars, people walked. Our friend came at night. Wolves attacked him. He climbed a tree and stayed there all night. In the morning, the wolves dispersed, and he climbed down and kept walking. My father said, life is precious. His friend took us to see the tree. We looked up into the branches. And my father's friend said, that's where I slept. Life is precious. This is a story we told, but also it happened. Shuk, I just want to check in a little bit about time. I was going to read one more poem of my own, and then I would like to read a poem by Taha Muhammad Ali. Do we have time? Go ahead. Okay, great. So I lived for 10 years in Iraq, and this poem was written in my beautiful apartment that I still have there. We still feel is very much home for us in so many ways. Balagian.
Now you're done.
I'm almost done. I'm going to read 2 more poems. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Drought. After the day's last call to prayer, there is no external marker of night passing. Only me, alone, slowly turning to water. The evening helps me out of my skin, as if out of a taxi or a coat, and all that was contained, all that I held together, I let loose. Still, I could throw all the water I am at the desert below and not be enough for a sapling. I wish I could spend my life. Bless you. I wish I could spend my life as a brain in a jar. I put a tomato in my mouth. I test its skin. How breakable, how spillable everything is inside. I love the sudden water of the skin pulling back. I hate the breaking, and I love the water. The last poem I'll share with you is actually the first poem that I read to my students when I began teaching at the American University of Iraq, Slimani. And it is by one of the poets who made me a poet. His name is Taha Muhammad Ali. He's a beautiful Palestinian poet who we actually lost the day I started teaching, translated by a wonderful man named Peter Cole. His biography is also by Adina Hoffman, definitely worth a read. It's a story we told, but also it happened. Lyle, come snuggle with me. Habibi Gyanam. There we go. Meeting at an airport. You asked me once, on our way back from the mid-morning trip to the spring, what do you hate and who do you love? And I answered from behind the eyelashes of my surprise, my blood rushing like the shadow cast by a cloud of starlings. I hate departure. I love the spring and the path to the spring, and I worship the middle hours of morning. And you laughed, and the almond tree blossomed, and the thicket grew loud with nightingales. A question now 4 decades old, I salute that question's answer, and an answer as old as your departure. I salute that answer's question, and today it's preposterous. Here we are at a friendly airport by the slimmest of chances, and we meet. Oh, Lord, we meet. And here you are, asking. Again, it's absolutely preposterous. I recognized you, but you didn't recognize me. Is it you? But you wouldn't believe it. And suddenly, you burst out and asked, if you're really you, what do you hate and who do you love? And I answered, my blood fleeing the hall, rushing in me like the shadow cast by a cloud of starlings. I hate departure, and I love the spring and the path to the spring, and I worship the middle hours of morning. And you wept, and flowers bowed their heads, and doves in the silk of their sorrow stumbled. Thank you so much for having me with you this morning, for having our kid with you this morning. And we really are thinking of Palestine and Lebanon all the time, no less than we are thinking of America, which is equally in crisis, hoping for peace.
Lagika diusis tine. Nanga Victor Terán. Dinisa Gulle Gijigie Lula, México. Rari Chigunda Chupadichado. Gusiga de Gici Palestina, di Gici Mabini de Gendaridin de la, Rama Guttis Stalle Pevini, Rinava Kagichiro Vanugici Layu, Gakane Kavinidi, Tiganda Givani Jikabe, Negibigetta Gendanabani Nayeche Nenasaka Danili Jikabe. Reciban mi saludo. Soy Víctor Terán, Vinizá del Istmo oaxaqueño y mexicano. Les ofrezco 2 poemas en mi lengua autóctona zapoteca y en español, en solidaridad con el pueblo palestino que tiene el derecho inalienable a vivir en paz, seguridad y dignidad. Gaza está en ruinas. Más de 43,000 palestinos han muerto y la crisis humanitaria empeora cada día, por lo que es vital y urgente que el mundo brinde ayuda humanitaria a Palestina. Alto a la guerra y viva la paz con dignidad. 2 poemas a Palestina. Kanaga rididilutu, el verdor que ustedes ven. Nesashki jedi washie naga, la de la deriaba nisagie. Kashpinenda navaniraña, la kawashas talegu serie. Nulla yu nudi lugusiva, la yu nadipa, la yu rise, chupachonna binizaga bia vitagunaka ninegie. Binisidi dina naga riwini gijigie, kanaga rididilutuka, nakakani Yugiba Ludidie. En mi tierra hay poco verdor. De en cuando viene la lluvia. Y lo peor es que mi gente vive del campo, aunque muchos también son pescadores. Hay terrenos que producen en tiempos de secas, terrenos fértiles, terreno de riego, unos cuantos malvados afines al poder las acaparan a muerte. Los viajeros dicen que hay verdor, que observan verdor por estas tierras juchitecas. El verdor que ellos ven son soldados con las armas listas. Biniwala Chingana. Soy oriundo de estas tierras. Biniwala Chingana. Gulenda anigichigie. Rinistika gula sanyane lucerunda di jagie. Nanna cinesa saya. Nenanna paranga sia. Nekagiava gi sindaya rinistivi nivisiania. Nachie gira kashkenda sikanagie di jasa. Nera vestigia risacca via carisacca di jastia. Giranu viniwalacica. Usisacca nulanu. Dani gicilayu, via carisacca giranu, vinni rusianda tula, lubiri sarenda schippi, vinni rusianda tula, ririga nerinitti. Soy oriundo de estas tierras, nací en Juchitán. Sangre vinizá llevo y mi lengua esparce la dulzura de su origen. Sé de dónde vengo y sé hacia dónde voy. Aunque llueva lumbre llegaré, sangre de hombres águila mi sangre. Amo y respeto mi cultura, mi lengua zapoteca, y digo que mi lengua vale como la lengua española. Todos nosotros los nativos hagamos saber nuestra valía, que en todo el universo no hay cultura superior a otra. La gente que olvida su origen, en el aire vaga su ombligo. La gente que olvida su esencia se vacía de alma y sucumbe. Gracias y que viva Palestina.
Hi everybody. I will be reading in different languages. First I have to tell that I wrote many years ago that every kid born in the Middle East, so-called Middle East, has at least two homelands. First is Palestine, and second is the place he or she is born. And another thing that I have to mention that all along the history, the powers never had heart. It were people who always bring those heartless powers to their knees, remembering the fact that the blood can speak and the stone remember. I read to Palestinian exile because my experience was not similar to what's happening there. It's something that I cannot even imagine. So I talk to the exile and I read in different languages. ما همیشه بیهوده میتابد و جنگ ها بی دلیل آغاز نمی شوند. آن که می رود آن که می ماند اما هر دو مغلوب تصادفند. پس اول نگاه کن به چشمهایم چنان که چمدانهایت را بسته خداحافظی هایت را کرده و بی حسرت تنها کیف آخرین سیگار را با خود میبری پیش از حرکت قطار که حقیقت زاده حسرت است و نمیخواهم حقیقت تو باشم. پس چشمهایت را ببند و مرا ببوس تا فلز بوسه هایت در رگهایم ذوب شوند و در بی‌تفاوتی ماه غالب ببندند که قطار به ایستگاه نزدیک می شود، یعنی زیبایی زاده محال است و در بطن یأس ممکن می شود. آنجا که پوستم تخیل خاک است از لحظه‌ای که سیگار زیر پاهایت خاموش می شود و تو ابدی می شوی. توقف نورافکنها بر مجسمه ماه بدر در ایستگاه متروک به وقت بمباران. This is when the heart does not beat and the clock beats. Love is when the heart beats and the clock does not beat. Perhaps this simple comparison explains why you glanced at your watch. You knew that waiting is the dense endurance of eternity, and love, the miracle of mortals, make eternity ashamed. But this does not wait for anybody. The long summer afternoon was going down on coffins and clock towers. The ruins knew, and you did not know, that war makes waiting invalid and saving life the whole truth. Was she dead? Had she fled without you, or were you not in love anymore? The dead were not answering, the living were escaping, and love from then on beat within the pulse of a clock. Son la tierra seca y el agua quienes escriben estas líneas. Son la memoria y el olvido quienes escriben estas líneas. La blancura del papel se encuentra a sí misma en tus manos y el papel vacío, el poema desleído, se moja con tus lágrimas. Las lágrimas se evaporan al rozar la punta de mis dedos. Desde la oscuridad del mar primordial, un viento duro penetra mi camisa y mis huesos tiemblan y las palabras húmedas a través de los poros de la piel caen en el papel. Son la tierra seca y el agua, son la memoria y el olvido, y la proporción del olvido en el cuerpo es siempre mayor. Sin eso, es imposible nadar en cualquier mar, es imposible abarcar cualquier cuerpo. Y la palabra es la salazón del mar, y la palabra es el esqueleto de los muertos. Cuando estoy cavando una tumba en mi cuerpo, estoy cavando tu tumba en una tierra inaccesible. Y el viento, que es la esencia de los sueños, desde la superficie del mar primordial, penetra mi camisa. En la orilla del papel, el agua baila alrededor de tus pequeños pies, todavía blancos, todavía sólidos. Voy a nadar. Me miras y en la lejanía una ventana se abre y vuelve a cerrarse. Me acaricias y más allá de la ventana la lluvia empieza a caer y la lluvia cae también sobre mí. Estás a mi lado y cada movimiento tuyo hace que algo se mueva en la lejanía, algo que retorna y es causa de que algo se mueva también en mí. Yo nací en el año de tu exilio. Una mujer construía muñecas dentro de tus ojos. Las muñecas tenían las formas de tus muertos y se sentaban en el alféizar de una ventana frente a mi rostro. Una tenía mi sombrero sobre su cabeza y la otra llevaba puestos mis zapatos. Yo fui cargado con la materia de las pérdidas. Tú me mirabas y la lluvia seguía cayendo, caía sobre tus maletas, en los zapatos y en los sombreros de los muertos. Ahora te beso y besándote intercambiamos nuestras pérdidas. Y el último, and the last one. De cada pérdida nace un fantasma. La hija que nunca tuve y está llorando en la azotea. El poema que nunca escribí y se convirtió en un mal sueño de papel. La hija que nunca tuve lee el poema que nunca escribí. Está lloviendo en la azotea y la lluvia lava el papel y después lo descarga. El papel se convierte en el sujeto de la pérdida. Así sucede con mi piel. Yo pierdo mi piel cuando tus manos no están en mí. Viva Palestina.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Mohsen, Alana, Victor. It's a beautiful reading. I loved hearing all of those languages together. Very grateful to each of you, to the organizers, to Janani for inviting me to gather these writers. And I'm grateful to the writers who are here in spirit, but were not able to be here for meteorological or technical issues. I'm going to end our segment reading a translation from the Kurdish from this book by Farhad Birbal, which I translated with Pishtiwan Babakir. It's called Refugee 33,333. And this poem is called 1993. As long as the price of a shoe in Paris is enough to feed 30 of the hungry in Siberia, as long as 3 cold Swedish krona is worth 33 days in the lives of 33 of the hungry in Somalia, As long as the price of a Pepsi Cola in Chicago is worth the monthly salary of an employee gone unpaid in Hawler, as long as a pound is worth 2 tins of fuel in Sarajevo, as long as the price of an agal in Saudi Arabia is worth 2 houses for a homeless nobleman in Armenia, as long as a German mark is worth almost a can of cheese and a sack of potatoes in St. Petersburg, as long as the price of a pair of underwear in Geneva is worth 15 kurta and shalwar in Bombay, as long as the asshole dollar is worth 500 dinars in Slemani, as long as even 500 dinars is not worth a glass of ice cream in Venice, this world must be destroyed entirely. Thank you. Long live Palestine.
Hello again. As Shuk said in the last segment, Long Live Palestine. We are here again, me and Munir Nusaiba, after 24 hours. It passed very fast as it passed among like-hearted friends. And in our last segment, we again hear from Palestinian poets. As you noticed, we started yesterday around this time from Palestine, went one round around the globe with messages of solidarity, with messages of resilience, of encouragement to strength, with united voices. And now, in our last hour, we hear again from Palestinian poets. I ask Munir to introduce them if he can, and then in the end, Munir and I will come after the readings to wrap up the session.
Thank you very much, Ghazal. It has been really a pleasure to be part of this. Indeed, I also want to thank all the voices in solidarity with Palestine, Lebanon, Sudan, and the oppressed around the world. As a professor who works with many young people here in Palestine, I want to make sure that my students hear and share these amazing words and know that they are not alone in what they are going through, but they have friends and allies all over the world. It's great to hear rejection expressed to oppression, genocide, apartheid, racism, and colonialism, and to hear words of love, unitedness, connection to land, and steadfastness. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to be part of this great event. Thank you, Ghazal, and many thanks to all of our friends who have worked hard to make this a success. I move now to invite our last group of readers as they enter this final segment. I invite you to listen closely. We'll hear from Yahya Lababidi, Professor Hibal Agha, Warda Hussein, Asma Duwaima, Basman Dirawi, Talid Al-Khatib, and others. Let us close this journey with the same spirit of connection and resilience that has carried us through.
Thank you, Ghazal, for inviting me to be part of this global initiative. And I hope that my poems, which I'll be reading from my new book, Palestine Wail, can do some justice to the enormity of this crisis. The title of this poem is Say Something. If you're uncomfortable saying genocide, say mass murder, say boneyard, say unmarked graves, say pity the children, say humanity under the rubble, say, Lord, forgive us the enormity of our sins. At least say not in my name. I'm waiting to hear from you. Please. As someone who is Lebanese of Palestinian background, this is very dear to my heart. And I hope that poets can be activists and also healers. Here's another poem from my collection, Palestine Wail. During a genocide, you will find that words lose their meaning. Some sound empty and others strange. Apart from unceasing prayer, eloquence takes the form of tears or kindness and solidarity. Even a quiet moan or sighing is preferable to false words, or worse, a loud and wounding. It pains me to have to read this next poem. It pains me to have written this next poem. But as someone who is also an American citizen at this point of my life, who's living in America, and grateful for the opportunity to have a second life here, the position that America has taken is unconscionable in funding this genocide. The title of this poem is Stranger in a Strange Land. America is a psychopath, a gaslighting, abusive partner that insists on being loved, no, worshipped as saint and savior. Never mind your murdered family, lying at your feet and bloody knife still clutched in their twisting hands. It wasn't always this way. Look what you made me do. Don't make me do it again. Smile and try to be grateful. And finally, I'd like to read an open letter to Israel, also a part of this poetry collection, and an appeal to their humanity. Open letter to Israel. He who fights monsters should see to it that in the process, he does not become a monster. This is a quote by Nietzsche. And here's the poem. Tell me, what steel entered your heart? What fear made you rabid? What hate drove out pity? How could you forget that how we fight a battle determines who we become? When did you grow reckless with the state of your soul? We are responsible for our enemy. Compassion is to consider the role that we play in their creation. If you prick us, do we not bleed? If you poison us, do we not die? If you wrong us, shall we not revenge? Strange how one hate enables another, how they are like unconscious allies, darkly united in blocking out the light. Yes, we can lend ideas our breath, but ideals, peace, justice, freedom require our entire lives. And all who are tormented by such ideals must learn to make an ally of humility. Truth and conscience can be like large, bothersome flies. Brush them away, and they return, buzzing louder. Tens of thousands slaughtered, half of whom are children? No, these are unbearable casualties to ignore. To speak nothing of the intangible casualties, damage done to our collective psyche, trust, and sleep. No more nightmares, please. Give us back our dreams. We can still begin again and must. Wisdom is a return to innocence. Thank you.
تنقشع الحرب لن أبقى مثل ما أنا. ربما سأتحول إلى خزانة أو سرير. ربما سأتحول إلى سجادة أو جرة غاز أو مكتبة. ربما سأتحول إلى حضن كبير. حين تنقشع الحرب لن أجد مقبرة أزورها، فكل الطريق مقبرة. ولن أجد وردا لأضعه على الرفات، فالورد مات. الورد مات ولا نخيل على القبور ولا قبور. سأتعثر في رأس هنا وقدم هناك. سأتعثر في وجه صديق على الأرض. سأعثر في حقيبته على بقايا خبز للصغار. سأرى عيونا كثيرة متناثرة، وسأجد قلبا تائها يلهث. يستقر القلب على كتفي، وأسير به فوق الركام، فوق الحجارة التي قتلنا بها. لم يخبرنا أحد في دروس التاريخ كيف نستعد للحرب الطويلة، ولم يعلمنا مدرس التنشئة كيف ننصب خيمة على قارعة الطريق، ولم يخبرنا معلم الرياضيات أن الزاوية تتسع ل10 أشخاص، ولم يخبرنا معلم الدين أن الأطفال يموتون أيضا، ولكنهم يصعدون على هيئة فراشة أو طير أو نجمة. كنت أكره الطباشير وطابور الصباح، لكنني كنت أحب الوقوف في السطر الشرقي، وأسرح في تخيل المدينة التي تقف على شجرتين كبيرتين، لكنني خارج المدن التي أعرفها، وخارج الأمكنة، وقسرا خرجت من غلاف الزمن إلى غلاف غزة لأتساءل عما حدث ويحدث. ما اسم شارعنا؟ هل رأى أحد منكم شارعنا بيتنا؟ هل تعرف الحارات بعضها؟ هل تعرفنا المدينة؟ هل تعرفنا أمي؟ هل يعد البحر الضحايا؟ هل تخرج الشمس لتحمي الجثث الملقاة في الشوارع؟ هل بوسع التجار شراء الجنة؟ هل ستخرج مكان الجثث عمارات ضخمة بأسمائهم؟ هل سنعرف أسماء مجهولي الهوية جميعهم؟ هل ستدرك عماتي حجم الفجيعة؟ هل كان البيت حقا بيتنا؟ هل ينام الجندي ليلة؟ في حلقي كلام كثير، وحلقي ملتهب، ولا دواء، لا دواء إلا البيت.
بيت في عقلي وحطام في الواقع. في عقلي أبني بيتا بشبابيك مرتفعة لا تعكس سوى الصمت، غير مهشمة إثر غارة قريبة تطل على بحر غزة، حيث الأمواج لا تغرق الحالمين. في عقلي أبني بيتا بجدران شاهقة لا تعرف لغة الشظايا، لا تحمل ندوب الرصاص، غير مخرقة بثقب قذيفة. في عقلي ينهض بيت تضحك في صالونه الواسع عائلة، ضحكاتها تملأ الفراغ دون خوف من غد تعيس. في عقلي بيت ملون زاهٍ، أرضه لا تسقى بدم شهيد أو ذكرى رحيل. في عقلي أبني بيتاً لم تطأه قدم الحزن، ولم يعرف طريقاً للموت أو الفقد. في عقلي أبني بيتاً ركيكاً من ورق، كلما اقتربت من نهايته تهدمه الحقيقة، كعاصفة قوية لا تجابهها ورقة. في عقلي بيت مكون من عائلة بلا نقص، وبين أنقاض ذاكرتي أبحث عن بيت كامل، أفتش عن بيت خارق للطبيعة مضاد للصواريخ والقذائف، لكنني في الواقع أبحث عن طوب كي أرمم ذاكرتي المتهدمة وأجمع بقايا حلمي المتناثر كرماد في الريح. في عقلي أبني بيتاً حيث السماء لا تمطر قذائف، والأرض لا تبلع الناس، والبيت بيت لا خير.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
هنا وردة من غزة فلسطين، أشارك معكم اليوم في فعالية القراءة العالمية لأجل حرية التعبير وللتضامن مع فلسطين بقصيدة الشاعر القدير إبراهيم طوقان. يا موطني. يا موطنا قرع العداة صفته، أشجيتني ومن الرقاد منعتني. يا موطنا طعن العداة فؤاده، قد كنت من سكينهم في مأمن. لها في عليك وما التهافي بعدما نزلوا حماك على سبيل هين، وأتوك يبدون الوداد وكلهم يزهو بثوب بالخداع مبطن. عجبا عجبا لقومي كلهم بكم، ومن ينطق يقول يا ليتني ولعلني. لم يجسون من الحقيقة خيفة؟ لم يصدفون عن الطريق البين؟ إن البلاد كريمة يا ليتها ضنت على من عقها بالمدفن. قالوا الشباب فقلت سيف باتر، وإذا تثقف كان صافي المعدن. وإذا تثقف كان صافي المعدن. مرحى لشبان البلاد فما لهم إلا السمو إلى العلا من ديدن. نهض الشباب يطالبون بمجدهم، يا أيها الوطن المجيد تيمن. يا أيها الوطن المجيد تيمن. تحياتي لكم.
مرحبا، السلام عليكم. أقرأ عليكم قصيدة للشاعر الفلسطيني يوسف الخطيب، كتبها عام 1973، وفي تقديمه لها بعد عدة سنوات قال إنه لم يكن في باله أن المعنى الذي كتبه عام 73 سيبقى متكررا وحاضرا في تاريخ المأساة الفلسطينية. واليوم وبعد أكثر من 10 سنوات من رحيل الشاعر يوسف الخطيب، يبدو للأسف أن هذا القدر المكتوب على الشعب الفلسطيني في أن يحمل صليب حريته ويسير درب آلامه مقدما أكبر التضحيات التي يمكن والتي لا يمكن أن يتصورها العقل البشري في سبيل الوصول إلى خلاصه. القصيدة بعنوان أنهض من جنازتي وأمشي. كأنني الآن جميع أمتي أموت، والعربي الأخير أذبح في غزة، في صيدا، وفي بيروت من عنق شعبي الصغير. لكنني إذ يشرب السكين خمر صدري أحس أنني أقوم، أحس وسع الأرض مولدي وقبري، وأن ليلتي نجوم. وها أنا أنهض من جنازتي وأمشي، يسكنني القاتل والمقتول، كأن خلف كل عطفة وعاء نعشي، وخلف كل برهة أيلول. نعم، أنا تركت عنفوان بصمتي على أشعة النجوم، واكتنست في الكروم رونق الدماء. أنا الذي قتلت حارس الظلام، واقترفت عامدا معصية الإمام، واختطفت شعلة السماء. وها أنا ملاحق للأمم المتحدة، هويتي مخرب وجلف. أنا حملت نكبتي في جبهة المتقدة، يقول للعالم قف. وقفت حافيا وراء باب أمتي العظيمة، أدقه على قلوب مغلقة في الليل والثلج وفي مخالب الجريمة، حتى غدت يداي مطرقة وصرت ضيف أمتي وصار جسمي الوليمة وهيأت لي خيمة ومشنقة. ولم أزل أساق من مرحلة لمرحلة أجر ثقل الصليب وأستحيل جمرة فثورة فجلجلة خلاص موطني الحبيب. قل عني الطفل الذي يوسم من حليبه أو سمني قتيل حب بي جسد المسيح موثقا على صليبه في عالم بدون قلب. يا راجمي شعب فلسطين على ذنوبه من منكم بدون ذنب. نعم، أنا تفقت في شوارع المدينة يا أيها القضاة، لعنت في الساحات أسماءكم اللعينة وقلت إنكم طغاة. وساقني الجند أمامكم بتهمة الجنون وقال للعالم قف. لا تسألوني أيها المحلفون من أكون فإنني سأعترف. أنا الذي سجلت في عيني عنوانها، جسدت في جسمي فلسطين وألوانها. أنا الذي جرعت فوق الطور أحزانها وإنني الوعد الذي ينشر بستانها. وها أنا ألتقط الرصاص من عيونهم في نار لبنان أسويه على صدورهم قلادة. يا أيها الموت الذي يشعل بالجرح الدجى أشهد أنك الولادة. نعم، أنا نهضت من رفاتهم، صعدت من قرار وادي الموت. أنا جميعهم شبعت موتا ربع قرن وارتويت. أنا شهيد غزة، شهيد قبية، شهيد بئر زيت. غفوت دهرا في دجى عيونهم لكنني صحوت. ولو ملكت لاخترقت غابة الذئاب واقتحمت قلعة السياسة. لكنت ناديت على عالمكم وشرعكم في شارع النخاسة. من يشتري مني دفاتر الحقوق ومادة فمادة وثيقة الإنسان. من يشتري ديباجة الإعلان بقبلة من شفة الخليل بابتسامة بدمعة أصبها على ثرى بيسان. من يشتري مني جميع الملوك وكل قادة العرب بشبر أرض واحد من التراب المغتصب. من يشتري ولي عهدكم وصاحب الجلالة بعطر برتقالة يافية بقشر برتقالة. من يشتري مني جميع القيم ومجلس الأمن وحفظ السلام بغصن زيتون على الرامة يشجيه هديل الحمام. من يشتري مني حقول الخليج وكل نفط الأحمدي والدمام والظهران بحفنتين من تراب عسقلان. من يشتري فسيفساء مكة ووشيها وقشرة الأسطحة المزخرفة بآية تتلى بصحن المسجد الأقصى وآية بالصخرة المشرفة. من يشتري صلبان رومة جميعها وكل فن النحت والعمارة بشمعة تضاء في قيامة القدس وشمعة تضاء في المغارة. نعم نعم نعم، أنا الذي قتلت حارس الدجى، أنا الذي سرقت شعلة السماء. وساقني الجند أمامكم بتهمة الجنون وقال للعالم قف. لا تسألوني أيها المحلفون من أكون فإنني سأعترف سأعترف سأعترف. شكرا.
مساء الخير، معكم بسمان الدراوي شاعر من غزة. حقرأ قصيدتين قصر من كتاباتي. القصيدة الأولى بعنوان We will beat you next time. I look at the sky and say, a year without you is a lifetime. I can picture Isa laughing and replying. You can say, I miss you without your poetic language. We miss you too. I laugh and reply, I miss only Auda, because you were born on the anniversary of the Nakba and died a day before my birthday. They look at me, sitting on the balcony of my rental in Cairo by the physiotherapy college, and ask, Why do you write about lately? I wrote a poem about how I miss being a physiotherapist. I know you miss it too. They nod and reply, we miss Gaza too. I look at the sky and laugh. Hello, losers. Barcelona defeated Real Madrid today. I can picture them throwing stuff at a huge screen in heaven. For safety reasons, I wish no Barcelona fans sit close to them. Auda looks at me and yells, next time, we will beat you next time. في الجنة سأطلب الكثير من الماء، فقد أرسلني عدوي إلى الموت بحلق جاف، بوجه غير مغسول، وبالكثير من الغبار على جسدي. في الجنة سأطلب الضوء، ربما أعتاد أن أنام عليه، وأن يصب الله الموسيقى في أذني، وذاكرة جديدة بلا ارتدادات انفجارات أو صور. في الجنة سأقابل الكثير من الأطفال، وأعرف أنهم من غزة. سنتحدث عن البحر، وربما نطلب بحرا لم نعرفه لا زوارق فيه. شكرا.
Hi, I'm really thrilled and honoured to be here, and it's a huge responsibility to do what I'm about to do, which is to share the words of 3 young poets from Gaza. And I'd like to give you a background to this. I'm a volunteer with an organisation called the Hands Up Project, which supports and shares the creative output of young Palestinians through online theatre, storytelling and poetry. And in April last year, the Hands Up Project ran a poetry competition for children in Palestine and around the world. And the resulting poems have all been published in a book called Moon, Tell Me Truth. And this is the book published by the Hands Up Project. And then the genocide began. And on the 18th of October, one of the children who had a poem in the book, her teacher contacted me and said, Sarah, I'm really sad to tell you that Fatima and all of her family have been killed. Please share her words to the world. Fatima was 9 years old. She has a beautiful poem in the book, and it has now been translated into over 20 languages. It has been read at demonstrations in front of thousands of people, and we're continuing to share Fatima's words, and I hope we will do that for the rest of my life at least. 7 days later, Obada's teacher contacted us to say that Obada had been killed. Obada was 14 years old. He also has a beautiful poem in this book, and we continue to share Obada's words wherever we can. We have another young poet, Saleh. Saleh is with us performing live, online, sharing his words on social media platforms. And you're going to be hearing from these young poets today where they couldn't be with us. Their poems will be read by other people. And I would like to pay tribute to those young poets and share their words. I've heard people speaking about resistance, about resilience, about love and connection. These children's poems and these children's words speak of all of those things. It's a duty to share their words as widely as we can. And their words are profound and moving. And I would like you to watch, enjoy, and share them yourself as widely as you can. So we can look at the video now, yeah?
I always dream of a life, clear as the serenity of the sky, and a heart beating with love and optimism. Why our smiles do not bloom like the flowers? Let us fly freely as those butterflies, satisfied, colorful, and flapping sky high, away from worries, anxieties, and sorrows.
I first heard this poem actually read by Nick at a brilliant presentation, Night for Gaza, a couple of weeks ago. And we listened to it in Glasgow on Armistice Day to remember Fatima, who was killed with her family 2 weeks ago. Eyes are for looking and seeing sun. Tongues are for greeting and saying fun. Legs are for walking slowly and also run. Hands are for shaking with friends, not for shooting gun. Fatima was 9 years old. I'm an actor from Glasgow, and we were looking for something to remember the creative force of Palestine that is being silenced. And of course, there's none more creative than children and Palestinian children. And it was a great privilege to read that in Glasgow to thousands. I think about 15,000 people listened to it. And we are going to buy the book and support it in Glasgow. And thank you so much for inviting me today.
لا شيء لا أحد لا.
I will never be silent. The voice of resistance has begun. I feel it ignite, creep outside, burn.
لا شيء لا أحد لا.
I will never run nor hide, be afraid. I will confront the hidden and the silent, مختبئ وصامت.
Shame on you, blood and destruction,
Killing and siege, even the stones scream. They still scream, they shout, I'm human. In you.
Your anger, your fear, they are waiting to break free.
Don't let them kill you.
تضامن، قاطع، انشر وتكلم. لا تتوقف. Your voice can make a difference.
Hand in hand grow. Send this message to a silent world.
Resilient, a hopeful chord,
a hopeful voice. Deep within me, daily, it tells me one day we will be free.
سنتحرر وسأطير بجناحي الحرية لكي أشكركم جميعا. With love from the heart of Gaza.
A memory that throbs pain. I'm a crippled, bound by memories. My eyes find sleep, but my mind drifts, never still. I pass days in silence that kills. In my head, voices stir, restless and shrill. I feel my heart crumble, again and again, as days, weeks, months pass, and we remain unchanged. A truth too heavy to bear. Is it over? Is there no room left for the hope I carried? It's as if nothing will return. In this moment of pain, we are helpless. We know there is no escape. The depth of ache, we are certain the pain will stay. We won't live another day.
These strong voices from children in the Gaza Strip who are suffering from this genocide, some of whom have been murdered, and some of whom are surviving, displaced, cold, fighting for survival, I think are a very powerful end almost end to this 24-hour event. We have passed the 24 hours and we are a few minutes further. I'm a bit emotional right now, thinking of the voices of the children who have been murdered and whose words are still haunting humanity, I would say, that has been silent largely, but we are not all silent. Many of us are screaming and are empowering these voices until all of this nightmare is over. I will end the Palestine segment and also the poetry reading with one poem that I'm reading from this book of also a Gazan poet called Mahed al-Rayes, who is my late uncle, who spent all of his life working for Palestine. And this poem was written in 1995, at a time when it was thought that the peace process had started. The peace process started, and many people were very optimistic. In his poem he forecasted the failure of this, or at least his skepticism about how this is working, and so it's very powerful. It's in Arabic, called, I'll just translate the title and then read it in Arabic. It's called Nightmares in the Middle of the Day. كوابيس في عز النهار، أعود إلى داري وما العود أحمد، ولكن حب الدار أبقى وأخلد، وأي ديار في فلسطين همها يهون ويسلو القلب عنها ويجحد، معالم وشاها ربيع مخلد، وباركها آي من الذكر سرمد، سرى في طريق النور من مكة لها، وصلى بجمع الأنبياء محمد، بها أثر من خطو عمرو وعامر، ومن شرحبيل والصحائف تشهد، وقد عمرتها منذ مطلع فجرها جدود بنوا فيها وأعلوا وشيدوا، وفي كل شبر من دياري حكاية وذكرى وتاريخ وعهد مشدد، ودمعة أم واشتياق أحبة وموت وميلاد ولقيا وموعد، وشبابة من خلف تل وطفلة تجنى عليها الأمس واستغلق الغد، وكوفية في الريح طار عقالها، وزرع بلا غيث وشكوى تصعد، أعود وقد هربت بين حقائب ضميري، فلم يظفر به المترصد، ولم ينتصب لي قوس نصر، ولا زهى جبيني بإكليل من الغار يعقد، وقلت إذا ألقى بي البحر ها هنا فلا ضر ما قد صدت أو أتصيد، وأختم عمرا لم يشبه على المدى فتور هوى أو نقصة وتردد، سوى أنني أدخلت فيما أخالني إلى قفص سرعان ما سوف يوصد، وقهقه صوت للخديعة منكر، وطالعني غيم على الأفق أربد، تلفت أبغي نقصة ثم ردني تذكر من لم يسعفوني وينجدوا، وفي النفس ما فيها وفي القلب غصة، وحنظلة منقوفة تتفصد، بأي هدايا العائدين أعود من غياب به الآمال كانت توسد، ومن أنا في هذه الديار أطارق غريب أم الطراق من بت أشهد، أم المتنبي عاد من بعد تغرب إلى حيث لم يسعف لسان ولا يد، أم الدار غير الدار أم مس جبهتي دوار أم الدنيا تقوم وتقعد وما بال حراس المقام تحولوا ضباعا ولحم الأرض نهب مبدد كوابيس في عز النهار وأنجم تهاوى وصور بالقيامة يوعد وقد خمت الدنيا ودانت لدولة يعربد فيها البغي وهو مسود وقد بلغت منا التراقي وانطوى من اجتاحه الطوفان والمد مزبد أسألهم أين المسير فيضحك السكارى ويبكي العاقل المتوحد يجرهم الطوفان وهو دليلهم وقد كشفت عوراتهم وتجردوا إلى أين يا أشتات من أنت إنني أخوكم فخذ واقصد إلى حيث نقصد وما قصدكم القدس لم أستمع إلى جواب ولكن السماوات ترعد ولم أر يمشي واثقا غير قنصل عليم بما يخفى علينا ويبعد وغير زرافات الأجانب روضوا لنا ببغاوات على ما تردد كلي فستقا في الحفل ثم تبرزي وقولي لنا في ذلنا كيف نسعد وكيف ندير الحرب داخل بيتنا ويشبع لص الأرض أمنا ويرقد أعود إلى سجادة الأرض أجتلي دما وزهورا في الربيع تجدد وأسمع زلزالا على البعد قادما وما من حمام للسلام يغرد إذن هو ميعاد الرباط وربما كرهناه لكن المقدر ينفد وإن عاند الباغي على باطل له فإن على الحق المبين لأعند. Thank you very much. I invite Ghazal to close the event. Ghazal, you are muted.
Yes, I am sorry. Yes, I am also here to thank everyone along with Munir. Oh, Munir is not in the room anymore. Okay, good. It's good to have you in the room now that we are ending in Palestine. Good to see Munir in the room. I just need at this point to thank everyone who helped us and made this reading happen, this 24 hours reading. I cannot list, go on reading the name of all the publishers, small presses and organizations that help us, but I will put it in the chat. I just need to, in particular, thank Stenen Press and Kikliada Press for helping with promotional material for this reading, Arab Lit and Palfest with helping with introducing guests to us, speakers, and most significantly to Publishers for Palestine for helping us and for including us in the Read Palestine Week that we kick-started it yesterday, and the next week will be Read Palestine Week. I invite everyone to follow Publishers for Palestine and the books that they recommend. I also need to thank my dear friend Janani Ambikapathy for staying up all night, making sure everything goes smooth, and to many other presses and people, individual writers, translators, and scholars involved in this project. I need to most of all thank here Vince Camillo and his brothers Dan and Jack Camillo for running the tech, and it would have not been possible without your help, Vince, Dan, and Jack. Thank you from all of us. Thank you dearly. And at this point, I will say goodbye with messages of solidarity. And I just want to tell you that Palestine will be free